Arthur and Marilouise Kroker. 30 Cyber Days in San Francisco. Arthur and Marilouise Kroker singing the blues in Cyber City Red's Java House Digital Dust Bowl, squatting on the dock of the Bay remake Millennium Yahoo! Capitalism. 30 Smoke-Free Days in California. Digital Angels, Timothy Lear. Why in the clouds out there having fun in the warm California sun? Are you serious? The View from Butte, Montana. Pat Monday. Digital Futures. It's better to be inspired than wired. An interview with Are You Serious? John Lekowski. Unstable Networks. Bruce Sterling. Global Debt and Parallel Universe. Jean Baudrillard. Cyber War, God, and Television. An interview with Paul Virilio. Louise Y. Hahn. Vivisecting the 90s. An interview with Jean Baudrillard. Caroline Bayard and Graham Knight. Civil Society, Fanaticism, and Digital Reality, an interview with Slava Zizek. Geared Love and K. Panic Quake Servers. Frank Lags. Captain Kirk was never the original Alan Shapiro. Net Politics. Infoban Blues. Robert Adrian X. Digital Humanism. The Processed World of Marshall McLuhan. Arthur Kroker. The Cybernetic Delirium of Norbert Wiener. Stephen Fall. Cybernetic Delirium, 2 remixes / Ace Zaiton and Sasha Costanza-Choc Zapatistas, the recombinant movie Ricardo Dominguez. Hyperreal Serbia. Alexander Boskovic. Berlusconi is a retrovirus. Lorenzo Milai. Notes for a Theory. Hakeem Bey. Growing Old with Negroponte. David Cook. Netgame Cameo. Dina Weinstein and Michael A. Weinstein. Mimetic Flesh. Mimetic Flesh in Cyber City. Arthur and Marilouise Kroker. The Nanotech Future. A Digital Conversation with B.C. Crandall. Arthur and Marilouise Kroker. Requiem Fit by Acker. Conceiving Ada. Lynn Hersbman Leeson. Extended Body. An interview with Steel Arc. Paolo Azzori and Kirk Wolford. Debauching the Digitalis. Sue Golding. Bring the Noise. John Nno. Camcorder, Deluxe Titles Suck Optical Coitus. John Nno. Augustine of Epcot. Daniel R. White. Where Do Angels Hang in the Cybernet 90s? Michael Dartnell discovering Cyber Antarctic. An interview with Nobadix Research. Paolo Azzori. Global Algorithm. Tokyo Must Be Destroyed. Ken Hollings. Stalking the UFO Meme. Richard Theorn. Transmitting Architecture, the Transphysical City. Marcos Novak. Media Archaeology. Sefid Zielinski. Fonts and Phrasing. Alexander Galloway. The Aesthetics of Virtual Worlds. Report from Los Angeles. Lev Minovich. Deregulation/globalization. The Loss of Cultural Diversity. Bernbard Sarixby. The Technology of Uselessness. Critica L Art Ensemble. Contributors. Speed Delirium. Fast Trip to Slow Suicide. Slow down for a fast trip on a slow ride to suicide. Gone through every fashion look in the video book: grunge, preppy, rapper, raver, extreme, street. Worn my Tommy, Ralph, and Calvin, A/X, XS, and all the rest. Eaten every fast food a million times. Heard every song. Seen every scene. God died, and sex is dead. No place to pierce. No body to hide. No drug to take. No word to read. No poetry to sing. It's a slow ride to suicide. Slow media. Image the world, but understand nothing. The real can no longer keep up to the speed of the image. Reality shudders and collapses and fragments into the vortex of many different alternative realities, some cybernetic, some designer, some residual, some an outmoded stock of the vanishing real. Today, things have speeded up to inertia. Speed economy, but slow jobs. Speed images, but slow eyes. Speed finance, but slow morality. Speed sex, but slow desire. Speed globalization, but slow localization. Speed media, but slow communication. Speed talk, but no thought. Image vectors entrap us, entrance us, and disappear us in an electronic labyrinth of the red sky night. X. The slow mirror of speed we have not escaped and will never overcome the fatal destiny of the law of reversal. The faster the tech, the slower the speed of thought. The more accelerated the culture, the slower the rate of social change. The quicker the digital decomposition, the slower the political reflection. The more apparent the external speed, the more real the internal slowness. Derious speed and anxious slowness, a one-split reality. Accelerating digital effects are neutralized by decelerating special human effects. Digital reality spins out of control, human reality slow burns back to earth. Speed bodies and slow vision. Speed flesh and slow bones. Speed web and slow riot. The slow mirror of speed. Body delirium. It might be a slow ride to suicide, but it's a fast trip to digital delirium. Remember when you were a kid and you first heard the story? That everyone was born with a double, a twin? If you were like us, you probably daydreamed about finding your double in a far-off exotic land. Recently, we were thinking about the childhood myth of finding your double while watching a French television documentary on twins. In particular, there was one set of female twins who talked evocatively about the constant 3D mirror imaging of themselves, where every beauty and imperfection, every lump and line, was magnified 100 times in stereoscopic imagery. Each twin was a living mirror to the other, with a biological need to see. A closed circle of two, always dressing the same, always sleeping in the same bed, always sharing the same lover, like a nerve connection between two bodies that could be one, even answering the phone with "it is us." The twins talked with real emotion about the special pleasure that came with touching one another's skin, a pleasure they didn't experience with the same intensity when touching their own skin, and never when touching someone else. As they explained, touching one another's skin was like touching your own, only better. Twinness was their being. 11. Sound familiar? Think about the most avant-garde of computer hackers wearing digital gear as part of the body apparatus, feeling a twinness with the machine, an overriding need not to be a machine but to be twinned with one, digital twins with mirrored identities for a time when digital reality can be your twin, a long-lost, but for that matter always desperately sought-out electronic double in the digital vortex. Like those hackers at MIT's Media Lab involved in the BodyNet project, actually externalizing the electromagnetic field of the body only to better mirror themselves electronically with a digital other. Not skin on skin, but skin on synthetics. Or those other extropians and futurists and uploaders who are determined to interface human flesh with digital reality, heads as passive terminals for virtual cellular telephones, hands embedded with electronic bank cards, DNA as a living computer matrix. It has always been assumed that computer hackers, cyberboys, have been motivated by a strong desire to dump human flesh, to mutate their skin, taking autistic shelter in an electronic homeland of their own creation. But we don't think this is true, or, even if it is certainly incomplete, and not complex enough to capture the mythical, even psychoanalytical processes, involved in inventing the digital future. In the same way that the French twins abandoned individual identity in favor of a life of the doubled other, the digital uploader has found his double in the electronic womb. In the electronic mirror, digital and human reality have been twinned, the interface is complete between human and synthetic identity, or, as hackers involved in the BodyNet project like to say, it is us. Now we are alone in the wires. It's a quake kind of day in San Francisco and we're taking our retrofitted bodies to an interactive art installation at LIMS, a cool 50s going on 2030 furniture store in Soma, which in that perfect hybrid wave coming off the coast today doubles as Cybercity's hippest multimedia arts site. Dig it, digital art, the next generation has been advertised as art produced in the cyber studios of Multimedia Gulch. 1 install. 12. Lashin in particular immediately catches our attention. It's titled Broken Bot, and it's a perfect tech trash counter-gradient digging its way like a digital burr against the antiseptically confined rows of computer art all around the white-on-white walled room. Broken Bot is visual cyber mayhem, a kind of mutating video/sound arcade from hell. A series of amputated, flickering screens minus their cosmetic housing are clumped at strange angles on a broken welded metal table. Thick rows of black wires snake out of what looks like the rusted remains of an undersea diver's helmet. Dirty fuse boxes blink on and off randomly, dusty circuit boards thick with mud slither in space, a weirdly out-of-place smell of black paint and gas fumes burns its way into your lungs, and this whole end-of-millennium scene of media debris for the time after. Communication is webbed together by violent images. Filmed executions, a shiver, shake and quiver, smell the gas and feel the bolts of electricity as real bodies gasp for a last breath, while bleeding out of the double-looped green and red/orange screens. A perfect tabernacle for the burned-out flesh and cynical nerves of the broken bot body. In digital art, the next generation can 13. Be tomorrow or could have been yesterday. Broken Bot mutates from a yesterday site to a tomorrow space. The accompanying text catches perfectly the spirit of terminal amputations. Technology victim, eyes her, generational consumption. Child torn to shreds, digitized, reprocessed, marketed, sold. Breeds commercially viable product demographic. Sovaphobia pushes child from planet and back. Now we are alone in the wires. A few days later, we follow the trail of Broken Bot to the cyber home of its artistic creators, just down the street from the now abandoned original site of Wired magazine, which has taken flight with the Chi-Chi cocktail, jitterbugging, Hollywood glamour on my mindset to the twilight side of Soma. It turns out that Broken Bot was created by a brilliant group of artists from Construct, a breakout web design company. Painters, architects, software designers, musicians, writers, 3D visionaries, Construct is a cyber guild for the digital renaissance. We're talking to the artists/hackers, observing cold, shadowless images of impossible spatial perspectives, 3D flesh and dark comic strip-like visual desert homages to the spirit of Max Ernst after the shockwave, when we smell the familiar Broken Bot scent of black paint and gas fumes. So we check under the table, and sure enough, there's the debris from the Broken Bot installation. A really perfect digital aesthetic, art as a broken mirror of life in the ruins of media debris. Digital figure one day, digital, junk, ground the next. Life as Broken Bot, alone in the wires. Media delirium. In the 9OS, there is no medium, and there certainly is no message. We're living in the eclipse of the mass media. And why? Because a medium of communication implies reciprocity, exchange, and a minimal degree of interaction. Mass media have never been about reciprocity, exchange, interaction, or even communication. They replace reciprocity with false simulation, exchange with the tyranny of information overload, producing a numbed culture that shuts down for self-protection, interaction with a dense operational network. 14. Substituting polls and focus groups and high-intensity marketing warfare for genuine human solidarity, data for communication, and speed for meaning. In the modern era, we were specialists, trapped in private identities. In the hypermodern era, identity goes public. It gets netted and webbed and digitally nested. Today, the hyperreal body, the hypermedia body, travels in exactly the way that McLuhan predicted, lighter than an astronaut, but at an accelerated speed. The web is the digital mirror that reflects back to our nomadic bodies its fate as it is externalized in a world of artificial intelligence, recombinant genes, and spliced data streams. As the specter that haunts the vanishing of mass media, the web is our privileged window onto the 3D millennium. A dream of pure operationality, transparent, fluid, circle-hying, a smooth semi-urgy of data flows, digital reality is haunted by its own approaching catastrophe. Digital reality wants to impose the positive law of the code, but human reality will not be denied. Human reality always contains a hidden, but powerful, reflex towards the tejection of the code. A violent and primitive impulse of rejection that works less by open refusal than by excess, parody, and delirious intensity. Digital futures, slow suicide, 30 cyber days in San Francisco, net politics, mimetic flesh, and the global algorithm. These are natural antibodies secreted by the cyber body as ways of protecting itself against the sterility of dead digital codes. And ironically, digital reality requires this moment of excess for its very survival. But, as in ancient myth, by absorbing the anti-codes of net reality, by drinking deeply of this song of slow suicide and delirious speed, digital reality only hastens its own disappearance. Web delirium. Severed nets. There is another net world, less visible, hidden from easy access, spiraling outwards in the digital archipelago like floating webs of glimmering vectors. Severed nets, populated by a global community, of experimental media artists, techno-theorists, net activists, and 15. Android writers. Take a voyage on the free side of the web, and you might just run across some of these wanderers. Like yesterday, when we received a cryptic note from Shu Li Qiang asking for the URL for Taiwan Data Heaven, saying that it might provide a thread to memories of a lost homeland. When we wrote back saying that Taiwan Data Heaven, http://www.ctheorycorn/ was cyber fiction, she replied, maybe not. And gave us a thread of her own to Elephant Cage Butterfly Locker, http://ec4.edu.u-rykyu.ac.jp/radar web/right / a website linking Tokyo, Okinawa, and the Internet in 1,000 poles of repressed memory. Okinawa project artist in residence, Shu Li Qiang radar website artists, Sawad Brooks and Beth Stryker. Elephant Cage Butterfly Locker project shift sites among Okinawa, Tokyo, and the Internet. A radar web IC created tracing the remains of memory. This project borrows the radar detect Central Elephant Cage, nickname for US SOB Communications in Yamatan Village, Okinawa, as memo data processing site. 19.5% of Okinawa Island is leased out to US military bases enforced by Japan. Central government. Okinawa is being developed as a subtropical resort complete with its own species of butter jellies. Okinawa people believe that butterflies guide souls to heaven. Butterflies gemming, butterflies tracing, memo data. 16. As Nietzsche intimated, the web has a skin and that skin has a memory, its Elephant Cage I3 Butterfly Locker. Reappropriating the visual iconography of the radar web installed by the US military in Okinawa, Elephant Cage Butterfly Locker tells the story of colonization suffered by Okinawans under the delirious pressure of the war machine. Stories of rapes and murders and official indifference and ecological genocide. Elephant Cage Butterfly Locker is a pole of resistance. Using the radar technology of the war machine against itself, this is one multimedia art project that transforms itself into a pole of memory, a web butterfly gemming, tracing memo data. Is theory, a mutating website and ASCII listserv for bleeding together the critical edges of theory, technology, and culture. Every day when the sun comes up over China Basin Landing in San Francisco, when cold digital winds blast the streets of Montreal, when guns and knives are silent for the moment in Sarajevo, and when pirate hackers ban talk from Amsterdam to Vienna and Bucharest, theory webs the globe, radiating back to its net readers a continuously updated media analysis. Theory from the Academy Without Walls, where the very best cyber philosophers today are standing on street corners in the middle of daily protests in Belgrade with wireless communication systems strapped to their heads, rapping out an event scene for instant transmission to a waiting theory global community. A mutating theory net, Gene I3 Auditrillard vivisecting the 90s, Paul Virilio speaking about cyber war, God, and television. Are you serious? Reflecting on how it's better to be inspired than wired. Slava Zizek meditating on the cultural politics of Japan and Slovenia, dispatches from hyperreal Serbia, event scenes from the Zapatistas, reports from the virtual body wars of Los Angeles. With theory, a new intellectual community is born in hyper-real mode. Sci-fi writer Bruce Sterling, mech poet John Ento, extraordinary fiction writer Kathy Acker, pioneering electronic artist, Lynn 17. Hirschman Leeson, pulp theorist Sue Golding, and theory fiction writers Stephen Fall and Lorenzo Miglioli levitate right off the page, writing cypherpunk, hyperpoems, philosophy, soliloquies, and librettos. Siegfried Zielinski writes of ancient dreams and medieval cyber art while computer programmers diagnose the Star Trekking of physics. Episcopalian priests stalk the UFO meme. Architects track the trans-physical city. Hackers splice and rupture the cyber delirium of Norbert Wiener. Others theorize the importance of fonts and phrasing as a new way of digital seeing, technologies of uselessness, whether Tokyo must be destroyed, or should we grow old with Negroponte. Theory is a digital site where net games, panic quakes, and nanotech futures light up the darkening sky. An explosion of intellectual creativity, liquid and critical and diverse, announcing the surfacing of the web as a new hypermedia of communication. Refusing tech hype and rubbing theory against digital culture, theory brings together Silicon Valley engineers, electronic artists, nanoscientists, computer entrepreneurs, fiction writers, journalists, political, social and cultural theorists, webmasters, and cyber researchers in multimedia research institutes from Cologne and Tokyo to Paris, Milan and San Francisco. Moving between print and web realities, intensifies cyber reality by allowing electronic writing to break the surface of print. Theory theorizes in, of, for, and sometimes against the web, and reports back to the world in the cold type of cold print for a cool millennium. XV111. Digital Renaissance. There is a new renaissance in the making, not medieval analog but hypermodern digital. After the long sleep of modernism, the creative imagination dreams of coded castles in the air, opens its virtual eyes, and gets to work rewriting the digital world. Now, the future is flash-forwarded into the present, a convulsive recoding of digital reality where the essence of new codes is internalized, retheorized, mutated, and wet-wired. Theory in the data storm. That's digital delirium, an upsurge of virtual writers who with every molecule, breath, and synapse spark of cyber imagination rethink life as it has never been known, but has been actually lived. Today, tech reality, like clonal engineering, genetic resequencing of DNA, copyrighting the human species, and tissue engineering, accelerates beyond tech ethics. Tech has taken a big hit on the central nervous system. But now, bunker time for the self-protection of the human species is over. The digital renaissance begins by retelling the story of life in the code exits of cloning, architecture, poetry, sci-fi, fiction, politics, robotic engineering, and science. With vision, the androids flourish. Arthur und Marilouise Kroker. Singing the Blues in Cyber City. Chaos Time. It's 6:30 p.m. on Market Street in San Francisco, just down the way from the Virgin Megastore. Business people are fleeing homeward, office towers are shutting down, security guards and cleaners are moving in, coffee shops and stores are locking up their doors, and smokers hurry by, lighting up first cigarettes since the afternoon break. There are no street people in Cyber City, but there are plenty in SR. They might occupy different worlds, but when chaos time comes, when it's that dusky cusp between light and dark, between Cyber City at work and SF at evening play, sometimes, just sometimes, the two populations meet. Like on the corner of Powell and Market, we hear a blast from the pre-MTV past. Hard drivin' 60s R&B tunes are being played by a guy who looks like Fats Domino and sounds like him too, putting down a heavy beat on a set of rusty blue drums, singing with a deep bass voice that puts into song the wail of America that has traveled from the plantations of the southern delta to the slaughterhouses of Chicago, and met future shock in SF, this city at the end of the western continental migration of the body. He's got two sidemen, both sitting on speakers, the car battery for their electric guitars inside a white plastic garbage can. A compact, wired guy steps up front and yells, Just tell the story, brother, tell the story, tell the story, tell the story. There was something about the music that 3. Just pumped the cynicism right out of the air. And it did tell the story. All of America was there, punks with torn misfits and Fugazi t-shirts, a homeless white guy with an enormous hunting knife and an aluminum tape scabbard in his back pocket, somebody just to our side is drinking lime green alcohol straight out of the bottle, a guy with a Cherokee Nation sweatshirt circles around the band, pulls a harmonica out of his pack and begins to play along. The shopping crowd carrying parcels from Macy's and Armani and Gap put their purchases down and listen, and, all the while, those gigantic posters from Virgin of K.D. Lang and Tony Bennett look down on us from their multimillion-dollar high-in-the-sky window perches. But it doesn't really matter. Because for one twilight moment the American song is on the streets of SF, a kind of swirling charged air energy vector that sweeps its way into your belly and your mind and your eyes, takes you suddenly to places sad and sorrowful and beautiful, and you stand there at this street scene, knowing that for one moment the continent has truly ended here, that it is the end of the road. Now, this is an old story that has been told again and again, in the founding myths of the country, in film, in music, in videos, in idle chatter, and sometimes even in writing. All the energies of the continental American migration are pushed up against the blue sheen of the Pacific. It's as if the massively shifting tectonic plates far under the ground with their 11 fault lines crisscrossing the Bay Area have their fleshly equivalent in the streets of Cyber City. And sometimes, just sometimes, the body plates rub up against the end of the continent just a bit too hard, all that pent up, screwed down pressure inside the street bodies looks for an opening, an unstable fault line, and when it finds one, the result is a shuddering music quake. Like this dirt poor outlaw street band. It has exited normal space, the space of SF that Jack Kerouac once described as a police state. It's a kind of open fault line through which all the rage and the anger and the sorrow and the ecstasy of a street society at the end of the road, explodes out of rasping mouths and rusty drums and beat-up Fender guitars. The R&B sound is a big rumble at the end of the continent, and so when the band flips into Otis Redding's Dork of TB Bay with the words, I left my home in Georgia, headed for the Frisco Bay. Got nothing to live for cause nothing's been going my way, we can just feel the keening of the words inside our skin, and when Fats cuts the words down to the naked edge line of nothing to live for. Nothing to live for. Nothing to live for, which he rasps over and over again like a mantra of the dead, we know that we have mutated beyond music, and are present at a dirge, SF style, end of the continent, end of the road, end of the body, end of life, end of hope. It's just that moment when a song becomes lament, and the city streets are a dance of the dispossessed. Sound crazy? Maybe. But everyone on that dusky corner, punks and grunge and rockers and homeless women and too poor to be just down and out guys and destroyed bodies and digital faces and panhandlers please and salaried smiles and AMA conventioneers straight out of the internal medicine show at the Hyatt just down the street, and alcoholics, and tourists and OFNE workers, all the demented and the happy and the sad and the lonely and the tired and the frenzied and the dead, just everyone fell into a common magical spell. You could just see it register in body rhythms. Street people began to dance, sometimes fell down hard on their asses but clawed their way back up to air again, punks dropped the misfits alien zone stare for a brief moment, and even the tourist folks just couldn't leave, and just wouldn't leave, and just didn't leave. For one brief instant, we were listening to those silent tectonic plates shifting inside of our deep down feelings, really hearing R&B on the hard luck streets of SF as the intense, ancient song of lament that it was always meant to be. In the usual way of things, all this led to a no time and to a no place. The darkness came and the group of pilgrims on a dusky street corner in Cyber City dropped some quarters in the box and went their separate ways. Red's Java House. Down on the San Francisco Bay along the Embarcadero, there is a place called Red's Java House. It's right across the wharf from the Jeremiah O'Brien, the last of the Liberty ships, and just down the way from a sidewalk plaque commemorating the lost ghost ship, Lydia. Lost, that is, because its remains have been buried 40 feet beneath the Embarcadero, probably along with some tourists, since the last earthquake. So it's a sunny day in California and we're sitting outside Red's Java house. The kind of place where the food is so bad and the bird shits so heavy, it makes you want to puke. The longshoremen have fled long ago, and now it's been taken over by the cocky crowd and the silicon set looking for a bit of true grit. But not just techie bodies. Retro Hells Angels are steady customers, a pickup truck for construction workers wheels in, complete with a bumper sticker that reads "Workers in the USA are best when they say union yes," guys with dreadlocks and Oakleys, bike messengers poured into data suits studded with digital COMM gear, ex-CEOs, from what the Soma crowd calls multimedia gulch, slipstreaming their chili dogs and wondering whimsically where it all went wrong, a teal-haired woman in a blue leather US Highway 101 jacket. Retired couples, and there's even some bunco artists in the corner cashing in their chips. Red's Java house was really hopping that day, lunchtime crowd pigeon roosting, tooling buds, and vacuum eating cheeseburgers. In the noonday sun, my body might be in San Francisco, but my thoughts are with the Germans. I'm reading Heidegger's essay on anxiety, looking, I suppose, for a philosophical encryption chip to the malaise of the hypermedia mind. And it's a curious thing. Heidegger says that anxiety is about confronting nothingness. I don't bother to think that one through, but feed Heidegger's insight directly to my stomach neurons, probably to get a quick take on what my eating intelligence has to say about the relationship between anxiety and nothingness. Now crazy-ass seagulls, pure Clorox white, are circling in the air, cheeseburgers are being lazily chomped all around me, the Red's Java crowd is at that edge of late morning tiredness and lunchtime happiness, and I just know, that 5. Heidegger is wrong. It's not nothingness that people are afraid of, at least the California crowd down on the Embarcadero, but just the opposite. What really hardwires the anxiety gene directly into the California cellular structure is not nothingness, but hyperactivity. Always having something to do, like an ulcer weight coming down heavy on your mind, and your body is rattled tight, and you can't walk except at a trot with face muscles pulled taut, and running shoes with your working clothes that you don't really want to wear, and you're on the run baby run treadmill at the high-tech street-level display window gym speeding to nowhere, but time is money, appearance is everything, and you just can't afford to miss that nifty power walk up and down San Francisco. They Gogol's dead souls as 90s repressed young professionals. And not just the Silicon boys and girls either, but everybody in San Francisco has gotten into the act. The suits on Market Street put on hypermedia flesh to autodock every morning at their cyber workstations. Homeless guys along the bay do hard-edge military-style calisthenics, complete with one-arm push-ups with legs suspended 3 feet off the air on park fencing. The ferry building is a fast vector blast of cyber muscle rolling in from the nighttime dream world of Marin County, and there's not a word spoken here that's not a paean to promotional culture with a capital L. But then again, maybe Heidegger is right. Maybe the anxious self reaches pitch velocity running from nothingness, and really loving it. Red's Java house is about as close to Heidegger's nothingness as you're going to get on this side of God's green acre. It's the kind of place where the bay is on your mind, the sun is in your skin, and you're sitting there with a bud and a cheeseburger and your cool shades tucked in tight. But your thoughts have drifted away to that quiet place we all have inside us, where the horizon narrows down to a beautiful circle, where life and love and worries and just plain lunchtime eating vector together into a forget-me-not kind of day. If Heidegger could have just done some writing at Red's Java house, I'm pretty sure that he'd want to rethink nothingness. And why? Because in California, the hypermedia body has already blasted through to the other side of nothingness, to that crazy edge of end of the continent energy cut with a little earthquake hysteria, where what's really desirable is the panic anxiety that comes from riding the abyss, just between hyperstress and flat-ass inertia. Lazy days are here again, I'm okay, and so are you, as long as you're not in San Quentin. Hedonism, San Francisco style. In California, nobody fears nothingness. It's what people eat for lunch, and in San Francisco they get it every day, for the price of a true grit cheeseburger and a bud at Red's Java House. Digital Dust Bowl, squatting on the dock of the bay. In San Francisco, you don't have to look far to find the surplus class. Just go down to the old dry dock area, the one that used to hustle with all the sounds and sights of thousands of blue-collar workers repairing ships' conveyor lines, and you will suddenly find yourself exiting the glitzy world of SF gussying up for the millennium, and QuickTime entering a surreal world of nomadic bodies and live-in campers squatting on the dock of the bay. Every night when the sun goes down and the San Francisco cops come up, the squat comes alive with the survival tales of the surplus class living on the physical edge of technotopia, right inside of the high-finance, high-intensity money-spangled SKY1INE with its Transamerica Masonic architecture. It's a strange and surreal world of disappearances, disappeared ships, disappeared labor, disappeared communities. But in the squat, there's one thing that hasn't vanished, and that's memory. It's a real interzone of embedded memory, squatted by people with a story to tell of survivors living on the edge who have beat the odds, and who might be dumped into surplus flesh by the new technological elite, the virtual class, but who have learned new labor skills for the end of century, laboring, that is, to survive as the vanguard of the disappeared of America. This is what happens to Marx's dead labor when it starts to speak. Take Jesus. He's a tough ass, mean-thinking Puerto Rican organic intellectual married to a French Maoist. With a staccato way of thinking and a blue-collar way of talking, he puts into words the long-repressed story of the squat. And he's unflinching. Don't give me that crap about the so-called war on drugs. The White House is the biggest rock house in America. Or, if you're poor and black in America, you ain't got no rights. When you're in the projects, the cops will bust down your door every night. In the projects, you're always living with your pants down. Or, what are you going to say to a kid? Stay in school for chump change, when you could be a high roller starting up your own drug emporium on the street corner in front of your own home. In America, the kids that deal aren't getting drugs by themselves. We're talking here about a big distribution network, banks and cops and government. And then there's the guy who calls himself the Desert Rat. A black leather cowboy hat pulled down over his eyes, with the strings pulled taut under his lip just above a full salt and pepper beard. He's been living in the squat for a few months, working out of the back of his truck as a car mechanic. He's reputed to be the best auto mechanic in a 50-mile radius of the city. The day we were there, a long line of Saabs and Corollas and Cherokees, straight from the valley, were waiting in a long, snaking line to be diagnosed by the Desert Rat, delivering up their cars for final judgment, bad timing, burnt hour valves, shocks and struts, clutch and transmission problems, blown electrical fuses, shot computer circuitry, ignition failures, spitting, misfiring pistons. Now, most of the year, the Desert Rat spends his time 7. Wallow barefoot in the Sonora Desert. He tells us his STPRY sitting behind the wheel of who truck, drinking skim milk straight out of the carton, all the while listening to Jesus and nodding his head in assent. Then he adds, I first came to SF in '68. Couldn't afford an apartment then, and sure can't afford one now. This is a squat, California style, vehicle-oriented, perfectly nomadic, an interzone, where you can turn on the ignition, and leave at a moment's notice. In America, property is king, and nothing much has changed here. It could be a waterfront, picture window on the bay, suburb for the surplus class, except it's not. It's got all the pain and the memory of people who have been pushed out of the system, and who have done the next best thing, becoming the lonely coyotes of the surplus class. Refusing service work, they are the last and best of the independent workers, living off the land, reskilling their labor, prophets of the future of blue-collar work in the American Digital Dust Bowl. Remake Millennium. The 99-year phone call. Did you see the clip on the news the other night about the so-called crisis in the computer industry? According to the hype, laid-back programmers in the 60s, probably under the influence of psychedelics, made a big coding error. Never suspecting that they were writing code for the millennium, they entered 2-digit dates instead of 4 into the internal system operating instructions of computers. This was thought to be a really groovy digital compression idea at the time. Until, that is, cyberculture slammed into the vector wall of the year 2000. As the TV doomsday anchor explained with smiling teeth, make a long-distance phone call 1 minute before the millennium and hang up 1 minute after, and receive for your 2-minute phone call a 39-year telephone bill. Unable to recognize the 4 digits in the 3D millennium, computers will do the next best thing. When in doubt, go remake and head straight back for the year 1900 and do the 20th century, digitally, all over again. And it's kind of perfect. Just listen to all those bankers and computer CEOs who flash onto the screen, talking in earnest cyber red scare terms about the potential $600 billion cost to business to change a few digits, or the I dunno, don't blame me government spokesman who says that we're cybersunk as a nation, it's 4 digits or bust, or the insurance executives with worried faces who speak of changing 1.6 million dates in time for the millennium. But we're TV news scare-proofed. We know that this is all fake, that coding today is all autopilot stuff, that there is some hacker somewhere, probably inspired by this news report and with digital dreams galore of Netscape and Yahoo in her mind, who is already putting down code to bring the lost in space cybermillennium safely back to Earth. But maybe it's something else. Perhaps this news report doesn't have anything to do with money at all, but is a powerful metaphor for fear of the millennium. 8. Confronted by all the structural changes and seismic shifts brought on by the digital OS, the fearful computer has an anxiety attack, quickly flipping from a cyber aggressor of time to an historian of time past. Remake coding for a remake culture for a remake millennium. And why not? Computers have feelings too, and like a kitten that fails to make a jump, falls back to earth with a crash, and starts to lick itself furiously because it's embarrassed, computers sometimes go to ground in the past as a way of distracting attention from future fear. And so do we. That's why it's the remake millennium. As the year 2000 gets closer, the recycle cycle is more intense. Remake cinema, remake songs, remake music eras, remake martini lunches and cocktail chatter, remake cigars, remake fashion, remake faces, remake politics, remake suburbia. The more things are front-loaded by future pressure, the more society reaches into the grab bag of the past, and spews out lame remakes and flatline memes and mutant recombinant images. Under the hyperstress of a future of seismic shifts and radical structural changes and new technologies and new ways of digital understanding, culture retreats to the remake bunker. Not as McLuhan predicted when he said that old technologies have one last function as content for the invisible form of new technologies, but something much more politically perverse. The remake millennium is closer to Nietzsche's aphorism "Let the dead bury the living." New technologies seem to entail a big drop in human creativity, and a vast increase in the pleasure of mass repetition. The maggot man is everywhere. And it's killing us. 50s suburbs become the racially and class-segregated privatized gated communities of the 90s, American rugged individualism comes back as Montana Freeman and private right-wing, gun-toting militias, First Amendment rights are recycled as libertarian squeals of total non-interference by government in private life. The 50s organization man disciplinary ideology returns under the mantra of tough love. Frank Sinatra, The Beatles, Tony Bennett, SGT. Bilko, Mod Fashion, Bob Dole. 90s culture becomes a mortuary of the dead past and creepy images and resurrected effects and 3D generation TV series with TV hits as cinema blockbusters and repeat politics, recycled, recombined, reworked, respu'd. So, here's one more recycle. The TV report on the crisis in the computer industry said that the millennium could be a big zero. Could be. The remake millennium already is a big zero. For remake culture, that's the point. 9. Yahoo! Capitalism. Yahoo goes public and its share value zooms to $1.2 billion in a single day. Touted as one of the big concept buys of the 9OS, Yahoo, like Netscape before it, has no real value, only virtual value. And in the age of web economy and digital production and multimedia culture and data infotainment and convergence among the vector giants of the new world of global telecommunications, the only value in play is virtual value. Psychological perception is everything. Virtual value means that things have value only in relation to the speed of their own disappearance. No longer symbolic capital or scarcity capital, virtual value is about money in its purely mathematical stage as a global vector, gathering speed and momentum only in relation to the end of value itself. And why? Because pan-capitalism has finally entered the age of virtual money. Exiting the society of consumption, refusing the reality constraints of information culture, and certainly leaving behind the scarcity values of industrial economy, pan-capitalism has gone over fully to the side of virtual exchange value. Virtual exchange value is time after money, when value goes supernova and in a final brilliant implosion breaks the referential link between value and production, code and solvency principle, use value and exchange value. Time after money is neither about use nor exchange, but represents the end of utility and the eclipse of exchange. Today, economic vectors acquire value only to the extent that they implode beyond the inertial weight of use value, and go terminal on the question of value in exchange. Vector economy, the post-production economy of time after money, is allergic to usefulness and hostile to exchange. Time after money wants only its own death. It wants to witness the disappearance of money into literature, to be present when pan-capitalism finally goes parodic, when capitalism becomes a satirist of its own exhaustion of value. Consequently, the name Yahoo! That's capitalism as the master of ceremonies at its own worldwide financial roast, where the point is to reverse value, to praise by abuse, to honor by contempt, to affirm by the joke. Yahoo capitalism, then, for a millennial culture where money is pure virtuality, pure disappearance, pure perception, pure speed, pure death, pure mockery. In the digital economy of vectors and speeds and slownesses, things have determinate value only in relation to the end of value. We are also living in the twilight period of time after value. Beyond popular consciousness, beyond strategic control, beyond modernist rationality, time after value is understandable only in terms of the ancient language of alchemy, where things are interesting only to the degree that they are chimerical and effervescent and liquid. Like Yahoo, a search engine, without real value for a society in search of the meaning of virtual value. 10. Triumphant in its victory over all the old reference, from consumption and information and production to scarcity value, pan-capitalism is confident enough to play a joke on itself, and perhaps on us. Reviving the medieval tradition of the court jester, it lets us into the vernacular secret of capitalism in its post-symbolic stage. Yahoo! It's time after money. Reboot, or maybe it's the opposite. Perhaps virtual capitalism can't stand its own terminal speed, begins to shudder shock at its own future as a pure vectoid far from the comforting shore of consumption value, and, like everybody else in the convulsive 9OS, panics at the digital wildness within. That would explain the magical attraction of the name Yahoo! A concept by all right for a panic capitalism that begins to clue into its own terminal future in time after capitalism and heads for the security of the most ancient of all reference, for the library, for a digital search engine, as a way of making narrative sense of it all. Yahoo! For prospecting digital gold. 30 smoke-free days in California. Zero tolerance. I'm driving through the Sacramento Valley, listening to Bible Belt preachers on the radio cut with some patches of harp rap, thinking of Foucault in his Death Valley days, and smoking a Camel. Suddenly, a California state trooper on his tech-customized Harley pops his flashing light and pulls me over. 14 antennas reaming from his Blade Runner helmet, no shades cause he's wearing contact lenses encrypted with the American flag, and with his left cheek tattooed, "It's all in the good book." The trooper pulls his sun-baked beef off the bike, stoops to wipe a speck of interstate dust from his SM high-top black leather boots, and steps over my rent-a-car with that peculiar "it's not just a good idea, it's the law" attitude. I do an instant Catholic examination of highway conscience. Haven't broken the speed limit, my seat belt's tucked up tight to my belly, haven't been drinking for at least an hour, I've got no unconcealed weapons, my blood's drug-free and my mind is pretty pure, and unlike most of the teenage spirits and maybe some of the agribusiness farmers in the valley, I'm not sky-high on speed and whacked out on Prozac. I've got a cheery smile, an upright face, no cheesecake flesh, and a life-affirming attitude, and I might be in the California Midwest but I still believe in life, liberty, and the pursuit of technoculture, so help me God. But just to be sure, I reach in my pocket and pull out my rights. I've got a First Amendment mouth, a Fourth Amendment vehicle, and a constitutional ironclad guarantee to a zone of middle-class white boy privacy. Feeling pretty confident, I press down my window, and say, "What's the problem, officer?" "I haven't been speeding." "One eye." He answers, "Speed's got nothing to do with it. Look what you're holding in your right hand." So I say yeah, as I flick the ash from my Camel. "Sir, there's zero tolerance for smoking in this town." When I protest, "I'm just driving through," he hands me a $100 ticket and says, "I don't make the law, I just enforce it." And then, with just a little nod towards his Presbyterian past, he hands me a nicotine patch and smirks, "This should be enough to get you out of town." Digital Angels, Timothy Leary in the Clouds. May 8, 1996. At the end of the evening, Are You Serious tells the story of his last trip to LA to visit Timothy Leary. Dying of cancer, Leary has already done death one better, passing over at hyperspeed to the beatific state as the guest of honor at a virtual wake for a virtual death. A kind of New Orleans auto-da-fe in advance for the wake Leary will never get to attend. His house is the daily scene of the greatest congregation of American writers and musicians and merry pranksters and spies and AI recombinants and hallucinogenic eyes and friends and foes and hangers-on and stars and unknowns and networkers and TV anchors and just released from San Quentin outlaws that this country has ever witnessed. Everybody has come to pay their virtual respects to one of California's most courageous, and certainly most creative, thinkers, to a spirit that passed over long ago to the side of the digital angels. But not so fast. Gurgling away in the corner of Leary's bedroom is a state-of-the-art 2nd century full-body cryogenic unit, a beautiful bubbling vat of liquid nitrogen, accompanied by uniformed deep-freeze attendants ready on quick time to snatch Leary's fading flesh away at the moment of death for the big cryo heaven in the sky. Like Walt Disney before him, Leary is contemplating perpetual life on permanent reserve as a cryogenized icon, deep frozen, staring out with ice-blue nitrogen-tinted eyes, liquid-cooled for life in the 3D millennium. The twin cryoheads of Disney and Leary, a perfect metaphor of America, united at last in virtual death. Just before Are You Serious took his virtual leave from the virtual wake for the virtual death, Leary motioned to the cryo unit in the corner, winked, and said, "Hey, are you want to be my roommate?" 12. June 4, 1996. In the end, Leary didn't have to bother with the cryo unit. And why? Because his image has already been frozen in time, preceding his virtual death with a precession of virtual memories. And if he could mutter why not, at that fateful moment, that's because he was a real mystic, American style. Out there having fun in the warm California sun. Are you serious? California is the dissipating structure of analytic logic replaced by magic as mediated by engineering. 3 feet off the ground and rising, the rest of the world rests its weary chin on our shores, gazing upwards. Critiquing. Swooning. Wishing it could come here to surf the silicon waves, fuck the silicone babes, or be swallowed up in some Mansonoid blood-red neon desert. Reporters come and go. They find an adolescent 75-year-old philosopher king preparing to have his head cut off and preserved on ice. But before going, he would like you to know that when the nervous system can be used at Einsteinian relativistic speeds, the passive limitations of the nervous system itself become apparent. California is on the edge of a tremendous nervous breakthrough. Some of you are jealous. European and Eastern Bohemians could never really embrace the psychedelic experience. It's not history that haunts them so much as the toilet training of classical education, the structures of credibility. California, incredible home of Disneyland, Hollywood, Silicon Valley, and LSD culture hasn't merely unmade history, it's flattened time. From our vantage point, we look forward as easily as we look backwards. This doesn't necessarily make us nice or happy. It does tend to make us permissive, but it can be the permissiveness of a cowboy lynch mob that is mutating via some mix of tabloid vulgarity and demediated sophistication towards replicating the international outlaw occult recklessness personified by the weirdo freaks who surrounded Hitler in Germany. But it doesn't have to be. From my time zone, it's obvious that we are constructing the digital equivalent of the DMT experience. Soon, all of the information in the universe will be mainlined directly into your nervous system. Trust me on this. You have a choice. You can either become an information processing machine, or you can become an orgasm. In other words, Wired versus Mondo.zxxi, for all eternity. 13. The future, my cultured friends, is the direct interaction between the nervous system and the information system. The formerly interior terrain of thought and memory will be exteriorized. It will begin at our fingertips. Our experiences, far from being disembodied, will be one of direct bodily reception. The spinal cord/brain as antenna. Don't be left behind. Here in California, there are many flavors of atavism to choose from. Look for the one that promises a breakthrough in the gray room. Nothing up our sleeves. No strings attached. This is what you've been waiting for. Step right up. You can't afford to miss this. The view from Butte, Montana. A response to Red's Java. Put Mundu. House. Walking the razor edge of hyperactivity. The SF postmoderns don't fear nothingness. They fear too much of too much. Then they move to Montana and give the state a bad name. The view from here is a bit contraire. In Old Butte, where the dust blows heavy with old smelter fallout, hyperactivity revolves around working 3 part-time minimum wage jobs to feed the kids, learning about the good life from watching primetime TV, and trying to fill all your hunting tags by killing deer, elk, antelope, and moose. The nothingness creeps in. The nothingness is not like the cold feeling of the ground that creeps through your sleeping bag and into your bones on a 30 below night in the mountains. The cold ground is real. Even if you freeze to death, at least you know it's nature's eloquent way of reaching out to you. The abyss has no eloquence. It's a nothingness like the patches of blank screen that appear on your computer screen during a virus attack. Dead animals, beer, TV, and the fact that your boss is some high school kid don't fill no abyss. The abyss, the nothingness, stems from the utter meaninglessness of your life. Being nice to some schmuck tourist who's paying for a bottle of pop with a credit card. Cheering for your kid who, even if he makes first string offense, won't have any future. Watching some Californicator build a log mansion on the creek where your dad used to take you fishing. You have little control and not many choices. Control? Tell the manager you think he should order more Coke and less Pepsi. Choice? Vote for the rich smooth-talking Democrat guy, or for the rich mean-spirited Republican guy. I would guess even the hyperactive silicon infogeeks feel about the same way. What are they creating with their life? Do they have time after work to play catch with their sons, or teach their daughters to two-step? Is the only difference between 14. Them and marginally employed Montanans that they are filling the hole in their life with a red Porsche and a trophy wife instead of an old Wagoneer and a .270 Winchester? Unfortunately, they all want to vacation in Montana, in August, when it seldom snows. Maybe the Unabomber was right, it would be better to dump the whole stinking system and take the consequences. The Unabomber was mostly talk. He didn't do as much harm as the LA freeway on a good day. And if we believe evolution, a human individual, even one who sends bombs in the mail, is just another stochastic factor, no more purposeful than an avalanche or a hungry grizzly. Now that really pulls me back from the abyss, the thought that human nature is just another random and meaningless Darwinian maze way. How about Zen? We're just part of nature, bobbing along on the watercourse way, so go with the flow. But then there are those who insist on building logjams, or log mansions, in the very spot nature leads me, graphite fleurod in hand. No political solution to be had there. Al Borgman, he's a philosophy professor in Missoula, but that's okay. Missoula isn't much further from Montana than Butte, believes the essential problem lies with the impotence of liberalism. Liberals refuse to make judgments on what constitutes the good life. So, without a goal, we board the train, criticize one another, and argue about where we have went wrong in the past. Meanwhile, the train pushes on, further blurring our sense of place, disrupting connections with community, and accelerating our mental pace, so that it becomes more and more difficult to hop off have a nice day. Following the thread of leading cyberthinkers, Delirium interviews Are You Serious? Paul Virilio, Jean Baudrillard, and Slavoj Zizek, and includes a major State of the Digital Union address by sci-fi writer, Bruce Sterling. It's better to be inspired than Wired. An interview with Are You Serious? John Lekowski. Clown Prince of the Digital Counterculture. The evolution of a bohemian, techno-hip subculture within the vibrant and elastic digital culture of today was mediated by two important events. One was the opening of the Internet. The other was the appearance of Mondo 2000. The early Internet derived much of its ambience from a strange hybrid of 60s counterculture and 80s libertarianism. MON 2000, a glossy periodical that evolved from an earlier Neopsychedelics Inc., incorporated this socio-political sensibility and blended it with their own peculiar sense of post-punk irreverence, drugged-up pranksterism, and high style. The result was a new cultural trend, or at least the media-generated illusion of one. It was 1989. Computers were seen as tools of high geekdom. Mondo, however, portrayed the new technology as sexy, hip, and powerfully subversive. And as Captain Picard might say, they made it so. It was Bart Nagel's unique computer-enhanced graphic style that pushed Mon 2K over the top, making it something of a phenomenon in the early 90s. However, the real meat was in the cheerfy. Irreverent exploration of nascent technoculture and the evolving computer underground from the perspectives of the writers/editors, whose handles were Are You Serious, St. Jude, and Queen Mew. Besides displaying strangeness and charm, early Mon was the only popular representation of the hacker ethic, described by author Andrew Ross as libertarian and crypto-anarchist in its right-to-know principles and its advocacy of decentralized knowledge. It asserts the basic right of users to free access to all information. It is a principled attempt, in other words, to challenge the tendency to use technology to form information elites. Zespnoculture 1161. Despite being non-technical, Mondo 2000's original editor-in-chief, the iconoclastic prankster Are You Serious, saw clearly the broad implications of the hacker ethic and incorporated it into his bag of tricks. He began hanging out on the Well, at that time a little-known Bay Area conferencing system that attracted 17 writers, hackers, artists, poets, and publishers from all over the world. He started a topic on Mon 2000 in the hacking conference on the Well, which evolved into the once vibrant, now defunct Mondo 2000 conference. In 1993, Serious split from Mondo 2000. Since then, he's contributed his increasingly acerbic scribblings to publications ranging from Art Firms International to I% and to Fekir Japan. In 1994, he recorded an unreleased album called IOU Babe for Trent Reznor's Nothing Records with his conceptual art rock band MV Inc., formerly called Mondo Vanilli. He has also co-authored 2 books with St. Jude, Cyberpunk Handbook, The Real Cyberpunk Fake Book, Random House, and How to Mutate and Take Over the World, Valentine. As this interview was completed, Serious told me about his new website, called The Mutate Project, that includes a public forum on how to conduct a guerrilla war against the censorship of the Internet. And other stuff. However serious this may sound, you can bet it's always somewhat tongue-in-cheek. Mod 0 to the core. Lekowski, did Mondo 2000 just cycle out? Or do you think, in a perfect world, you could have held the cultural edge and continued to produce quality content? Are you serious? Mondo had its moment on the tip of the wave. But I think that a certain combination of our editors and art people could have launched the truly corrosive assault on computer and media culture that was implicit in Mon at its best. I think it's silly to chase the edge. It's much more interesting to explode it. As well as the mainstream. It's better to be inspired than wired. Lekowski, when you're associated with the neophil fringe, there's that expectation that you'll always be remaking reality, though. Finding the next frontier. Are you, right? But I don't worry so much about the neophil fringe or the cult of newness, believe it or not. I'm more interested in passion and philosophy, sex and subversion. You know. Those old-fashioned values. This macho sort of posturing about being the fastest, most techno-hip, way-ahead person around gets really tiresome. It was sort of funny to me as the Mona % 2000 thing got going that some people really thought that I should feel ashamed because I'm not an authentic hacker. Really, who gives a fuck? I'm not an auto mechanic either. I just feel compelled to do various forms of communication and make art about the things that intrigue me. Lekowski, it seems that Mon tried to be digital culture while at the same time slam dunking it. Are you? Yes. My book How to Mutate and Take Over the World does that also. HDM and TOWIS both the next stage and my personal kiss-off to the so-called cyberculture. We were always horribly ambiguous. Even our hortatory, wild-eyed, faux-utopian opening statement from the first issue, which, incidentally, the academic types insist on keeping in circulation as proof of our naivete, was more an exercise. 18. In poetic extravagance than something to live and die by. So I rode the virtual reality hype and the smart drugs hype, but I also made a lot of cynical statements about them. Throughout the early 9OS, I repeated the line I'd rather watch Ren and Stimpy on caffeine than experience virtual reality on smart drugs in all my lectures and interviews, to try to detach from excessive identification with disappointing infant technologies. It's a very true statement, by the way. But ironic distance also quickly becomes banal. And that spells exhaustion. Let's not talk about exhaustion. What can you say, really? Lekowski, there have been many rumors about your reasons for splitting from Mondo in 1993. What's the real, unexpurgated story? I split primarily because I wasn't the one at the controls, and I could feel the thing spinning out of control and couldn't do anything about it. Unless you were inside Mondo, you couldn't possibly understand what it was like. Read Alice in Wonderland and the collected works of Kafka as though they were instruction manuals for how to succeed in business, for starters. I'm not interested in magnifying the details though. I love everybody involved. You know, only an absolute nut would have supported and helped to create Mondo 2000 when it started in 1989, so what the hell? And I'm a complete lunatic myself, so I can only be thankful. I've always been through the looking glass. Cyberpunk, threat, menace, or marketing concept. Lekowski, speaking of the past, let's talk about the C-word. Mondo 2000 was a focus of a superficial movement that called itself cyberpunk, after the literary genre. But like Mondo, it seems to be gasping for breath. The SF writers who were reluctantly responsible for the meme seem kind of relieved. But you released a book called The Cyberpunk Handbook in '95. What's your take? Bruce Sterling didn't want to have anything to do with it when we interviewed him back in '89. He said he was taking down the neon sign. All labels are just conveniences and anybody who takes them too seriously is a fool. But the compulsive need to jettison a label might just be one aspect of taking it too seriously. Does the label help you to communicate a certain aesthetic or a set of generally held beliefs and attitudes? Are you searching for a new label just because somebody told you that it wasn't hip to use this one anymore? I'm terribly trendy myself. I'm easily pressured by the tyranny of hip. So I had resolutely forsworn against the use of cyber in any form. But then I was offered a mercenary opportunity by Random House to assault the cyberpunk concept, in other words to help write a book called the Cyberpunk Handbook. It was their idea. I wanted to get the advance for the book and then change the title, but by the time we got the advance, Jude had written a whole bunch of great stuff about cyberpunks. And you know, fuck 'em if they can't take a joke. 19. Lekowski, cyberpunk was really just a marketing term from the word go. Art movements usually are. Gibson, Sterling, and Company saw an opportunity to market a genre, which is how you move product in a dense media culture. People need the various classifications and sub-classifications to know where to go, because there's too much stuff. The cool thing about the cyberpunk genre is that it's been pretty elastic. Pat Catagain, Rudy Rucker, Mondo 2000, Ravers, SRL, Underground Hackers, Gibson, Leary. It provided a pretty big tent for people to hawk their wares from. Lekowski, but cyberpunk seems to be dying now as a marketing concept. We thought we were in on the ground floor and, next thing we knew, we were buried under the basement, co-opted by a larger commercial mainstream. The big question seems to be whether the internet will become completely corporatized. And if it does, will there be alternative channels? Well, it's a legal matter now. A heavily censored net will make any sort of alternativeness difficult. But there's no easy division. Push comes to shove, the media core have to sell our pre-packaged little revolts into style for us because there's a consumer demand that isn't going to go away. Things are too unsatisfactory and people need to spit it up. Or, in other words, the corporate sponsors will want to put their little logos on everything. Lekowski, a favorite example being William S. Burroughs in a Nike ad. You said it. Would I do a Nike ad? I would. And does that weaken my stance? It does. Lekowski, and do you care? I don't. Really, heroism is a spectator sport. Fuck spectators. Anybody who doesn't factor a need to pay rent and to have pleasures into whatever expectations they have of anybody else can go to FNK. I hate expectations of any kind. Lekowski, subversion never completely succeeds but neither does the attempt to squash it. Subversion by its nature parasitizes whatever it attempts to subvert. But subversion isn't really subversive anymore. I mean, you can do the most outrageous shit, and people's ability to react is just flattened. The greatest hope for subversives is William Bennett and the Christian Coalition and all that. They are trying their best to make subversion subversive again. God bless M. Trapped in a world he never made. Lekowski, you seem to be into paradox. Leading cyberculture while slamming it, practicing raw capitalism while critiquing it in the process. This paradox seems to run through much of the culture jamming stuff. 20. Well, anybody who doesn't believe that we're trapped hasn't taken a good look around. We're trapped in a sort of mutating multinational corporate oligarchy that's not about to go away. We're trapped by the limitations of our species. We're trapped in time. At the same time, identity, politics, and ethics have long turned liquid. It seems that what we have, at least among the sort of hip technophile population, is an experimental attitude. An experimental attitude is one of not knowing, otherwise it's not really experimental. Also, most people try so hard to put their best face forward, right? I mean, if you're writing a righteous political statement on Monday and you're hyping your ass and talking to the lawyers on Tuesday, you're not going to emphasize Tuesday, you're not going to emphasize your own corruption. Except I tend to, because the deal is what's real. If I can make one claim, it's that I'm the most anti-purist motherlker around. Lekowski, I was talking to former FCC Commissioner Nicholas Johnson at a party last night. He was talking about the corporate monopolization of media. If 5 major corporations control all but the tiniest media channels, then they control the flow of information. In an information economy, that's the flow of life. That's why the corporate/government interests want to control the internet. To them, it's just one of the several media distribution channels. Zines and pirate media may continue to exist, but they're nothing against the corporate powers. There's some complicated dynamics there, between corporate interests, government interests, popular interests, and individual liberties that aren't so easily sorted out, but I'll say this from my little corner of the universe. If you have laws against obscenity and indecency in an open channel like the net, you've effectively silenced the non-mainstream, non-conforming voice because, sooner or later. This is the medium where it all converges. That's not some kind of 2% and style technophilia, that's just a fact of life. Sooner or later it all converges around an extension of telephony. Now, corporate media is a tremendous sponsor of alternativeness, but they can survive without it. Or they can pressure artists to tone it down. So it's the independents who are going to be crushed by this, as usual. However, the net is a terrific environment for guerrilla warfare. It's a great jungle in which to hide and from which to make attacks. And your attacks are by nature communicative. That's what a big chunk of HDM and TOW is about. Elie Borowski, I think that effective guerrilla actions in a mediated environment will have terrific subtlety. Have you any examples of this kind of poetic terrorism from your own work? I hope that always the answer to that question. One idea we propagate is that media hackers have to be really fucking great entertainers. That's the key. When you pirate television time, for instance, it should be such a FIM thing that people are waiting at their VCRs for the next one. I remember having an underground paper in high school. As soon as the principal announced over the loudspeaker that kids weren't allowed to have it. 21. Everybody wanted one. As soon as the kids saw that it was playful and funny, they wanted the next one. Of course, adults tend to view anything that isn't dull with suspicion, which is a problem. Bigger than Satan? Are you serious for anti-Newt? Lekowski, you clearly embrace a lot of contradictions. But what is it that you hope to accomplish? Is there, in any sense, a positive project? Are you? Serious project has always been largely about re-energizing the forgotten ideology of the 60s revolt, primarily the notion of post-scarcity liberation. I hesitate in tying myself to the 60s mast, but we're not talking Paul McCartney or George McGovern here. Okay. Post-scarcity was basically a premature post-industrial vision of a cybernetic culture in which alienated labor and scarcity was all but eliminated by technology. This had an enormous influence, sometimes explicit and sometimes subterranean. If you go back and investigate the writings of the Yippies, the Diggers, Daniel Cohn-Bendit, who led a near revolution in France in 1968, and various other political radicals, the ones that didn't get absorbed into old-fashioned Marx-Leninism, you find this theme over and over again. The machines of loving grace. This isn't utopian, by the way. I'm anti-utopian. I don't believe into Anzing philosophies or perfectly happy endings. But it could be a lot better than it is now. Lekowski, this is like anarchist subculture figure Bob Black's vision of ludic society. Actually we're in a very perverted version of a ludic society, in the sense that what's driving technological evolution is shifting from warfare to information, communications, and entertainment. Better games, greater bandwidth, film projects the size of military invasions and entertainment corporations the size of medium nation-states. Lekowski, an extension of the Japanese post-war economy. Yes. Big business with everybody so seriously dedicated to play that they never get a chance to. Lekowski, play is work. Are you right? In so many ways, our society explicitly strives to be the direct opposite of the ideal. It's pretty funny. On the other hand, this speed of light hell on wheels that we're living in seems to make for a lot of creative energy. There's something to be said for the stress that makes us all want to kill each other and make really cool web pages. Lekowski, notions like the end of work and scarcity are very obscure right now. Why do you think they're relevant? 22. All you have to do is look at the situation to realize that it's the only relevant political position for anybody who isn't rich. As the result of automation and internationalization, the economic power of ordinary people, which used to reside in the working class, has completely disappeared, which, incidentally, is why a lot of people have little reason to be thrilled by the relative democratization of media communications that Wired and Mondo have touted. Also, the virtual economy has overwhelmed the real economy of goods and services. At the cutting edge of capitalism, you're in a pure transacting economy of derivatives, currency exchanges, options and so forth that has displaced economics. Networked electronic trading is very much its own unique ecology. Money is being made not in the investing itself but on the abstraction of the transacting of conceptual wealth. Tremendous profits can be conjured from the consensual hallucination that a transaction that doesn't necessarily have to happen might accumulate, for example, interest at a later date. The important thing here is that not only doesn't capitalism require as many workers, it doesn't require as many consumers. An economy that trades in pure abstraction is self-sufficient. It can satisfy itself building hallucinatory fortunes that can be cashed in for ownership of property and advanced techno toys for your wired elite. It's all just bits and bytes really, it's a trick. But it conflates nicely with the logic of late capitalism, which is to eliminate that which is superfluous, in other words the formerly working class people who are no longer needed as workers or consumers. That's what downsizing is about. Killing the poor. This is not even a slight exaggeration. This is exactly the trajectory of late capitalism, and specifically of the Republican Revolution. Anyway, grant me that we're in a situation where workers are increasingly superfluous. I don't have the figures on hand, but some extraordinary percentage of those people who are employed work for temp agencies. Hazel Henderson told me that 60% of the American people are either unemployable, unemployed, working temp, or working without benefits or job security. A week after she said that, I saw Labor Secretary Robert Reich on television saying more or less the same thing, but the figure was 70%. But a recent poll shows that something like 95% identify themselves as middle class. Ha! They're not middle class. What you actually have, in vaguely Marxist terminology, is an enormous lumpen proletariat. In other words, non-working or barely working poor. I mean, this is the most oppressed country in the Western world according to all kinds of statistics. The Reagan Revolution turned the average American into a citizen of the Third World. And here comes Nuda.E to finish the job. People identify with the middle class though. They're temp workers with televisions, CD players, and hip clothes and hairstyles. The only alternative to a world of human refuse, serfs, and slaves abandoned by an increasingly self-sufficient corporate cyber/media oligarchy is a revolution of this lumpen proletariat, the formerly working class, based not in neo-Luddite refusal but in desire, a desire to live. Which means that the essentials should be 23. Given away free, unconditionally. This notion is of course completely in opposition to the current political discourse, and probably goes against every instinct in, say, the average Wired reader's brain. I'd like them to just think of me as the anti-Newt. Cyberculture, a meme that I'm at least partly responsible for generating, incidentally, has emerged as a gleeful apologist for this kill-the-poor trajectory of the Republican Revolution. You find it all over Wired, this mix of chaos theory and biological modeling that is somehow interpreted as scientific proof of the need to devolve and decentralize the social welfare state while also deregulating and empowering the powerful, autocratic, multinational corporations. You've basically got the breakdown of nation-states into global economies simultaneous with the atomization of individuals or their balkanization into disconnected subgroups, because digital technology conflates space while decentralizing communication and attention. The result is a clear playing field for a mutating corporate oligarchy, which is what we have. I mean, people think it's really liberating because the old industrial ruling class has been liquefied and it's possible for young players to amass extraordinary instant dynasties. But it's savage and inhuman. Maybe the Wired elite think that's hip. But then don't go around crying about crime in the streets or pretending to be concerned with ethics. It's particularly sad and poignant for me to witness how comfortably the subcultural contempt for the normal, the hunger for novelty and change, and the basic anarchistic temperament that was at the core of Mondo 2000 fits the hip, smug, boundary-breaking, fast-moving, no time for social niceties world of your wired mega-corporate info/comm/media players. You can find our dirty fingerprints, our rhetoric, all over their advertising style. The joke's on me. Lebaosri, clearly there's a fragmentation of community and dissolution of soul. We all sort of slid into it as cyber was co-opted and the internet was transformed into digital Las Vegas, but what are you going to do? Do you have a political agenda or a performance agenda? My main agenda is to explode constricting illusions, whether it's bourgeois propriety, expectation, shame over sexuality, or the money system. Also, in Freudian terms, I'm at war with the cultural superego in favor of the disencumberment of the libido, the ID, and the ego. Definitely in that order, which connects me to the surrealist and Dadaist traditions. Anyway, I don't acknowledge any separation between a political agenda, a performance agenda, a pop agenda, a theoretical agenda, a radical agenda, a survival agenda, a sexual agenda. My activities right now include getting attention for the book How to Mutate and Take Over the World, which I believe is an actual act of sabotage against the plans of big media/technology business, for reasons that aren't immediately obvious. The book announces itself as an act of sabotage on the surface, and fails as that, again on the surface. Wait and see how it unfolds. At the same time, I believe that I'm finally prepared to give expression to a complete alternative, revolutionary philosophy for the next decade. I'm prepared to deal with both deconstructions and visionary alternatives regarding the money system, cyborgization, virtualization, media, violence, and violent media and art. 24. Censorship, uncertainty, extropianism, or the transcendence of ordinary life, sociobiology, race, gender, sexuality, drugs, individualism and community. I'm ready to put forth a digital age politic that embraces the goals of both liberalism and libertarianism. I believe this will come together with the help of collaborators over the next year or two, and will be presented on the Mutate Project web page. Nobody has exploded the meaning of the money system or really produced a visionary socio-political agenda for AI post-industrial economy. It can be done. And 111 do it, with some help. I see all these media and software people making and spending millions and millions of dollars, and all of these millions of dollars being pissed away on mediocre films, mediocre magazines, pea-brained rock bands, stupid websites. It makes me sick. Give me $1 million fucking dollars and 111 bring you major cultural and political change within 4 years. The few people who really know about MONDD 2000 and what we did with very tiny resources will know that I'm being megalomaniacal, but I may be right. Everybody else will think I'm just being megalomaniacal. But I've grown a lot since Mondo 2000. Get me behind the wheel of another vehicle and Wired will be eating my dust. I want to be bigger than Satan. Unstable networks. Bruce Sterling. The commentary at cyberspace events often comes from a surprisingly wide area of the political and social spectrum, especially considering that most of the principals dress alike, look alike, and all use the same machinery. Still, the widely various people who speak at events like this have a bedrock of agreement. They will all declare that these are unprecedented and revolutionary times for computer communications, and that the decisions we make right now are going to drastically affect society for dozens, if not hundreds, of years to come. And there's a lot of home truth in that assessment. We really have been involved in a revolutionary epoch. During the past 7 years the status quo has taken a terrible battering, not just in the world of computation, but across the board, economically, politically, socially. There is a level of instability loose at the end of the 20th century that has not been around since at least 1945. Computer communications is one of most powerful, most influential, and least stable areas in the New World disorder. However, it seems to me that finally, now, in the summer of 1996, we may have attained a comparative breathing space. The flashbulb of cyber novelty has begun to fade from the retina of the public eye. The bloom of apparently unlimited possibility has receded a bit. We've begun to get a grip on our dumbfounded wonder. This process may be disillusioning, but one needn't feel cynical about it. It's not a cause for despair. That's the lovely thing about unlimited possibility and its down and dirty interaction with the human condition. There you are, you see, facing the marvelous unknown, all those possibilities. And, being human, you just have to make one little decision. Take one little action just to show that you can, really. And there's a reaction to that action, and that's gratifying, so you take another step. Then another, and another, and another, and pretty soon you've got kids and a mortgage. You're committed. That's life. We've managed to take some very important and very consequential actions in the past 7 years. They may not have been wise actions, but we're not wise, we're just blundering about and doing the best we can. And what was the upshot? Basically, we've bet the farm on the digital imperative. In the year 1996, everything aspires to the condition of software. Art, politics, music, money, words in a row, even sex wants to be digital and on a network. Everything aspires to the nebulous and liquid quality of moving digital informa. 26. Shin. We're getting used to this prospect in 199.6. We can spare ourselves the exhilarating sense of hysteria that this new reality provokes. We should seize this chance to get a little mental oxygen. We'll need it. The year 1996 is nicely poised between the world-shattering events of 1989 and the onrushing specter of the year 2000. The PLNet is still visibly recovering from 1989, the year the Cold War ended, and maybe the first year in which computer networks came creeping out of technical obscurity to seriously menace the status quo. Unless I miss my guess, the year 2000 will also be a truly extraordinary historical moment. The year 2000 will be an excellent opportunity to deny and dispose of the deeply repugnant 20th century. In the year 2000 there will be a general erasing of the memory banks, a bitter scorn for the hopelessly outdated, a firm and somewhat frantic rejection of a great deal of cultural baggage. Like most New Year's parties, it'll feel so good that none of us will be able to resist. In the year 2000, we'll all be engaged in a general frenzy of bright-eyed denial. So there's not much point in raising the black flag and rushing the barricades in 199.6. That's always a natural temptation, but we might be better advised to gather our wits and save some strength. Anything that we decide is electronic gospel right now will simply be kicked out of court in 2001. So even though we are all computer enthusiasts here, just for once let's try not to get completely worked up. There's sure to be plenty of time and reason for panic later. Because now, in 1996, we really have an information society. We used to talk about having an information society, and dream ardently of living in one, and now we've actually got one. In 1989 it was still theory and vaporware, but this is 1996, and we're in bed with it. We have to watch it eat crackers, we have to launder its sheets. Now that we've got it, what can we say about it? The very first fact to bear in mind about our information society is that this too shall pass. We live in the information age now, but there are people walking around in this city who have lived through THLC aviation age, the radio age, the 1000-year Reich, the atomic age, the space age, the new age, the Aquarian age, not to mention the sexual revolution and the epoch of new Soviet man. And trust me, a lot of these geezers and geezrettes are going to outlive the information age as well. In the old days history used to leave people behind, but now the pace of innovation is so savage that individual human beings can leave history behind. This age stuff comes pretty cheap to us nowadays. We postmodern types can burn out an age in 10 years. There's nothing more grotesquely temporary than a computer. I, personally, have 2 perfectly functional Apples and an Atari in a storeroom. I have no idea what to do with these computers. They cost me a great deal of money. Learning to use them was very complex and tiresome. It seemed like a very hip and groovy idea at the time, but now those high-tech gizmos are utterly obsolete and worthless. If I leave them on the sidewalk outside my house, together with the software and the manuals, nobody will bother to bend over and pick them up. I moved house recently. This caused me to make a trip to the Austin City landfill. Austin has a very nice landfill actually, it's manned by well-meaning green 27 enthusiasts who are working hard to recycle anything usable. When I went there last month I discovered a heap of junked computers that was 2 stories high. Dead monitors, dead keyboards, dead CPUs, dead modems. The junk people in my hometown get a stack that size once a week. I had to pay some close attention to that mighty heap of dead computers. It had all the sinister lure of the elephant's graveyard. Most of those computers looked like they were in perfect working order. The really ominous part of the stack was the really quite large percentage of discarded junk that was still in the shrink wrap. Never been used, and already extinct. Sometimes I talk to audiences who aren't computer enthusiasts like you, people who are deeply and genuinely intimidated by computers. I urge them not to worry too much. I urge them to think of a computer as something like a dragonfly. Yes, a dragonfly can do many impressive things that no human being can do, such as hover in midair and eat gnats. And yes, a dragonfly might even bite you. But you see, a dragonfly is a very temporary thing. When the height of summer, there will be whole clouds of them up there, sunlight glinting off their diaphanous wings, just flitting by, eating those gnats. But then the winter will come. And the snow will pile high. And every one of those lovely dragonflies will be cold and stiff and dead. But you'll be cozied up in your bath robe and bunny slippers, sipping hot chocolate and reading Danielle Steele novels. Gordon Moore says that a computer generation lasts about 18 months. He says that computer chips double in power every 18 months, roughly speaking. That means that a computer in 2010 is about 150 times as powerful as a computer in 1990. Roughly speaking. I had a computer in 1990. With any kind of luck I'll probably be around in 2010, and I rather imagine I'll have a computer then, too. So exactly how impressed am I supposed to get about a 1996 computer? It's maybe 5% of the computer I'll eventually be using. That's like comparing a Matchbox car to a Rolls-Royce. Even paperback books have a far longer lifespan than computers. It's a humble thing, a book, but the interface doesn't change and they don't need software upgrades and new operating systems. A $5 paperback book will dance on the grave of a $5,000 computer. Nothing that is real is absolute. In anything real there is good news and there's bad news. The information society has become a reality. There's good news, ladies and gentlemen, and there's bad news. The good news is, the digital revolution is over. The digits won hands down. Casualties were low, considering. We now live in the early days of the digital provisional government. The bad news is that the provisional government is inherently unstable. Its power base is a giant virtual castle made of bits of sand. It's a very mixed bag, the information age. Don't get me wrong, I love living here. Like a lot of my generation, I grew up more or less expecting nuclear Armageddon, and with that prospect off the front burner, life for me is a carnival. In the informative age, every day's an adventure. I'm never bored. 28. The information age has many stellar virtues. It is market-driven and extremely innovative. It's high-tech, hip, and fast on its feet. People who work in this field are deeply opportunistic and will seize on the slightest chance at daylight. The bad news is, if you survive every day by agile broken field running, it's easy to lose sight of your goals. In fact, you can forget the very concept of goals. You can run incredibly hard every day just to remain in the same place. The information society has basically forfeited any democratic control over its own destiny. No one's opinion is ever asked, nobody is ever polled. If we'd been asked to vote in a digital revolution, it almost certainly would never have happened. We were never offered that chance, it never occurred to us to ask for it or take it. Our lives have been turned upside down by a series of obscure technical events that transpired in a nearly perfect political vacuum. The moral idea of informed consent was never raised. Weird homemade machinery that was full of bugs and never worked very well burst out of garages in California and destroyed the modern capitalist order. That's the story, basically. Like it or lump it. There are vast fortunes to be made overnight in the information society. It's the hottest economic game on the planet. Vast fortunes can be lost just as quickly. Worse yet, there's no good safe place to store your loot if you make a pile and decide to jump off the jump act no brakes information bus. Thanks to computers, the stock market and bond market and currency markets are aswarm with sophisticated capital instruments that have created a seething global casino economy. There's more money in the thrash of leverage, futures, and derivatives than there is in rational capitalist investment. In an information society, even oil companies want to act like Hollywood. Thanks to modems, cell phones, cell faxes, laptops, beepers, and satellite dishes, we're never out of touch. I can read my email, which I happen to store in San Francisco, whenever I'm in Vancouver. The bad news is that, yes, I can read my email in Vancouver. I could be doing Great British Columbia type things instead, having the BC sushi roll, shopping in Chinatown, spiking the old growth forest. But 111 deny myself those harmless, life-enhancing amusements, because I feel compelled to mind my business and read my email. There might be some kind of urgent message from a publisher in Italy. I've had publishers in Italy for years now, but they never, ever sent me urgent messages, because they used to know full well that it was useless. Now they can reach me fast and cheap, and by golly, they expect to reach me and they expect a response. Can't neglect that email. It's got global reach. I might get fan mail from some cypherpunk in Finland. Some teenage hacker in Abu Dhabi wants me to tell him how to break into Saudi mainframes, so he can get his hands chopped off by the authorities. I'm never out of touch. I'm never allowed to be, because there's no place left to hide. When I'm not changing diapers, I fancy myself quite the hip globetrotter information age kind of guy. That's because I have friends in Prague. People in Prague are very friendly, they have a lovely town and a unique culture. They're also very hospitable, and it's a good thing, because since 1990 or so they've been getting about 80 million people a year through that city. 29. This influence of rampant globalization is hitting a little country which was deep frozen behind the Iron Curtain for 40 years. The web throws down its virtual threading all over the world, and what does this do to indigenous cultures? I don't think there's a lot of use in mincing words here. I think it's pretty clear that the information society engulfs and devours the little unique places. It's wonderful to visit Prague, but if you're a citizen of the information society, you can't touch that place without denting it. Every quiet and hidden place in the world bears our fingerprints now. As the seasoned travel writer Pika Iyer likes to put it, it's video night in Kathmandu. For me this situation is great. Basically, I live and breathe and thrive through cultural imperialism. I have 4 books out in Denmark this year. You see, I got interviewed by some stranger over the internet, and it turned out he worked for a major newspaper in Copenhagen. Suddenly and quite without my own intention, I became rather well known in Denmark. This October I'm flying to Copenhagen to do my one-man corporate multinational thing. I'll be an American science fiction writer living it up in Denmark. How many Danish science fiction writers do I know? 0. I know they must exist, so I hope 111 meets some. For me to get published in their country, it's easy, it's something I can do by accident. For a Danish science fiction writer to get published in my country, they'd have better luck trying to ooze face first through a one-way mirror. Is the internet really a many-to-many, egalitarian network? Is a guy with a modem in Copenhagen or Montreal really on the same level as a guy with a modem in Austin or San Francisco? I'd like to think that is the case. Although it clearly isn't. Personally, I like to talk to remote strangers on the internet. I always go out of my way to reply politely to these odd characters around the planet with their unlikely internet addresses and their entertainingly broken English which, by the way, is always a million times better than my French, my Russian, my Czech, my Danish, or my Japanese. The good news is that I can chat with distant strangers. The bad news is that while I'm on the internet, I'm not chatting to my next-door neighbor. I'm not going to any neighborhood rallies, I'm not throwing parties for local friends, I'm not babysitting other people's kids. It may be that I'm not even talking to my own children, who are off in the living room being raised by Nintendo. Sure, I can trade digital video clips with hackers in Borneo over World Wide Web, but for AI1 I know my next-door neighbor is a serial killer with an icebox full of his acquaintances. Is this a pernicious aspect of the information society? Well, how will we know? Who can tell? Who's keeping track? Suppose it were pernicious, how would they stop me? Are the police supposed to unplug and confiscate my modem, tell me to go to the local Rotary Club and stop typing messages to people in Jakarta and Vladivostok? By what right? There's always something new in cyberspace circles. It's unfailingly entertaining, you've got to give it that. There's a scandal a week, sometimes two. I wrote a 30 non-fiction true crime book about one of these cyberspace scandals once, it took me a year and a half to do it. I could write a similar book once every week if there were 52 of me. Let's just dip our fingertips into this brimming cornucopia of digital bounty, shall we? Government abuse of confidential files. Software piracy on pirate bulletin boards. Canadian judicial gag rules on cases flouted by people on the internet. The CIA, the NSA trolling the internet for anything they might find useful. The French Secret Service bribing and supplying money to the Chaos Computer Club. Cryptography scandals, just no end to those. CRYPT0 has more scandals and screw UPS and bonehead moves than a 24-hour festival of the Three Stooges. Oceans of money sloshing around. Telephone companies buying cable companies, software companies buying cell phone companies, computer companies buying parts of the radio spectrum. Internet startups offering voice phone software, telephone companies offering internet hookups. Software patents, algorithm patents. Computer search and seizure practice. Spamming scandals, virus scandals. Poisoned Java applets, bad applets, rotten applets. I've watched this stuff going on for years now. A pattern is emerging. It's amazing how little is ever decided, how little there is to show at the end of the day. Everything is temporary, all band-aids and toothpicks. Every once in a while there's a solemn edict from on high, something like America's Communications Decency Act, a ridiculous gesture with absolutely no connection to reality. Quite often some small and innocent person is inconvenienced, insulted, or even crushed by the blind mechanisms of the powers that be, but that changes nothing. Events that might become case law or policy are treated merely as traffic accidents on the internet. What? They arrested him. Too bad. What? They might arrest me too. Ha ha ha. Forget it. People who like computers are really smart. They're bright, imaginative, and inventive people. They also work hard, they are quick studies and they tend to have quite a lot of money and to deploy it with gusto and relish. Despite these manifest virtues, these bright, inventive computer people are some of the worst organizers in the world. They can't organize a bridge party without wanting to change the cards halfway for a colorful graphic-intensive tarot deck. Everybody wants to be the symbolic analyst. Nobody wants to empty the ashtrays and make the hors d'oeuvres. They're hungry all right, but they don't want to fill the sink, roll up sleeves and do the dishes. Too slow, too dirty, too analog. Can't we just order Chinese takeout and have it faxed in? Instability is the congenital disorder of the lords of the information society. It's their version of the mark of Cain. Even the pathetic brainwashed victims of corrupt Christian televangelists can out-organize computer people. They don't want to build their own system, fill the plot holes and root out the sewers. They want to hack the old system overnight and scamper off with unearned rewards. That's why Ross Perot, a textbook case of a megalomaniacal computer tycoon, thinks he can make himself president by skipping any actual political career and making gestures on a TV talk show. 31. Computer activists react in deep existential horror at the thought of political scut work, patiently testifying to subcommittees, lobbying legislators. Actual politics is beneath them. They want to sit down at the console, hit Alt-Control F2 and have a law come out. The price of liberty is said to be eternal vigilance, but that's a pretty steep price, isn't it? Can't we just automate this eternal vigilance thing? Maybe we can just install lots of 24-hour networked video cams. The information society is not at all a friendly environment for the knight in grey humal armor, the loyal employee, Mr. Cog, the organization man. This guy is dwindling like the bison, because we can't be bothered to support him and yet we still want his territory. We don't want to guarantee this guy anything. Because we probably won't be around ourselves when he needs us. We information age types lack the patience for actual corporations, so we prefer nice, flimsy, gilded pasteboard virtual corporations. In virtual corporations, there are no corporate power pyramids and no lines of accountability. That's exactly why people like virtual corporations in the information society. Amazing stuff happens and huge sums change hands, and yet no one can be held responsible. Your average high-tech startup is one of those decentralized, empowered, third-wave organizations. Something like a mafia. Not the old-fashioned mafia where people swore loyalty till death, though. No, it's new and postmodern, like the Russian mafia. It's the Silicon Valley ethos. People in Silicon Valley prefer to work for a company for 2 years and then bail. They don't want to creep up dull and tiresome corporate ladders. I don't blame them, because I sure never did it, but they have developed a hack for this. They place their bets on a bunch of different start UPS, and then have one hit big and dump a load of cash in their laps. The idea of being morally, fiscally, and socially responsible for your professional activities over a 20 or 30-year period is completely anathema to Silicon Valley people, to electronic frontier people. They really do have a frontier mentality, a brave, optimistic, can-do, strip-mining, clear-cutting mentality. They don't eat what they kill. People as bright as really bright computer people just can't stand to do boring things for a long boring time. They fear and despise concepts like political party discipline, institutions, armies. That's why the internet is not at all like an army. An army is a vast machine for forcing somebody's unwilling flesh into the meat grinder. It gets results by forcing results with blood and discipline and bayonets. The internet is a vast machine for finding somebody else to write your term paper for you. It gets results by mechanically sifting through enormous heaps of useless gibberish. You pay your money and you take your choice. The internet is out of control. No one is responsible for it. This is its most charming aspect. It's that sense of wizardry, that Dionysian quality, the spontaneous way it accretes, the way it spreads on the wind all over the place, much like bread mold. People really enjoying watching phenomena that are out of control, especially when they're at a safe distance, like behind the glass of a computer screen. It's a fine spectacle, a truly noble spectacle, a 105% genuine vision thing, one of the very few aspects of contemporary society which isn't transparently motivated by bald greed. 32. And ruthless opportunism. People lean on the net and believe in it with a conviction all the stronger because there is so little else left for them to believe in. They don't mind that it's out of control, when the things that are in control are commonly bent to such sordid ends. Of course, living in a way which is genuinely out of control is a rather different business. People like to be out of control for, like, the space of a Mardi Gras weekend. After that they want a back rub and some money, they start looking around for their house shoes. If they can't find them, they start getting anxious. And justly so. People in the information society are adaptable and fast on their feet. They're all road warriors with laptops. They don't need a big clunky ranch house with a white picket fence, they're living out of the back of a Ferrari. Which is very cool. Unless your grandmother loses her ranch house because the entire economy has downsized and devolved into a viral mess. Then your grandmother decides that she has to move into the back seat of the Ferrari with you. Then you and your fleet-foot highly wired lifestyle look a tad less cozy. It becomes a tad hard to tell the jet-setters from the gypsies in that situation. All this free-floating anxiety you've been feeling suddenly comes home to roost. Who's logging those frequent flyer miles, and who's merely homeless? It's great to cut fine distinctions between the keyboard-punching virtual class and the Rust Belt lumpen proletariat, but a real no-kidding aristocracy has a host of ways to tell us from them. The information age doesn't have that, it moves too fast for elegant manners. In the information age, you can be a physicist with 4 postdocs and still drive a cab. It's market-driven this and market-driven that, market-driven dog and market-driven cat. In the information society, the invisible hand of the market isn't a human hand. It never was, but now its nature is obvious. It's some kind of spastically twitching titanium-coated manipulator. In the information society we like to believe that knowledge is power. Because it is, sort of kind of. On alternate Tuesdays, maybe. People like to say that the so-called knowledge found on the internet is empowering to the individual. Is it really? Let's try a thought experiment. Let's imagine you have a brain tumor. You're in big trouble, but luckily, you're on the internet. You could try to find a brain surgeon in your hometown, but why risk this old-fashioned, limited, parochial solution? Instead, you do an Alta Vista search for the term brain surgeon. Sure enough, you get an internet entrepreneur. You go to an IRC channel to have a chat with this guy. So, can you tell me a little about your qualifications? Sure. I've memorized the brain surgery frequently asked questions list. I always read net news from alt.brain.surgery. I've FTP'd and gophered hundreds of files about human brains. Plus, I have 15 CDROMs about brain surgery. In fact, I've even put on a headset and goggles and performed virtual brain surgery, rehearsing the procedures hundreds of times in computer simulations. Plus, I work cheap. No union. When can you come on down to the lab? So you're not an actual MD, then? 33. Sure, I got a degree. I've got a nice printout diploma from Dr. Benway's online college off virtual medical knowledge. It's based in a website in Granada. I downloaded and read every one of the lessons, so you don't need to worry. Software engineers don't have licenses, politicians don't have licenses, journalists don't have licenses either, and those are all important knowledge-based professions, so I don't see why you need to get all fussy about cutting people's heads open. This is the information age, and thanks to the internet I possess all the photos and words and documents that any doctor has. Why should I go through a lot of tiresome pro forma nonsense before I hang up my shingle? Let's do business. How about the Hippocratic Oath? Look, that documentation is over 2,000 years old. Get up to date, pal. Your pathetic nationalist government may not approve of our healthcare methods up there in stuffy socialist Canada, but not everybody has your health system. Here in the Turks and Caicos Islands everything we do is perfectly legal. There's a word for people who can learn all the buzzwords of medicine without getting a diploma, serving an internship, or joining a professional medical association. We call these people quacks. Quacks are a very interesting class of people. They're inventive and clever and make a lot of money. They've always made a lot of money, but with the free flow of specialized information on the internet, incredible new vistas open up for quacks. I haven't seen many of these vistas fully exploited yet, but I rather expect to. Information society people may not be quacks exactly, but they sure do wear a lot of hats. I know people personally who are CD-ROM designers and software entrepreneurs and system administrators and security consultants and conference organizers, and that's all in 1 week. They are clever, inventive people who are quick studies and can brush up on the jargon of several widely different occupations and convince their clients that they are genuinely skilled and experienced. If you do that in the world of computers, it's called access to information and self-guided education, but if you try it in law or medicine or civil engineering, you are best described as a charlatan. The information age may be the golden age of charlatanry. This is the way that system cracking hackers act, the way that hackers learn things. When system cracker people use convincing language to get people to give them access that they really shouldn't have, they call that practice social engineering. It's very powerful and very corrosive. Hackers are very evangelical about liberating other people's secrets. It's a core myth of the era. There have been several Hollywood movies that hinge on gallant Robin Hood hackers breaking into a system and finding out some terrible and important secret. The baddies try to grab them and shut them up, but in the last reel the hackers always blow the hidden information all over the network and it ends up in the New York Times or CNN. End of story. It's a beautiful idea, really, one of the central romantic myths of the information age. No one can shut up the heroic hacker dissidents, and the bad guys always crumble and scamper off like whipped dogs when the truth comes out. A beautiful myth. I've been following the hack freak scene for years now, hoping that some 34 day, just once, something like that would actually happen. Some hacker kid breaks into the sinister corporate mainframe and he finds and distributes the secret and hideous data files that prove that rich guys in suits are deliberately poisoning us with dioxin. Or maybe they've got the aliens from the Roswell incident or just a few of the 47 guys who shot John Kennedy. If a hacker really did something like that, would make up for a lot of annoyances. Never happens. Never ever. Actually, horrible secrets come up all the time, but they're usually found out by journalists and cops. And even that finishes up with a happy ending about 1 time in 20. Does the free flow of information on the internet help? I wonder. I do know of one revelatory scandal that broke on the internet, the Pentium chip bug. I don't think I've ever seen an example of people on the internet unearthing and distributing a real-world non-computer-based scandal. Something really embarrassing. The truth comes in over the modems and governments fall. Maybe that 11 happen someday. I don't think it's happening now. Let me give you what seems to me to be a swell real-world example of this. I think this story is the single weirdest story I've ever heard over the internet. This story has been happening in the country of Slovakia over the past year. Slovakia used to be the right half of Czechoslovakia, but the Czech Republic ended up in the hands of Václav Havel, and the Slovak Republic ended up in the pockets of a gentleman named Vladimir Maciar. Maciar became prime minister of his new little republic, but he got into a nasty power struggle with Slovakia's president, a guy named Michael Kovac. Kovac and Maciar were from different parties and they just didn't get along. Well, President Michai Kovac has a son named Michael Kovac Jr., and this younger man was involved in some shady business deals in Austria. Maciar knew this, he was making a big deal of it. Nothing much was happening there though, his son's financial scandal wasn't destroying Kovac politically. So last August 8 guys jumped Michael Kovac Jr. in his Mercedes limo. First they handcuff him, then they put a black hood on him, then they beat him up, then they torture him with electric shocks, then they force him to guzzle half a liter of whiskey so he gets completely plastered. Then they bundle the president's son into his own Mercedes limo, and they drive him across the border into Austria. Then they dump him and leave. So the Austrian cops, all surprised, find the son of the president of Slovakia dead drunk in his car. So they arrest him and take him to the hospital to patch up his wounds. So after a while the Austrian cops figure it's kind of embarrassing to have the Slovak president's son in the slammer, especially under these circumstances with the electric shocks and all. It's sort of as if Hillary Clinton had been beaten up and dumped in Canada and accused of shady dealing in Arkansas real estate. I mean, maybe you Canadians would have your suspicions about Hillary, but I figure you would probably want to give her back pronto. So the Austrians let Kovac Jr. go back to Slovakia. He goes back plenty mad. 35. Well, the Slovaks get a cop to investigate this kidnapping, but the cop gets fired right away. You see, the cop swiftly discovered that these kidnappers were members of the Slovak Intelligence Service, which is a secret police agency in the pocket of the Prime Minister. Another cop took the job, he found out the same thing, and he got fired too. The head of the Slovak Intelligence Service arranged both of these firings. He complained that the police were being too rough on his secret police agents and endangering national security. This is all a true story, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not embroidering this, in fact I'm sparing you some of the real prisoner of Zenda elements because they're too melodramatic even for a science fiction writer. The scandal is looking pretty bad for the Prime Minister at this point, so he gets some of his allies in the Parliament to accuse the President of high treason. That doesn't work out. The treason impeachment trial doesn't get off the ground, because the Prime Minister hasn't figured out how to swing votes in his own Parliament. And also because the President himself has actually done anything. At this point one of the original kidnappers becomes disgusted. He's a secret policeman and a torturer, but he just can't take it anymore. He goes to the press and confesses everything. He testifies repeatedly, to the newspapers, to the radio, to the cops, that the head of the Secret Service was on the radio personally directing the whole affair. Prime Minister Masiar and his secret police boss loudly deny this. They swiftly come up with an alternate story. They declare that the president's son kidnapped himself, tortured himself with electrodes, and dumped himself in Austria dead drunk, just to make the Prime Minister look bad. Secret police agents then find the family of this guy who's confessed to the kidnapping, and they start beating them up. Later the guy's best friend is blown up by a car bomb. When the autopsy is performed the coroner finds a bullet in the dead man's stomach. The Prime Minister's stooges claim that the car blew up by accident and the bullets was an accidental bullet in the stomach that came from the victim's own gun when it accidentally went off in the terrific heat from the car's accidentally blowing up, and that it's terribly shocking and even libelous to allege that this was a political murder. The president's out of patience now. The president openly accuses the secret police of kidnapping his son, so the head of the secret police sues him for libel. He also sues the local newspaper for saying the same thing, and then he sues a priest who presided over the blown-up guy's funeral. The Prime Minister puts yet another stooge on TV who claims that the president's son rigged the whole thing. Then the Slovak Parliament gets into the act. They've got an independent commission which has been investigating. Got some results too. The committee gives out the names of the 8 kidnappers and the cars they were driving and exactly how they went about kidnapping the president's son. And I'm watching this whole thing take place, week by week, day by day, in amazed fascination. Because I'm on a couple of Central European internet mailing lists. 36. There's even a tasty phone freak angle in this, because at one point somebody taps the phone calls coming out of the limo of the chief of secret police, and the chief spook is laughing evilly at the investigators and calling them a bunch of idiots who'll never prove anything. They got the tape and they play it on the radio. The secret policeman says the tape is forged. He refuses to resign. He's still in power right now. Now, if having the truth splashed across the internet was enough to bring down a government, wouldn't this do it? This looks like a pretty whacking good scandal to me. It's quite a story. It's too weird even for Hollywood. It's got kidnappers and electrodes and car bombs and secret policemen and embezzlement and thugs and politicians. At the risk of being sued for libel by angry Slovak authorities, I would have to conclude that the country's highest offhand LSR, well, let's just say they're strongly implicated. So is the Prime Minister going to resign? Do the decent thing? Skulk off in shame? Bow to public opinion, roused to righteous fury by these unsavory revelations? Of course not. He's simply gonna brazen it out in the broad light of day. People from outside Slovakia will simply be ignored, and troublesome people inside Slovakia will be sued, pursued, BEA.10 up, zapped with electrodes and dumped in Austria if not blown sky high. The Prime Minister is like a Wolverine with his foot nailed to a board. Except that it's not his foot, and that's not a board, and it's not a big bloody nail, and anybody who says different had better be real careful around an ignition key. You shall know the truth and the truth will make you free, right? Sunlight is the best disinfectant. Well, maybe. We might learn a lot of truth about a lot of things off the internet, or at least access a lot of data about a lot of weird junk, but does that mean that evil vanishes? Is our technology really a panacea for our bad politics? I don't see how. We can't wave a floppy disk like a bag of garlic and expect every vampire in history to vanish. Isn't it far more likely that we'll get the internet that we deserve? Cyberspace isn't a world all its own like Jupiter or Pluto, it's a funhouse mirror of the society that breeds it. Like most mirrors, it shows whatever it's given, on any day. That's mostly human banality. Cyberspace is not a fairy realm of magical transformations. It's a realm of transformations, all right, but since human beings aren't magical fairies, you can pretty well scratch the magic and the fairy parts. Sometimes computers really are empowering. On the days when they're new, and the days when they really work, which are pretty much contradictory times, actually. When computers do work, it's the power to be your best. It's also the power to be your worst, which doesn't get quite so much publicity in the ads. But you know, a power that was only the power to do good would not be power at all. Real power is a genuine trial. Real power is a grave responsibility and a grave temptation which often causes people to go mad. Technical power is power. When you deal with power, you have to fear the consequence of a bad decision before you can find any satisfaction in a good one. Real power means real decisions, real action. 37. With real consequence. If that weren't true, then we would be puppets devoid of will, permanent children always spared temptation by machinery in the role of the adults. It saddens me to say these things, because it goes so much against my nature. I'm a science fiction writer. People pay me to dream stuff up. People have to have their dreams. Without vision, the people perish. It's not that fabulous possibilities aren't real. They are real. In the cold objective eye of eternity, everyone who has ever flown across the Atlantic has done something just as marvelous as Lindbergh did. Lucky Lindy was met by cheering crowds who heralded the mighty dawn of the new age of flight. But if you were met by cheering crowds on the far side of the Atlantic when you flew to France in 1996, this would not be good. You would not be pleased to see that their sense of wonder about the act of flight was still intact. You wouldn't congratulate the French on their lack of disillusionment. On the contrary, you would know full well that something had gone terribly wrong with the human beings who were witnessing this event. It would be a sign of psychopathic disruption, a society stuck in an infinite loop, jaws always agape, learning nothing, experiencing nothing. We shouldn't blame ourselves when the wonder fades, much less blame our machinery. Instead, we should come to appreciate the way that human beings give ideas their substance. We can take fantastic abstractions and personify them, make them real. We're not disembodied intellects. That was a powerful dream of the last millennium, but a new millennium is at hand now, and our machines can play that dismal role for us. Infinity and eternity are not our problems. Science fiction writers say a lot of silly things, but H.G. Wells once said a very wise thing. If anything is possible, then nothing is interesting. It's not the center of ideas that are interesting, these bloodless Platonic concepts of bogus purity and lifeless rigid order. It's the living, seething mess out there, where actions have consequences, where the street finds its own uses for things. That is our arena. And it's up to us, not just to imagine it, but to inhabit it. Not just to admire it and make gestures, but to judge it ere it take action. The future is unwritten. Global debt and parallel universe. An electronic billboard in Times Square displays the American public debt, an astronomical figure of some thousands of billions of dollars which increases at a rate of $20,000 a second. Another electronic billboard at the Beaubourg Center in Paris displays the thousands of seconds until the year 2000. The latter figure is that of time, which gradually diminishes. The former figure is that of money, which increases at a skyrocketing speed. The latter is a countdown to second zero. The former, on the contrary, extends to infinity. Yet, at least in the imaginary, both of them evoke a catastrophe, the vanishing of time at Beaubourg, the passing of the debt into an exponential mode, and the possibility of a financial crash in Times Square. In fact, the debt will never be paid. No debt will ever be paid. The final counts will never take place. If time is counted SILE temps now est compte, the missing money is beyond counting od and de tout comptabilité. The United States is already virtually unable to pay, but this will have no consequence whatsoever. There will be no judgment day for this virtual bankruptcy. It is simple enough to enter an exponential or virtual mode to become free of any responsibility, since there is no reference anymore, no referential world to serve as a measuring norm. The disappearance of the referential universe is a brand new phenomenon. When one looks at the billboard on Broadway, with its flying figures, one has the impression that the debt takes off to reach the stratosphere. This is simply the figure in light years of a galaxy that vanishes in the cosmos. The speed of liberation of the debt is just like one of Earth's satellites. That's exactly what it is. The debt circulates on its own orbit, with its own trajectory made up of capital, which, from now on, is free of any economic contingency and moves about in a parallel universe. The acceleration of capital has exonerated money of its involvements with the everyday universe of production, value, and utility. It is not even an orbital universe, it is rather x-orbital, x-centered, x-centric, with only a very faint probability that, one day, it might rejoin ours. That's why no debt will ever be paid. At most, it can be bought over at a bargain price to later be placed back on a debt market, public debt, national debt, global debt, where it will have become a currency of exchange. Since there is no likely settlement date, the debt has an incalculable, inestimable value. As long as it hangs like that over our heads with no reference whatsoever, it also serves as our only guarantee against time. Unlike the countdown, which 39 signifies the end of time, an indefinitely deferred debt is the guarantee that even time is inexhaustible. And we really need a virtual time insurance since our future is about to dissipate in real time. Clearing the debt, settling the accounts, cancelling the payments by the third world. Don't even think about it. We only live because of this imbalance, of the proliferation and the promise of infinity created by the debt. The global or planetary debt has, of course, no meaning in the classical terms of stock or credit. But it acts as our true collective credit line, a symbolic credit system whereby people, corporations, nations are attached to one another by default. People are tied to each other, this goes for the banks too, by means of their virtual bankruptcy, just as accomplices are tied by their crime. Everyone is certain to exist for the other in the shadow of an unamendable and insolvable debt, for, as of today, the total amount of the global debt is much larger than the total amount of available capital. Thus, the debt no longer has any meaning but to unite all civilized beings to a same destiny served on credit. A similar thing takes place with nuclear weapons whose global capacity is much bigger than what is needed to destroy the entire planet. Yet, it remains as a way of uniting all of humankind to a same destiny marked by threat and deterrence. At least, it is easier now to understand why the Americans are so eager to advertise their domestic debt in such a spectacular manner. The Times Square initiative is designed to make the state feel guilty about the way it runs the country, and intended to warn the citizens about the imminent collapse of the financial and public spheres. But, of course, the exorbitant figure deprives the billboard of any meaning, even figures have lost their credit line. In fact, this is nothing more than a gigantic advertising campaign and, by the way, this is why the neon billboard is made to look like a triumphant stock exchange quotation that has gone over the top. And people stare at it, fascinated by the spectacle of a world performance. In the meantime, People rarely look at the numerical time clock at Bobourg to witness the gradual ending of this century. People are collectively in the same situation as that Russian test pilot who, until the very last second, was able to see his airplane drop and crash on the video system of his Tupolev jet. Did he have the ultimate reflex to look at the image before dying? He could have imagined his last living moments in virtual reality. Did the image survive the pilot, even for a tenth of a second, or vice versa? Does virtual reality live on after the catastrophe of the real world? Our true artificial satellites are the global debt, the flows of capital, and the nuclear loads that circle around the Earth in an orbital dance. As pure artifacts, with a sidereal velocity and an instantaneous capacity of reversal, they have found their true place. This place is even more extraordinary than the stock exchange, banks, or nuclear stockpiles. It is that of the orbit, where they rise and set like artificial suns. Some of the most recent of these exponentially developing parallel worlds are the Internet and the many worldwide webs of information. Each day, in real time, the irresistible growth, or outgrowth perhaps, of information could be measured there, with numbers representing the millions of people and the billions of opera. 40. Shns that they cover. Information now expands to such an extent that it no longer has anything to do with gaining knowledge. Information's immense potential will never be redeemed and it will never be able to achieve its finality. It's just like the debt. Information is just as insolvable as the debt and will never be able to get rid of it. Collecting data, accumulating and transporting information all over the world are the same thing as compiling an unpayable debt. And here too, since proliferating information is larger than the needs and capacities of any individual, and of the human species in general, it has no other meaning but that of binding humankind to a destiny of cerebral automation and mental underdevelopment. It is clear that if a small dose of information reduces ignorance, a massive dose of artificial intelligence can only reinforce the belief that our natural intelligence is deficient. The worst thing that can happen to an individual is to know too much and, thus, to fall beyond knowledge. It is exactly the same thing with responsibility and emotional capacity. The perpetual intimation of the media in terms of violence, suffering, and catastrophe, far from exalting some sort of collective solidarity, only demonstrates our real impotence and drives us to panic and resentment. Caught in their autonomous and exponential logic, all these parallel worlds are like time bombs. It is more obvious with nuclear weapons, but it is also true of the debt and capital flows. The smallest intrusion of these worlds into ours, the least noticeable encounter between their orbits and ours, would immediately disrupt the fragile equilibrium of our exchanges and economies. This would, or will, be the same with the total liberation of information, which could transform us into free radicals desperately searching for our molecules in a scanty cyberspace. Reason would probably insist that we include these worlds into our homogeneous universe. Nuclear weapons would have a peaceful use, all the debts would be erased, all the flows of capital would be reinvested in terms of social well-being, and information would contribute to knowledge. This is, no doubt, a dangerous utopia. Let these worlds remain parallel to ours, let their threats hang up in the air, their eccentricity is what protects us. For, no matter how parallel and eccentric they may be, they are in fact ours. We are the ones who created them and placed them beyond our reach, as an ersatz of transcendence. We are the ones who placed them on their orbits as some sort of catastrophic imaginaries. And it is perhaps better this way. Our society was once solidified by a utopia of progress. It now exists because of a catastrophic imaginary. Translated Lee-François Deb and originally published as Det mondiale et univers parallel, /e in Liberation, par and January 15, 1996. Cybertwar, God and Television. An interview with Paul Virilio. Louise Wilson. Beneath Mirabeau Bridge flows the Seine. And our love. Must I remember? Joy followed always after rain. Let night come sound the hour. Time draws in I remain tracked via Mirabeau Bridge for Guillaume Apollinaire, quoted by Paul Virilio at the beginning of the interview. Louise Wyhan, first of all, I'd like to say that I approach your work as a visual artist. Paul V, Relio, but, I always write with images. I cannot write a book if I don't have images. I believe that philosophy is part of literature, and not the reverse. Writing is not possible without images. Yet, images don't have to be descriptive, they can be concepts and dialogues, and I often discuss this point. Concepts are mental images. Wilson, in the text The Museum of Accidents, you write about the problem of positivism facing a museology of science, and the need for the science of an anti-science museum. Virilio, in the Museum of Accidents, I say at the end of the article that television is the actual museum. In the beginning, I say, a museum of accidents is needed, and the reader imagines a building with accidents inside. But at the end, I say, no, this museum already exists, it's television. This is more than a metaphor, the cinema was certainly an art, but television can't be, because it is the museum of accidents. In other words, its art is to be the site where all accidents happen. But that's its only art. 42. Wilson, so in talking about the simulation industry and its function to expose the accident in order not to be exposed to it, could you say more about that in its relationship to television? Krilio, one exposes the accident in order not to be exposed to the accident. It's an inversion. There is a French expression that says, to be exposed to an accident, to cross a street without looking at the cars means exposing oneself to be run over. This is more than a play with words, it's fundamental. For instance, when a painter exhibits his work, one says, he exposes his work. Similarly, when we cross the street, we expose ourselves to a car accident. And television exposes the world to the accident. The world is exposed to accidents through television. The editor of the New York Times was recently interviewed in Le Nouvel Observateur, and he said something that I really agree with: television is a media of crisis, which means that television is a media of accidents. Television can only destroy. In this respect, and even though he was a friend of mine, I believe that McLuhan was completely wrong, in his idyllic view of television. Wyhan, but surely the commodification of the accident happened before television through simulation? 6. Relio, to start with, the simulator is an object in itself which is different from television and leads to cyberspace. The U.S. Air Force Flight Simulator, the first sophisticated simulators were created by the U.S. Air Force, has been used in order to save gas on real flights by training pilots on the ground. Thus there is a cyberspace vision, one doesn't fly in real space, one creates a poor cyberspace, with headphones, etc. It is a different logic. In a way, the simulator is closer to cyberspace than television. It creates a different world. So, of course, the simulator quickly became a simulator of accidents, but not only that, it started simulating actual flight hours, and these hours have been counted as real hours to evaluate the experience of pilots. Simulated flight hours and real flight hours became equivalent, and this was cyberspace, not the accident but something else, or rather the accident of reality. What is accident is reality, virtuality will destroy reality. So, it's some kind of accident, but an accident of a very different nature. The accident is not the accident. For instance, if I let this glass fall, is it an accident? No, it's the reality of the glass that is accident, not the glass itself. The glass is certainly broken and no longer exists, but with a flight simulator, what is accident is the reality of the glass, and not the glass itself. What is accident is the reality of the whole world. Cyberspace is an accident of the real. Virtual reality is the accident of reality itself WNON, but then simulation doesn't really pretend to be the glass? Virafio, this is a little hard to explain. We have a sense of reality which is sustained by a physical sensation. Right now, I am holding a bottle, this is reality. With the data glove, I could hold a virtual bottle. Cybersex is similar, it is an accident of sexual reality, perhaps the most extraordinary accident, but still an accident. I would be tempted to say, the accident is shifting. It no longer occurs in matter, but in light or 43. In images. A cyberspace is a light show. Thus, the accident is in light, not in matter. The creation of a virtual image is a form of accident. This explains why virtual reality is a cosmic accident. It's the accident of the real. I disagree with my friend Baudrillard on the subject of simulation. To the word simulation, I prefer the one substitution. This is a real glass, this is no simulation. When I hold a virtual glass with a data glove, this is no simulation, but substitution. Here lies the big difference between Baudrillard and myself. I don't believe in simulationism, I believe that the word is already old-fashioned. As I see it, new technologies are substituting a virtual reality for an actual reality. And this is more than a phase, it's a definite change. We are entering a world where there won't be one but two realities, just like we have two eyes or hear bass and treble tones, just like we now have stereoscopy and stereophony, there will be two realities, the actual, and the virtual. Thus there is no simulation, but substitution. Reality has become symmetrical. The splitting of reality in two parts is a considerable event which goes far beyond simulation. Why Han, what about early cinema as a primitive form of this, when people left the cinema in fright? WNO, unlike Serge Daney or Deleuze, I think that cinema and television have nothing in common. There is a breaking point between photography and cinema on the one hand and television and virtual reality on the other hand. The simulator is the stage in between television and virtual reality, a moment, a phase. The simulator is a moment that leads to cyberspace, that is to say, to the process because of which we now have two bottles instead of one. I might not see this virtual bottle, but I can feel it. It is settled within reality. This explains why the word virtual reality is more important than the word cyberspace, which is more poetic. As far as gender is concerned, there are now two men and two women, real and virtual. People make fun of cyber sex, but it's really something to take into account. It is a drama, a split of the human being. The human being can now be changed into some kind of spectrum or ghost who has sex at a distance. That is really scary because what used to be the most intimate and the most important relationship to reality is being split. This is no simulation but the coexistence of two separate worlds. One day the virtual world might win over the real world. These new technologies try to make virtual reality more powerful than actual reality, which is the true accident. The day when virtual reality becomes more powerful than reality will be the day of the big accident. Mankind never experienced such an extraordinary accident. Wilson, what is your own feeling about that? Virilio, I'm not scared, just interested. This is drama. Art is drama. Any relationship to art is also a relationship to death. Creation exists only in regard to destruction. Creation is against destruction. You cannot dissociate birth from death, creation from destruction, good from evil. Thus any art is a form of drama standing between the two extreme poles of birth and death, just like life is drama. This is not sad, because to be alive means to be 44. Mortal, to pass through. And art is alive because it is mortal. Except that now, art has become more than painting, sculpture, or music. Art is more than Van Gogh painting a landscape or Wagner composing an opera. The whole of reality itself has become the object of art. To someone like Zurbarán, who paints still lives, lemons and pears are the objects of art. But to the electronics engineer who works on the technologies of virtual reality, the whole reality has become the object of art, with the possibility to substitute the virtual with the real. Wilson, is there a transcendence of the body? Vigilio, that is difficult to say. First, what is under consideration is not only the body itself, but the environment of the body as well. The notion of transcendence is a complex one, but it is true that there is something divine in this new technology. The research on cyberspace is a quest for God. To be God. To be here and there. For example, when I say, I'm looking at you, I can see you, that means, I can see you because I can't see what is behind you, I see you through the frame I am drawing. I can't see inside you. If I could see you from beneath or from behind, I would be God. I can see you because my back and my sides are blind. One can't even imagine what it would be like to see inside people. The technologies of virtual reality are attempting to make us see from beneath, from inside, from behind. As if we were God. I am a Christian, and even though I know we are talking about metaphysics and not about religion, I must say that cyberspace is acting like God and deals with the idea of God who is, sees, and hears everything. Wilson, what will happen when virtual reality takes the upper hand? Virilio, it already has. If you look at the Gulf War or new military technologies, they are moving towards cyber war, most video technologies and technologies of simulation have been used for war. For example, video was created after the Second World War in order to radio control planes and aircraft carriers. Thus video came with the war. It took 20 years before it became a means of expression for artists. Similarly, television was first conceived to be used as some kind of telescope, not for broadcasting. Originally, Swerkin, the inventor of television, wanted to settle cameras on rockets so that it would be possible to watch the sky. Wilson, so it was only by a matter of degrees that the Gulf War became the virtual war? It was live broadcasting that really affected this change? Vimeo, the high level of the technologies used during the Gulf War makes this conflict quite unique, but the very process of derealization of the war started in 1945. War occurred in Kuwait, but it also occurred on the screens of the entire world. The site of defeat or victory was not the ground, but the screen. I wrote a book called Desert Screen on the Gulf War. Thus it becomes obvious that television is a media of crisis, a museum of accidents. Wilson, this must surely result in some psychic crisis? 45. Virilio, it is as if I was to take my eye, to throw it away, and still be able to see. Video is originally a decorporation, a disqualification of the sensorial organs which are replaced by machines. The eye and the hand are replaced by the data glove, the body is replaced by a data suit, sex is replaced by cyber sex. All the qualities of the body are transferred to the machine. This is a subject I discuss in my last book, The Art of the Engine. We haven't adjusted yet, we are forgetting our body, we are losing it. This is an accident of the body, a decorporation. The body is torn and disintegrated. Wilson, with the Gulf War, there was such incomprehension because it was so removed. Mtio, the Gulf War was the first live war. World War II was a world war in space. It spread from Europe to Japan, to the Soviet Union, etc. World War II was quite different from World War I, which was geographically limited to Europe. But in the case of the Gulf War, we are dealing with a war which is extremely local in space, but global in time, since it is the first live war. And to those, like my friend Baudrillard, who say that this war did not actually occur, I reply, this war may not have occurred in the actual global space, but it did occur in global time. And this thanks to CNN and the Pentagon. This is a new form of war, and all future wars, all future accidents will be live wars and live accidents. Wilson, how will this removal affect people? Vizio, firstly, realization, the accident of the real. It's not one, two, hundreds or thousands of people who are being killed, but the whole reality itself. In a way, everybody is wounded from the wound of the real. This phenomenon is similar to madness. The mad person is wounded by his or her distorted relationship to the real. Imagine that all of a sudden I am convinced that I am Napoleon, I am no longer Virilio, but Napoleon. My reality is wounded. Virtual reality leads to a similar derealization. However, it no longer works only at the scale of individuals, as in madness, but at the scale of the world. By the way, this might sound like drama, but it is not the end of the world, it is both sad and happy, nasty and kind. It is a lot of contradictory things at the same time. And it is complex. Wilson, how can we address this loss? Virafio, the true problem with virtual reality is that orientation is no longer possible. We have lost our points of reference to orient ourselves. The derealized man is a disoriented man. In my last book, The Art of the Engine, I conclude by pointing at a recent American discovery, the GPS, Global Positioning System, which is the second watch. The first watch tells you what time it is, the second one tells you where you are. If I had a GPS, I could know where this table stands in relation to the whole world, with an amazing precision, thanks to satellites. This is extraordinary. In the 15th century, we invented the first watch, and now we have invented the GPS to know where we are. 46. When you find yourself in the middle of virtual reality, you don't know where you are, but with this machine, you can know. This watch has been used for ships, and not only can it tell you where you are, but also it can tell others where you are. It works in the two ways. The question you're asking is really interesting. For one can't even know what it means to be lost in reality. For instance, it is easy to know whether you are lost or not in the Sahara Desert, but to be lost in reality, this is much more complex. Since there are two realities, how can we say where we are? We are far away from simulation, we have reached substitution. I believe this is, all in the same time, a fantastic, a very scary and an extraordinary world. Why Han? But to return to this question of transcendence. 6 Rilio, all in all, I believe that this divine dimension raises the question of transcendence, that is to say the question of the Judeo-Christian God, for instance. People agree to say that it is rationality and science which have eliminated what is called magic and religion. But ultimately, the ironic outcome of this techno-scientific development is a renewed need for the idea of God. Many people question their religious identity today, not necessarily by thinking of converting to Judaism or to Islam, it's just that technologies seriously challenge the status of the human being. All technologies converge toward the same spot. They all lead to a deus ex machina, a machine god. In a way, technologies have negated the transcendental God in order to invent the machine god. However, these two gods raise similar questions. As you can see, we are still within Tehe Museum of Accidents. That's a huge, cosmic accident, and television, which made reality explode, is part of it. I agree with what Einstein used to say about the three bombs. There are three bombs. The first one is the atomic bomb, which disintegrates reality. The second one is the digital or computer bomb, which destroys the principle of reality itself, not the actual object, and rebuilds it. And finally the third bomb is the demographic one. Some experts have found out that in 5,000 years from now, the weight of the population will be heavier than the weight of the planet. That means that humanity will constitute a planet of its own. Wilson, do you always separate the body from technology? Virilio, no. The body is extremely important to me, because it is a planet. For instance, if you compare Earth and an astronomer, you will see that the man is a planet. There is a very interesting Jewish proverb that says, if you save one man, you save the world. That's a Teverse version of the idea of the Messiah. One man can save the world, but to save a man is to save the world. The world and man are identical. This is why racism is the most stupid thing in the world. You are a universe, and so am I, we are 4 universes here. And there are millions of others around us. Thus the body is not simply the combination of dance, muscles, bodybuilding, strength and sex, it is a universe. What brought me to Christianity is incarnation, not resurrection. Because man is God, and God is man, the world is nothing but the world of man, or woman. So, to separate mind from body doesn't make any sense. To a materialist, matter is essential, a stone. 47. Is a stone, a mountain is a mountain, water is water and earth is earth. As far as I am concerned, I am a materialist of the body, which means that the body is the basis of all my work. To me, dance is an extraordinary thing, more extraordinary than most people usually think. Dance preceded writing, speaking, and music. When mute people speak their body language, it is true speaking rather than handicap. This is the first word and the first writing. Thus to me, the body is fundamental. The body, and the territory of course, for there cannot be an animal body without a territorial body. 3 bodies are grafted over each other, the territorial body, the planet, the social body, the couple, and the animal body, you and me. And technology splits this unity, leaving us without a sense of where we are. This, too, is derealization. There is a Buddhist proverb which I like a lot. It says, everybody deserves mercy. That means that every body is holy. This is to answer the body question. Technologies first equipped the territorial body with bridges, aqueducts, railways, highways, airports, etc. Now that the most powerful technologies are becoming tiny, microtechnologies, all technologies can invade the body. These micromachines will feed the body. Research is being conducted in order to create additional memory, for instance. For the time being, technologies are colonizing our body through implants. We started with human implants, but research leads us to microtechnological implants. The territorial body has been polluted by roads, elevators, etc. Similarly, our animal body starts being polluted. Ecology no longer deals with water, flora, wildlife, and air only. It deals with the body itself as well. It is comparable with an invasion. Technology is invading our body because of miniaturization. Referring to the interviewer's microphone, next time you come you won't even ask, you'll just throw a bit of dust on the table. There is a great science fiction short story, it's too bad I can't remember the name of its author, in which a camera has been invented which can be carried by flakes of snow. Cameras are inseminated into artificial snow which is dropped by planes, and when the snow falls, there are eyes everywhere. There is no blind spot left. Ik and XZ, but what shall we dream of when everything becomes visible? Krilio, will dream of being blind. This is the art of the engine. Art used to be painting, sculpture, music, etc., but now, all technology has become art. Of course, this form of art is still very primitive, but it is slowly replacing reality. This is what I call the art of the engine. For instance, when I take the TGV, train a Grande L%SE, in France, I love watching the landscape. This landscape, as well as works by Picasso or Klee, is art. The engine makes the art of the engine. Wim Wenders made road movies, but what is the engine of a road movie? It's a car, like in Paris, Texas. Dramoscopy. Now all we have to do to enter the realm of art is to take a car. Many engines made history. Why Han, finally to return to the accident. Is it possible to see the body itself as a simulator? Within medical aerospace research, for example, the body's own accident, that of motion sickness, can be eradicated. 48. Virifio, the body has a dimension of simulation. The learning process, for instance, when one learns how to drive a car or a van, once in the van, one feels completely lost. But then, once you have learned how to drive, the whole van is in your body, it is integrated into your body. Another example, a man who pilots a jumbo jet will ultimately feel that the Boeing is entering his body. But what is going on now, or should happen in 1 or 2 generations, is the disintegration of the world. Real-time live technologies, cyber reality, will permit the incorporation of the world within oneself. One will be able to read the entire world, just like during the Gulf War. And I will have become the world. The body of the world and my body will be one. Once again, this is a divine vision, and this is what the military are looking for. Earth is already being integrated into the Pentagon, and the man in the Pentagon is already piloting the World War, or the Gulf War, as if he were a captain whose huge boat would have become his own body. Thus the body simulates the relationship to the world. Wilson, are you suggesting the human body will disappear in all senses of the word? Virilio, we haven't reached that point yet. What I have described is the end, or a vision of the end. What will prevail is this will to reduce the world to the point where one could possess it. All military technologies reduce the world to nothing. And since military technologies are advanced technologies, what they actually sketch today is the future of the civil realm. But this, too, is an accident. When I was a young soldier, I was asked to drive a huge van while I had never driven a car. Here I am, driving through a German village. This takes place during the occupation, and there was this painter who had settled his ladder on the side of the street. I thought that my big van was going to crash his ladder. That didn't happen. I just passed through. Vivisecting the 90s. An interview with Jean Baudrillard. Colleen BDYDRDMDGRDHDM Knight. Caroline Beardand Graham Knight, your relation to McLuhan is interesting, the more so since few critics have analyzed it, although they have often commented on it. What is the role of the strong presence of the visual, so real in your texts, in relation to the notion of distance, or of obscenity, and in relation to irony as distance? It is clear that the visual would be necessary to separate and distance an imaginary on which sense is founded. But how does one treat the question of the differentiation of image and sound, the latter being a much more supple, fluid, floating medium than the former? Jan Bahand RD, I have some difficulty replying to this question because sound, the sphere of sound, the acoustic sphere, audio, is really more alien to me than the visual. It is true there is a feeling word spoken in English about the visual, or rather for the image and the concept itself, whereas sound is less familiar to me. I have less perception, less analytic perception, of this aspect. That is not to say that I would not make a distinction between noise and sound, but ultimately, in terms of this ambient world's hyperreality, this noosphere, I see it much more as a visualization of the world rather than its hypersonorization. What can I say about the difference between the two? I have the impression that cutting across the world of McLuhan, he too is very much oriented to the visual, of course, in spite of the fact that he was, I believe, a musician. There is a small problem, which is that the different sensorial, perceptual registers tend, in this media noosphere, to conflate, to fuse together into a kind of depolarization of sensory domains. We speak quite rightly today of the audio-visual, we couple them together in some sort, some kind of amalgam or patchwork. Perhaps I am led to view space in this way by my lesser sensitivity to the acoustic, but it seems to me that everything is summed up in a logistic which integrates all the perceptual domains in a way even more undifferentiated than before. Everything is now received in a manner that is indistinct, virtually indistinct, in fact. The virtual is the kind of concept that is a bit cosmopolitan, if one can call it that, or postmodern, I do not know. In that respect, it is not about the gaze but the visual, it is not about the acoustic, but the audio. Besides, for McLuhan in fact, everything is ultimately reduced to the tactile. Tactility is really that register of sense which is of the order of contact, not of physical or sensual contact of course, but a sort of communication contact where, right now in fact, there is a short circuit. 50. Between receiver and sender. I mean directly in individual perception, not only in the world of the media but in our bodily way of living, there is a form of indistinction, of amalgamation, of indifferentiation where all the perceptions arrive en bloc and are reduced to a tactile ambience. In the latter there would be a lesser differentiation of registers, a lesser singularity of the gaze, a lesser singularity of sound, of music. So, that is all one can say. That said, within this state of affairs of course there is perhaps still a way to master the tactile world. I think that McLuhan himself thought so in every way, he thought that there really was a strategy of the tactile world, and that it is not just any one. It is not at all a question of saying that it is insignificant, but simply that it is more undifferentiated. Bayard/Knight, I remember what you wrote about Westmoreland and Coppola in Percent and Acres, but rereading your text some 13 years later, I wonder whether the real question may not be somewhere else. If, quite simply, neither one, Westmoreland, nor the other, Coppola, had the last word, because there is no such thing as the last word, because history continues, just as stories do, and our history may be just this, a long rewriting process, prolonged ad infinitum, strewn with glosses/counter-glosses. With John Johnston, on the other hand, in Gain, 1/6I, you read history as the reactualization of a past in which we all are accusers and defenders, as well as complices. Later, in Cool Memories 11, you interpret it as a stoic temptation, that of a Marcus Aurelius, neither resigned, nor hurried in his late antiquity, waiting by the sea. Are all of those two facets a reflection of your sensitivity? Which of the three is closer to you presently? Baudrift Gzerd, I am not a historian. I do not have an historical perception of events. But I would say that I have a mystical reading of them, and that history for me, would be a long narrative which I tend to mythologize. Curiously, I am going back here to an interesting hypothesis, that of an English naturalist of the 19th century, called Philip Henry Gosse, who was a paleontologist and archaeologist. He was studying fossils found in geological sediments, and his hypothesis, as he was a Christian and a reader of the Bible, was that creation had taken place ex nihilo and the world created as such 5,000 years before his time. Thus God had created at once fossils, geological sediments, exactly as they were in the 18th century, and he had created them as simulacra, as a trompable, in order to provide humanity, which might have been traumatized by such a brutal creation, with a history, hence a past. Therefore God would have provided human beings with a retrospective past by creating fossils and geological sediments. And he would have created them as such, with utmost exactitude, so that people may study them scientifically, although their past had thus been invented. This brings me specifically to Russell's paradox, which suggests that the world as such could have been created yesterday, and everything in it could be interpreted as retrospective simulation. Of course, this is a paradox, but for myself I would tend to use such a paradox. This where one ends up in a real or hyper-real situation, that of the history of historical narratives. 5.1. Of historiography, which do pose a historical question about the reinvention of past history through the historian's discourse, a discourse which, by definition, is a reconstruction. In a way, that reconstruction is also necessarily artificial. The tendency today is not to regress, but to go back to those moments which preceded that history, as if it were taking us backward, a process which allows questions as cruel as, did the Holocaust actually take place? Did gas chambers really exist? One question, latent within our contemporary imagination, is its incapacity really to understand history, to capture its responsibility, its finality, and therefore to ask such a query which is absurd, but which constitutes the ultimate test about a past event. Did it actually take place? What proof do we have about it? Of course we have a multitude of objective, real proofs, but what does one do with historical reality in a system which itself has become virtual? As for history, well, I cannot situate it within a realistic framework, nor can I integrate it within a moral, or even political, reference system. There may be a philosophical moral of history, but I do not know what my position would be on that score. It would have to be one of undecidability about what history is. As history today enters into the same domain of indeterminate, undefined interpretations, or into the principle of indeterminacy, and this not only applies to the past, but also to the future as well as to the present. At the moment, we live in a sort of uninterrupted time, especially as we move towards the crystallization of time in each instant, as we keep losing our sense of any objective reference. I do not want to defend history, I only observe a series of problems. End/night, I might be tempted to say that your simultaneously ironic and perspicacious scrutiny of the social and political effects of simulation has been your gift to the end of this century. What made such a scrutiny vulnerable, for some, has not been the epistemological fallibility on which it grounded itself, as that could be as a demonstration of humility coming from the end of an empire, assuming such is the case with the Western world, but rather, it has been your refusal to recognize that CNN, the Murdochs, and Maxwells of this world, dead or alive, do exert a remarkable control over the images which our eyes look at day after day, whatever those media empires' powerlessness to resolve even our most insignificant problems be. Yes, this did puzzle a number of us. While I do recognize that our reference have been transformed by these images' interaction, I have enormous difficulty to admit that reference itself could have sunk below the horizon of our collective enemy. Bodies are killed, entire cities, or small towns and communities disappear, between Sarajevo and southern Iraq. No one denies the simulation effect which our information networks rely upon, but it is your denial of reality, of personal experience initiated by those simulations which disturbs me. Had you been in Baghdad in February 199 or in Sarajevo these past 2 years, might you not have hesitated before casting reference into the dustbin of history? Baghdad, yes, I would not be irresponsible enough to claim an extraterritorial position. When I speak, I do so from a given place. I do have roots. Obviously, all radicals do. I have mine, but those are not ideological references. 52. Sarajevo, since you are talking about it, reminds me of a media incident, precisely. Bernard-Henri Lévy went there to do a TV program during one of the worst bombings, and he interviewed a woman, a librarian, who spoke to him and said, "I wish Baudrillard were here to see what transparency really is." Well, she was doing me a great honor, remembering what I have written about the transparency of evil, the apparition of evil, specifically in a universe which pretends to be a new world order whence evil, at least theoretically, has been eliminated. She felt this was a further illustration of what I have written about the transparency of evil. Let us talk about this. Such a perspective may arouse a certain misunderstanding. One finds oneself within the virtuality of goodness, of positivity, whereas, on the contrary, within such a system evil transpires everywhere. And that is the apparition of evil. Evil is not that through which one sees, but that which sees through everything, which goes through, transpires through good, as well. And at that specific time, one notices a perverse conversion of all positive effects, of all political constructions which finally, through some perverse and magical effect, become evil. So that, ultimately, all of those events taking place in Central Europe, the liberation of these countries, Yugoslavia, Bosnia, Sarajevo, are a terrifying demonstration of this catastrophic, recurrent scheme wherein evil takes place. And I do not understand evil as suffering, as pain. I define it, rather, as negativity, as the diabolical nature of things when they are reversed into their opposite, so that they never reach their finality, nor even go beyond it, and thus become, at that specific time, monstrous. A good part of monstrosity, in our banality, is just that, all phenomena become extreme. Because of the media, our scientific means, our know-how, progress all take an uncontrollable, inhuman dimension. Evil, for me, is just that form. I do not interpret it on the level of experienced pain, in which case I have nothing to say, any more than anybody else, except from a moral viewpoint, but I do not want to consider that. I interpret it not by bracketing it off, but by relativizing it. And I can only write while doing this in my own life. But I do not want to be more specific. There is a logic about writing, about thought, about philosophizing, yes, a Stoic logic in that sense. One cannot add pathos, a subjective dimension, nor a collective sense of things to the vision one may have of the world, as well as of nature. Although, of course, when I say this I am quite aware that such a position is provocative, paradoxical, and ultimately unacceptable. I do understand people's anger against such a position. And it is also true that of all this does not leave me indifferent. One can participate physically and morally in collective grief, and since we are talking about this, I also believe that it is a Stoic's duty, if there is one, not to sublimate, not to abstract, not to distance oneself, but to say, such is the rule of the game and this is how I play it. To maintain this ultimate ironic possibility may be the essence of grief, the obsession of grief, the therapeutic obsession to dispose of evil, but those may not constitute the last word of history. I cannot say much more about it, although I do recognize that such a position exposes itself to very serious charges. By Ardle Knight, the question which comes most easily to mind, in line with what Caroline Bayard was asking you, relates to what I would call the morning after. 53. To offer one's eye may well be seductive, overlooking the physical discomfort of the initial moment, but what happens the next day when one finds oneself blind in one eye? Is not the choice obvious between the suffering of seduction and eternal infirmity? Bodies do obliterate other losses. Buhudra Road, stories do not have a day after, they are made to be used up. There too, if you take things literally, that becomes unacceptable. Ultimately, right, one is in the realm of cruelty, in a certain sense. And what now could happen the next day if not vengeance? In every respect, sacrifice has no final end in that sense. It has no day after, in the sense that it has no end, since it reproduces itself, each extends it. In every way, we know well enough that it is a little game, like money that one wins or loses in a game. Money won in a game does not leave the game. It must be burnt up, consumed like that, in the game. And it seems to be the same thing in a system of gift-giving, of sacrifice, where there is no day after, no point at which one would settle accounts. No point at which one would say, so, I have been robbed. I am the loser. I have been sacrificed and I must avenge myself. No, one keeps on playing. One can perhaps reply to your question, what happens the day after, by saying that at that point one rips out the other eye, and solves the problem. Bayard Good Night, how is the concept of strategy used? It is implicit that it connotes a form of subjectivity, and yet it is used in such a way that subjectivity is undermined, or placed in a context where it is made volatile or fragile. Moreover, strategy being originally a military metaphor, to what extent does it retain today martial connotations which complicate its sense even more? Baudrillard, yes, there I agree with you. The term strategy represents an opportunity because it is apt. It is a nice term. It has form, it speaks to the imaginary. It has a form of mastery and, at the same time, it is deployed within space. But it no longer means anything great in my opinion, because, for there to be a strategy, there has to be a subject of the strategy, someone who has a will, a representation of the outcome. There has to be a finality. If the strategy has to become logistically chancy, it is no longer a strategy properly speaking. Thus, one can still use this term in a metaphorical sense perhaps, but it has certainly lost its military reference, and perhaps even its reference to a finality. When I use it in the expression fatal strategies, it is clear that it no longer has any finality in itself. It is a type of fatal process, a process in which there is certainly no more subject, no more subjectivity. Fatal strategy for me is a strategy of the object. Which means nothing, to be sure. How could an object have a strategy? It would be absurd. But all the same, I like to apply things that are paradoxical. I also speak of objective illusion. Illusion, if it is contrary to a truth principle, cannot be based on objectivity. But I like to bring these two terms together all the same to create a clash between them. Thus fatal strategy is, effectively, an expression which describes a process, a reversibility that is in the order of things, and this is, at the moment, truly delirious, fatal. We are all inside it, but we are nevertheless a vectorial element of the thing, though not in the sense of subjects. At this point it has to be said that this supposes such relativity in the subject-object relation that it is that which becomes fatal. 54. We witness the loss of subjectivity on the one hand, and the intervention of the object itself in the game in a fatal, decisive, and determinant way. And the fact that it is no longer the subject that possesses things when, properly speaking, there is only a strategy of the subject, the fact of speaking of the strategy of objects is a paradox, a kind of metaphorical transfer of things. But, as discourse itself is so grounded in subjectivity in this sense, we do not have an objective discourse available in the sense I intend it, which has nothing to do with scientificity, but which would be the discourse of the object. Well, we do not have it. What we have is the event itself, the flow of the world itself, and there is, if not a strategy, at least a rule of the game. Regardless, I think that there is a rule. But I am not the one who is going to say that. It is truly unreadable, it is a secret. But somewhere there is a logic in the unfolding of things, even if it is a crazy logic. Let us call it strategy. Why not? It is, all the same, the way that the discourse of sense tries to describe nonsense. But clearly, one will always remain between the two. There will not be any objectivity there in the scientific sense of the term. That is not possible. Baydressed/Knight, it seems clear at this point that a younger generation of philosophers, such as Luc Ferry, Alain Renat, of social critics, such as Michel Maffesoli, or even of less young ones, such as Alain Touraine, Retour de Acteur, 1988, Trans. The Return of the Actor, 1990, Edgar Morin, Pour un nouveau commencement, 199 leaders, have focused 6 and the return of this same subject. Certainly not in the same terms as their humanist predecessors, or their foundationalist ones, but upon the subject nevertheless. Let us leave it undefined for the moment. I found it quite striking that in your coup/memories, 1987, you began to sketch some of his/her defining features. What has been exuberantly demolished is being reconstructed sadly. Except that, in this particular case, sadness is yours only and the authors mentioned above do not appear to share your grief. Are you interpreting their efforts as a self-delusional journey? Or alternatively, are you interpreting them as a curious ecological process and a recycling temptation for the end of a century, a bit of postmodernity, a sprinkle of liberalism, a dab of Kantian ethics with, at the end, a solid dose of optimism while facing the grief of the rest of the world? Maffesoli and Ferry are notably more optimistic than their elders. Morin and Touraine are more prudent. What is your position upon this so-called return of the subject? Baudrillard, in Maffesoli's case, you are dealing with a very specific subject, since the latter is inscribing his position within a form of tribality. To me it looks like a tribal resurgence in which the subject has become the expression of a specificity, of a singularity. One observes a tribality and a singularity conjoined. In a way, for myself, I am inclined to think that such tendencies are not residual, but represent an elaboration upon or around vestigial elements which may well be alive, which function as the scattered fragments of a totality, a globality capable, in spite of everything, to organize the world and the subject as the convener of that world. This subject had created a form of philosophy, of the becoming subject of the world. We do not need to invoke Hegel here, but all the same, his texts signaled a certain power, specifically a conceptual power, and as everyone knows it does not exist today. My view is that what you are describing today is a form of reparation. 55. That we all are involved in such reparations today, in the SOS subject, or in the SOS subjectivity. The term S.0.S has recently been used in the context of social and political activism, e.g., SOS Racisme, an organization founded by Harlem Desir concerned with combating racism against non-European immigrants, has mobilized considerable attention. Translo. Such a subject, moreover, does not appear to be a divided one, a really alienated one drawing all of its energies from its alienation, but, rather a reconstituted one, a resynthesized one within which you cannot discern this pull, this divisiveness with all the consequences they entail upon symbolic and imaginary levels. Such a subject is the standard figure, robot of a reconstituted subject trying to recoup its residual vestiges, or whatever is left of them. It could be an ecological subject, and then one would witness the ecology of the subject, the saving of the subject, since it is quite evident that it has been threatened by a very simple evidence and symptom, the disappearance of its object. If it did not die purely and simply, this subject as well as that which it pretended to objectify, to master, now presently escapes it just as its position of power, of mastery, escapes it too. That subject is not even supposed to know, to be able to believe in anything, it cannot even believe in itself. And among those who reactivate this subject, who turn it into an actor, even those people know that it has lost its integrity as a subject, its conviction to adhere to its own effort to change the world. It does not believe in it anymore, it pretends to, it is a form of strategy, a posthumous strategy. That subject is a survivor and one witnesses the survival of the subject or the revival of the subject. Of course it is all about subjectivity, as it is in the interest of all those disciplines right now, sociology, psychology, philosophy to save their subject. Then it might be the case that, given the disappearance of this active subject and its passive counterpart, one presently witnesses the effects of a subject which attempts to reconstitute around itself the elements of a willpower, of a vision of the world. I really do not believe this. But this being said, there might be an effect of re-innovation, of renovation after a long period of philosophical, or maybe structuralist destructuring of the subject. It is not mine, but that does not matter. It may also be possibly that we are observing a pendulum effect, the weighing scales tilting one way, since in the history of ideas one could witness an internal phenomenon, a reactional one, vis and vis the history of the world. Because in fact it appears that the subject is only a vanishing point at the moment, to such an extent that it may have reached its fading point, and what you are describing may only be a resurgence in the philosophical world. I certainly do not look upon it as a credible phenomenon, not for myself in any case. By a Zeit, sometime in France, after the socialist victory of 1980, I noticed a very healthy reaction on your part, on that of Lyotard as well, the intellectual. Grave, when you both stressed that intellectuals should not speak in anyone's name, except in their own. But such were the times in the early 80s when the left finally had access to power there. It is also clear that you did express such discomfort in your interview with Shevtsova, Gain, 79. Nevertheless, some 14 years later, British and American intellectuals such as Tony Judt and Susan Sontag have enunciated interesting reminders to French intellectuals. They have done so without any moralizing intent, but firmly. Since you were mentioned, let us 56. Talk about the latter. Sontag, in particular, enunciated discomfort about the French intelligentsia, on the line of fire if you wish, in Sarajevo, where she produced the first act of Wait and Forgo, and this otherness which she invoked was a humble, physical choice, a presence which did not force itself, did not operate in a grandiloquent manner, rt la Glucksmann so to speak. He descended upon the burning city for a few hours, just to explain while quoting you, that wars are made, won, or lost on TV. Sontag, with her defiance, is determined to return to that city, to produce this play with actors who want to live, to survive, to play, even if they occasionally need to lie down on the floor as they are too tired, too hungry, or too ragged. Because I want to finish that play, I'll had to be there with them, says she. In 1993, it probably is a desperate choice, a form of refusal against the worn-out pragmatism of Vance and Owen, an act deprived of any illusions about our collective cowardice and yet essential to remind a blind Europe it should minimally come out of its enemy if it wants Bosnia to survive. The questions I would like to ask you are the following. First, the realist objection you were mentioning in the il and on of the end, rather than an insistence upon actual interventions, may well be the acceptance of an inevitability which does not cost us anything and leaves us prostrated as couch potatoes in front of our screens. Then if people such as Sontag were not doing what they're doing, who would do it? How do you define the role of individuals, be it water engineers, intellectuals, pallbearers, writers or surgeons in those microspaces which presently constellate our planet? Baudrillard, I would like to agree with you. I would love it if there were the simple possibility to finish off this pain. Because if, when one does what Sontag does, it is with no illusion whatsoever, beyond any objective, independent from any goal, any result, to save what? Whatever it is, a form of conscience, pride, a sort of, I do it in spite of everything, then I can see that. And it is a heroic act, in the sense that heroism has always been without illusions. Real heroes are always in that sense tragic. They do not exactly foresee the result of their actions. But that is the same thing, one cannot be heroic alone. In that sense I am almost collectivistic. To me, an act does not have meaning by itself, except in an absurd context. Maybe suicide does, maybe in fact what we are looking at here is a form of suicide. I am not sure. But for a choice such as Sontag's to be meaningful, even if it is without illusion, it has to have repercussions upon other consciences, and especially within the conscience of those to whom it is destined, such as the people from Bosnia, or the others. And this is where the clockwork breaks down, because the absorption of all this, by the resonance of the sounding board on which it falls, as it is completely perturbed, falsified, mediatized, this anticipated absorption, through the precession of whatever you do, that is what distresses me. I understand one doing it anyway, to save one's own illusions, the illusion of one's will. But is it meaningful to do it? If there is no intellectual world operating as a sounding board, one which would be in solidarity with such an act and which would be capable of extracting a meaning from it, why do it? If one cannot create repercussions, reverberations for such an act, to bring it back within history, so that it was an event, then there is no point in 57. Doing it. In that sense I would be extremely, not opportunistic, but realistic. It is realpolitik I would invoke and suggest that if one does this, chooses to do this, it has to be an event. Not that it should be important, but it should create a rupture within the information continuum. Did it, or did it not, create a rupture? Everything hinges upon this. Otherwise it is hard to assess it as a rupture. Of course, one may entertain the idea that if everyone does one's bit, all of this will produce a primitive accumulation of courage, actions, and will ultimately produce an event. But today I do not believe it. Now we are, as Paul Virilio has put it, living in real time, and real time means fatality. Actions have no antecedent, even when they refer to other revolutionary periods, they do not have any finality, even in a long-term context, as no one knows where this is coming from and it all happens within real time. And such a real time manages to set it all up in a state of total ephemerality. Susan Sontag's act is limited. It cannot operate incognito, it is automatically mediatized, that is for sure. This in itself does not represent a radical objection, but it points out a tendency. Information is not what it used to be a long time ago. In the past, something would take place, then one would know it had taken place, then others would hear about it. Now, one knows everything before it has even taken place, and incidentally, it does not even have the time to take place. Mediatization is a precession, you could call it the precession of simulacra within time. One is in a world where, in order to respond to a reality, to the importance of things, one needs to be far ahead, in an extreme way, one would need to precede the precession itself, to anticipate those simulacra, otherwise the clockwork, the system will be present before we are there. The simulacra will be ahead of us everywhere. This was the situation of the Prague student and his double. His double was always there before him. Whenever he would go and meet someone for a duel, for instance, the other had come before him, his adversary had been killed. So there was no reason for him to exist. We now live in such a system. Can one move forward? In a global situation, one is held hostage, complicitous even with such a situation. Such is the effect of the Stockholm Syndrome. Within such events, victims and executioners become in some way complicitous. It is monstrous, but real. Between the hostage and hostage-takers a form of complicity establishes itself. In order to be able to have a bearing upon that immediate event, which is already devoid of its meaning, one would need to be far ahead of the game, in a state of extraordinary anticipation. One can try to do so, through one's intellect, or one's writing, although today it is remarkably harder to do so in practical terms. Sontag's gesture, and this is not a value judgment, or a judgment on her courage, because there was a real virtue in doing what she did, but virtues are something else. Strategically, if one uses that word, then there I would be more cynical. There is division of labor that should be respected. Even if there are any intellectuals left, and I am not sure I am one of them, even if I appear to share in such a life, appear to share a specific discourse, I do not share in that complicity of intellectuals who perceive themselves as responsible for something, as privileged with a sort of conscience radicalness that used to be the privilege of intellectuals and now has moved on to another space. Subjects such as Susan Sontag cannot intervene anymore, even symbolically, but once again this is not a prognosis or diagnosis. 58. Bayard/Knight, would it be possible to say that the hyperreal is a state where there is too much reality and not enough ideology? Have we become ideological paupers? Not in the sense that we still believe in it, in fact rather the opposite, in the sense that it used to be our alibi, our excuse on the terrain of subjective irony, I am a thing in fact in which not to believe. Interestingly, it has even become difficult to be cynical these days. Baudricht, yes, it is true, since in every respect nobody believes in it any longer. And there lies the problem, when nobody believes in it anymore. And not only in relation to ideology, but to indifference as well. Indifference was a fantastic quality, something almost stoical. It was very good to be indifferent in a world which was not, where there were differences, conflicts. So this kind of indifference, of a strategy of indifference, created a privileged situation. But in a world that has become completely indifferent, what would it serve? It would be necessary to become different again in order to differentiate oneself from a world which has, objectively, become indifferent. That history is very pernicious. It is the same thing for art with its power of illusion. What does this become in a world which itself ends up being totally illusory, even random? It becomes very difficult to find a form of intervention like that, so ideology. Yes, the world is now so totally ideologized where everything passes through the narrative of ideology that it no longer serves any purpose to have any. Out of that follows the situation, the transcendence if you like, of ideology which actually, in fact, no longer exists. I had an experience with simulation and the simulacrum. Nowadays I have had enough of it, 20 years of it, or almost, is enough. Something interesting happened to me recently on this subject, in relation to Japan. There was an erudite Japanese man who had come to interview me, and I asked him why for a number of years he had been translating my books. I had not received any word of it. I had been translated there several times before, and I had been told at that time simulation and the simulacrum. In Japan you are an important spokesman. So I asked him why I no longer heard about readers' reactions and he told me, but it is very simple you know. Simulation and the simulacrum have been realized. You were quite right, the world and become yours. And so we no longer have any need of you, you have disappeared. You have been volatilized in reality, or in the realization of hyperreality. It is over. In terms of theory, we no longer need you, and there is no longer a need to defend your theories. That is the paradox of utopia made real, it clearly makes every utopian dimension perfectly useless. So I do not know if that answers your question, but ideology seems to me now to be so old a word that in some respects I do not even like to talk about it. In short, if it were true what Marx said, that it is the effect of a reaction of the superstructure on the infrastructure, a mode that reflects the conflictual relation of superstructure and infrastructure. But clearly one can no longer give it a fundamental interpretation today except to produce a referential discourse which itself no longer has the effect of a real clash in the reality of the infrastructure, but is the legacy of a conceptual discourse that is already archaic/ancient. It becomes a kind of 59. Ideological zombie of itself, an artifact of itself. But then, without knowing it because everybody eventually takes up the language of ideology, everybody ideologizes things, it becomes our anchor. As for me, I believe deeply that no one truly believes in it any longer at all. But it will always be there, and that is still the role, unfortunately, of the intellectual class, the political intellectual class, which maintains the fiction of ideological discourse. Everyone pretends all the same to consume it, since otherwise there would be panic. But at a profound level all this has no more credibility. This is what makes everything suddenly collapse, some day or other. It is a collapse that takes place because for a long time there has no longer been any credible basis to the thing at all. We have always wondered why, in the East, everything happened so fast without, apparently, any possible foreshadowing of the collapse. Well, it is simply that everything had been completely devitalized for a long time, and the discourse was no longer anything more than a parody of itself eventually. A reality that is only a parody of itself will cave in without resistance. There is not even any need to give it a push. Moreover, this new type of event is interesting, arising effectively out of indifference and no longer out of a will to action but out of a long inertia which has sapped the system. And then sooner or later, it implodes. By Horus Night, given the allusions to the Manichaean nature of your strategy, irony is a rather isolated term here. It functions well with parody, but the latter hardly appears in your texts. Why not? Is it because the contradiction between them is already contained within irony? Bodrol, you say parody does not appear very much? Though I like the term well enough, parody is still perhaps a little too theatrical, too specular, in spite of everything. The parodic still has a certain power. It is true that I use the term irony a lot more, and what is more, I do not use it in the subjective sense anymore. It is no longer subjective or romantic irony, nor humor in that sense. Rather it is a form of irony that is pataphysical, but objective. Before, it was subjective irony. It was to some extent connected to critique, to a critical, romantic, negative point of view, to a form of disillusion. The new irony seems to me rather to be an excess of positivity, of reality. And that is why I call it pataphysical, because pataphysics, Alfred Jerry's Ubu, is precisely that. It is the too full, the too much of itself, it is an absolute, total over-awareness, positivity without fault. Ubu's big gut will clearly explode one day. And that is metaphysical irony, the irony of our world, and it is related to a kind of protuberance and excrescence of the system. It is no longer ridiculous in the classic theatrical sense, it is pataphysical. Ubu swallowed his own superego. Everything is at the same time untouchable and non-existent, and that is the irony of non-existence, of insignificance. It is more radical than the other. The other was still, and that, moreover, is what gave it beauty and charm, complicity in the object, whereas irony now pertains to events themselves. The events in the East, where all of a sudden, at a time when one could have believed in the fall of capital, we witness the fall of communism. And that seems to be an ironic event to me, perfectly unforeseeable, and nevertheless dependent on a fantastic logic. It is that 60. Irony, rather, that I would insist on now. But it is difficult to the métis because it no longer lends itself to laughter, nor even to a smile really. Perhaps there is an object somewhere that smiles, but we do not know it. By art/night, there are times when you almost speak as an albigensis. Bodrolxerd, an albigensis, yes, a Manichaean. Certainly Manichaean in the Tramparencia Feeble. Bayard/night, there is a paradox which captures my attention in all this. On the one hand I hear a certain albigensia.nism, which sooner or later is read as a form of prophetic interpretation. It could be Jeremiah in the Old Testament, or even Job on his garbage heap. In other occasions you almost sound as Ecclesiastes. The paradox, for me, hinges around the fact that while I know you feel a perfect repulsion for moralistic rigorism, is it possible to behave as a prophet, especially as accurately as you have sometimes turned out to do, without being also a rigorous moralist? Baudrillard rigorous. Yes, to an extent that is a quality, although rigorism is a flaw, rigor, an extreme rigor is a strength. I would be in favor of extreme rigor. Radicalism is also a form of rigor as well. A rigorous logic seems to be necessary. Pity, mercy towards reality are not exactly my choice. I would rather go in the opposite direction. And, in a way, that is true, this could be perceived as a prophetic moralism. Prophetic? Well, I am not sure, I guess one can extrapolate. I, in a way, love to extrapolate, take an idea to its utmost limit, to its extreme. Is this being prophetic? Sometimes, it happens to be right, but not necessarily. I do remember that someone had tried to make an inventory of all the inane comments I had made, well maybe not inane, but at least illusory, and they had found quite a few. It was a newspaper which had done this, I think it was the Globe Hebite, or some such publication. In a way, it provided me with some publicity for things which had indeed taken place. But I had not uttered those prophecies out of a moralistic sense, although I am not sure whether I am devoid of it. I might have inherited some from my ancestors, who were peasants. So that my rigor would be of such a kind. It might come from my sense of repulsion, rather than moralism. Indeed, I may be moral in the sense that everything I describe, I do from a sort of distance, cynicism, objectivity, from a paradoxical stance also. I do entertain deep repulsions, simultaneously with some attractions. Of course, morals are being sustained by resentments and repulsions. And I must confess that I do feel an objective repulsion towards a number of things. In order to describe something, you need to be nasty, to be propelled by the energy of repulsion. The Bobourg architecture, the Bobourg aesthetics aroused that in me, and I described them with a degree of loathsomeness. But ultimately, when one ends up giving the object its monstrous dimension, its scale or scope strikes you. And in order to find them or to express them, you need to absorb this object and identify with it as well as reject it, violently even. Writing also comes from that locus. It is an acting out, as we were saying yesterday. Morals also reprove, reject, forbid, although I am not certain that the analogy holds the same primitive reference, that the primitive scene would be the same. 61. Bayard/Knight, if you had to describe yourself, today, in a quick shot, would you describe yourself as the accidental tourist of the end of this century, little luggage, few illusions, and gifted with that psychic stoicism the end of a millennium leaves us with at dawn? Baudrillard, tourist. Well, that is not very positive. I guess a form of speculation, a capacity for crossing, traversing, yes. A tourist goes through, demonstrates a certain transversality, no doubt, goes to the end of things, or around them. If going around an object or looking at it from multiple viewpoints, defines the tourist, yes, that is true. But there is also the fact that tourists avoid, let off, abandon a number of belongings, and I did strive to do that. Why? Because I probably was the happy owner of valuable gear and I tried to get rid of it. I tried not to refer to all of the history of ideas, philosophy even, to all of that richness I admired the most. Somewhere they are still close to me, but I did try not to make references to them. I chose to forsake them, to abandon objects, that is true. Did I try to create a power vacuum? I do not know whether the term tourist has that meaning, but it invokes a comparable mobility, the absence of primitive, or secondary accumulations, that is me. I tried to avoid accumulations, rather than lean towards expanding. I am not a gambler, not a spendthrift, but one needs to be able to sacrifice in order to recreate a vacuum, and not the other way around, that is clear. Bayard Knight, I was thinking about the accidental tourist, when asking you this question, as in Cool Memories you delineate beautiful meanders around the subject of exile, which you describe as a wonderful and comfortable structure, marked by unreality and the end of the world. Have you been looking for those as fragments to be reached outside of a France filled with greyness and chagrined undecisiveness? Baudrillard, exile, yes, of course. I am quite aware that I operate from a prejudiced position against nationalism, from one which is anti-nationalist, or even anti-cultural. Somewhere within me there is a distancing away from what is closer to the bone, for that which is closer to one's own culture, one's country, family is that from which one cannot escape. Such a promiscuousness I perceive as dangerous, and therefore I have always tried to distance myself from it, sometimes with some partiality about what is the closest to me. And yet, I do value intimacy, roots, ancestry. It is maybe because I have those roots within me that I can afford to become the perfect cosmopolitan, since I know I will always have that form, that substance which solidity confers upon oneself, and that I will never lose those elements. Therefore I never look upon the world as a lost object, and I can afford to lose sight of it, especially that which is closer to me, territory or country. That is true as far as France is concerned, where I have always had an anti-cultural prejudice. Clearly I have never forgiven culture. It contains too many unacceptable elements, and the world becomes increasingly unacceptable because it culturalizes itself at full speed. Everything has now turned into culture, and it has even become very difficult to go beyond one's own culture, since one finds it everywhere. There will even be a moment when one will not be able to find any deserts. Deserts are a metaphor for disappearing objects, evanescence beyond culture. Now that they have become increasingly culturalized, they are virtually impossible to find. 62. Patagonia has become a new frontier. Absence, as much as the locus of absence, have become extremely difficult to access. The real danger, that is true, is to end up wallowing in an obsessional negativity vis-a-vis the other's culture and the rest of the world. And it is true that I have developed my own biased distance, but I think it is better that way, rather than the other way around. Baruch Knight, in the interviews you have given, from Paris to Australia via California, you often speak of the cinema, of the plastic arts, architecture, painting. What place do the other four senses occupy in your life? Taste, smell, touch, hearing? Baudrillard, we have almost come back to the opening question. How shall I put it? I have not had any musical culture, or acculturation to music, practically / none. These are things which later on, in adulthood, you definitely miss. As for painting, the situation was a little bit autodidactic, but ultimately there I know where this is all coming from. Cinema much more, because I really was a bit of a cinema fan at a certain point in my life, while I am much less so today because I no longer happen to find myself there and no longer see what it is anymore. That is true. And then lastly, architecture. Yes, that much more so because of friends in architecture, because of a milieu I knew well, though not through any initial intervention on my part. And so, then, I have finished up with photography, which was and still is exactly a register which is completely intimate and profound for me. Not a profoundness of substance, but perhaps on the surface, though very intense all the same. I have not practiced it for very long, perhaps a dozen years, which makes photography as intense for me as writing, though in a completely different way. Yet perhaps it has given me pleasures even more intense than writing. Is it a relationship with an image, and can you call it an image? It is perhaps for me something else. It is more magical than the real thing. It is the object that, right from the start, has deeply intrigued and obsessed me. I began with the object, after that perhaps the object with a capital letter, or even the metaphysical object which can be anything one wishes, then perhaps the object as radical otherness, like radical exoticism. For me, the photographic image is a little bit like that, and that is different from cinema. I am not the only one to think that the photographic image is superior to the cinematic image, because cinema, in relation to photography, is a loss in terms of illusion, the power of illusion. Of course, it is a progression, an objective one if you like, but like all progress it can very well be precisely, objectively, a loss. Cinema itself, right inside its practice, has lost the force of illusion. It has lost it through color, by all the improvements that have been made, which have, in fact, always seems highly problematic to me. So the photographic image restores a sort of absolute moment. What Barthes says about it is very nice, though perhaps too nice. I have not really thought about it. It is a raw element, evidently, and I try to keep it that way, harsh, and to practice it harshly, a dimension I recognize quite willingly. For the other senses, even art and painting, I have never been involved in them except at a remove, and rather episodically. I have never really addressed things from that point of view, although sometimes I have found myself involved in these spaces in spite of myself, with New York artists and the simulationists. And that was an extremely ambiguous adventure. I found myself 63. Taken in there like a referent, a referential hostage. I was badly treated. One minute I found myself praised to the skies, and then cut down maliciously. Fine, none of that was my doing. It was an unwitting destiny. Choice, desire, investments, these would be in the area of the image, effectively, in the domain of the image, and more precisely in that of photography. I cannot really explain why, it is where I have found a sort of, not of alternative but of a total alternation with writing. Not to have anything but writing makes you really an intellectual, even if you do not like it all the same. Writing is, nonetheless, related more to discourse while photography can be done with a total singularity that is external, alien. Of course there is still a danger there that people end up identifying you as a photographer anyway, and then you find yourself co-opted once again. But for the moment, things are still okay. This interview was conducted in French and translated into English by Professors Caroline Bayard and Graham Knight. Civil Society, Fanaticism and Digital Reality, an interview with Slava Zizek. Geert Love Inc. Gem Love Inc. Let's speak about the role of intellectuals. Before 1989, there was a strange relationship among intellectuals and those in power in Eastern Europe. Both bureaucrats and dissidents had some sort of relationship with politics. And now, this is partly the case. In Western Europe this phenomenon disappeared and it is hard to see any relationship or even dialogue. What should be the role of intellectuals? Zizek, partially this is true. For me what was partially so attractive, so sympathetic about real socialism, despite being a corrupt, cynical system, was the belief in the power of the spoken word. Some 20 years ago, I was editor of a small art theoretical journal with a CI. Circulation of 3,400. Once we published a small, obscure poem, incomprehensibly modern, but between the lines there was a dissident message. If the power would have ignored the poem, nothing would have happened. But there was an extraordinary session of the Central Committee. Okay, this is repression, but what I like about it is the communist power took the potential, detonating force of the spoken word very seriously. They were always interested in arguing with intellectuals. Let's take an artist like Tarkovsky, who was half dissident. He was half allowed to work, even if they suppressed some of his films. They were impressed, they bothered. Frederick Jameson made a nice point about this. We are only now becoming aware that what we liked about East European dissidents like HAVE1 is only possible within a socialist system. Our influence, beginning in the mid-80s, was at that time incredibly large, especially the philosophers, sociologists, literary theoreticians. But this was a very limited conjunction. Now there is the pure ignorance of the regime, which is simply not interested in ideological questions. I feel sorry for those countries in which writers nowadays play an imp and ant role. Take Serbia, where this nationalist madness was fabricated by writers. Even in Slovenia it's the same with the nationalist writers, although they do not have much influence. Love Inc., but you are involved in politics yourself, up until this moment. There are a lot of controversies in Ljubljana about your involvement in the governing party and the fact that you write speeches for them. 65. ZNK, there is a messianic complex with intellectuals in Eastern Europe. Nothing against it, but it becomes extremely dangerous in Slovenia when this messianic vision of intellectuals is combined with a vulgar anti-Americanism, which is a very popular political attitude of right-wingers. America for them means no national solidarity, filthy liberalism, multiculturalism, individualism, the market. They are afraid of a pluralistic democracy and there is a proto-fascistic potential in it. This combination of nationalist writers, whose obsession is how to retain national identity, and an anti-capitalist right-wing movement is very dangerous. I did something for which I lost almost all my friends, what no good leftist ever does. I fully supported the ruling party in Slovenia. For this all my leftist friends hate me and of course the whole right wing. What the Liberal Democratic Party did was a miracle. 5 years ago we were the remainder of the new social movements, like feminist and ecological groups. At that time everybody thought that we would be vanishing mediators. We made some slyly corrupted, but good moves and now we are the strongest party. I think it was our party that saved Slovenia from the fate of the other former Yugoslav republics, where they have the one-party model. Either right-wing like in Croatia or left-wing like in Serbia, which hegemonized in the name of the national interest. With us it's a really diverse, pluralist scene, open towards foreigners. Of course, there are some critical cases. But the changes of a genuine pluralist society are not yet lost. It's typical that this position triggers an enormous hatred against me. Slovene media absolutely ignore me, there is never an article about me. On the other hand, if some nationalist poet publishes a small poem in some obscure Austrian journal, it's a big success in Slovenia. I am rather perceived as some dark, ominous, plotting, political manipulator, a role I enjoy immensely and like very much. Love Inc., you have not become cynical about the current power struggles you are involved in? Z and X+, you do not hear me not saying that it is so disgusting. It's a simple, professional choice. Now politics is becoming business as usual in Slovenia. It's no longer that once a week you write a heroic article and you are a hero. It means intrigues and meetings. I simply had to choose. Do I do serious theory or politics? What I hate most are the beautiful souls of the left wing who complain about their losses, that everything is corrupted. Where are the good old days of the original, left-wing dissidents? No, you must accept the rules of the game. Svetlana Slopzik from Belgrade, now Ljubljana, GL and the group around her present themselves as marginalist victims. But her groups control 2 departments and the most powerful publishing house. They get the most money from the Ministry of Science. And via the Soros Foundation they are selling the story of being surrounded by nationalism. Let's take me. I was blocked from the university before, I was only teaching abroad, in France and in America. I never taught at any university in Slovenia, I am absolutely alone, without any research assistant. They just give me enough money in order to survive. My answer to Svetlana Slopzik would be, why did she become a Slovenian citizen? Her very position is a contradiction of what she says. In a state of 66. Less than 2 million we offered 100,000 non-Slovenians permanent citizenship, against terrible nationalistic resistance. There were no dirty tricks involved, like a test if you knew Slovenian. We are still in an intermediate stage. When a new political logic imposes itself, the Sittlichkeit, the unwritten rules are still unsure, people are still searching for a model. The question is, will we become just another small, stupid, nationalistic state or maintain this elementary, pluralistic opening? And all compromises are worth it for this goal. Love Inc., what is your view on the work of the Soros Foundation and the concept of an open society? ZNK, if you look into my heart, you'll see I am an old-fashioned left-winger. In the short term I support it, but I don't have proper notions about it. Soros is doing good work in the field of education, refugees, and keeping the theoretical and social sciences spirit alive. These countries are not only impoverished, but the sphere of social sciences is hegemonized by Heideggerian nationalists. But the Soros people have this ethic of the bad state versus good, civic, independent structures. But sorry, in Slovenia I am for the state and against civil society. In Slovenia, civil society is equal to the right-wingers. In America, after the Oklahoma bombing, they suddenly discovered that madmen are everywhere. Civil society is not this nice, social movement, but a network of moral majority, conservative and nationalist pressure groups, against abortion, religious education in schools, A real pressure from below. For me, the open society means something very practical, the unwritten rules of the political space. For example, if you oppose the present government or the hegemonic party, are you then still accepted, or is there an unwritten, unspoken stigma that you are a half-nationalist traitor and so on? Up to what extent can you make a career without making political compromises? I don't have any fundamental hopes in a socialist revolution or whatever. We have several big crises coming, the ecological, the developed against the underdeveloped world, and the loss of the sense of reality in the face of all the rapid changes. I don't underestimate the social impact of the loss of stability. Is the frame of liberal capitalism able to solve this antagonism? Unfortunately, my answer is no. Here I am, the old-fashioned left-wing pessimist. I think that ghettoization, like half of LA, is far stronger than the Marxist class struggle. At least both workers and capitalists still participated in legality and the state, whereas liberal capitalism simply doesn't integrate the new ghettos. Liberal democracy has no answer to these problems. A lot of times, this Soros approach of openness indulges in its own species of covered racism. Recently, at a conference in Amsterdam, Press Now asked whether it was possible to find a universal language so that intellectuals from various parts of the former Yugoslavia could start a dialogue. I find this cliché extremely dangerous, because it comes from an idea of the Balkans as the phantasmatic space of nationalistic madness. This fantasy is very well manipulated and expressed in some popular works of art, like Costa Rica's film Underground. He said himself, in Calles do Cinpma, that in the Balkans, war is a natnl phenomenon, nobody knows when it will emerge, it just comes, it's in our genes. This naturalization of the Balkans into an apolitical, primordial theater of passions is cliché, and I find it very suspicious. I 67. Would like to quote Hegel here, the true evil is an attitude which perceives evil everywhere. I am very suspicious about this apparent multicultural, neutral, liberal attitude, which only sees nationalistic madness around itself. It posits itself in a witness role. The post-Yugoslav war is strictly the result of European cultural dynamics. We don't need this simplistic liberal deploring of why don't people speak to each other. Nobody is doing power analysis. A common Western cliché is the so-called complexity of the Balkans. This specifically allows the West to maintain its position as an excluded observer. What you should do is what I call a phenomenological reduction RIL unvers. You should not try to understand it. Like TV, the funny effect when you disconnect the voice, you only have these stupid gestures. Cut off the meaning and then you'll get the pure power battle. The Balkans are a symptom of Europe in the sense that it embodies all that is wrong in the light of the utopian notion of the European community itself. What is the dream? A kind of neutral, purely technocratic Brussels bureaucracy. They project their mirror image on the Balkans. What they both have in common is the exclusion of the proper political antagonisms. Loink, the campaign in Holland, Press Now, supports so-called independent media in the former Yugoslavia. One of its premises is the idea that the war started with propaganda from above through state-controlled media. Seeing that any Western intervention already came too late, it states that, for example, through independent media, one could work on a long-term solution. Do you agree with this analysis? Zizek, up to a point I agree with this, but I have always been in favor of military intervention from the West. Around 1992, with a little bit of pressure, the war would have been over. But they missed the moment. Now, with the shift of balance and the stronger Russia, this is no longer possible. At that time, Croatians and Slovenians were in favor of independence, and the Bosnians were much more ambiguous, and they are paying the price for it. The Bosnians didn't want to prepare for war, they were slower, more careful, and that's why they are now so mad at the West. There was no protection of Bosnia for the Yugoslav army, despite all the guarantees. And then, after the attack, the West suddenly started talking about ethnic struggles, all sides must be guilty, and primordial passions. I don't cry too much for Yugoslavia. The moment Milosevic took over and annexed Kosovo and Vojvodina, the balance of power shifted. There was the choice between a more federal Yugoslavia and a new, centralist one. Do not overestimate the role of the media in the late 80s. Media were allowed to play this role in order for local communist bureaucracies to survive. The key to the Yugoslav crisis is Milosevic's strategy to maintain the power of the old nomenclatura by raking up this national question. The media did their dirty work. It was horrible to watch day by day the stories in Slovenia about Serbs raping us and in Serbia about Albanians raping them. All the news was filtered through this poisoning hatred, from everyday crime to economics. But that was not the origin of the conflict. That was the calculation from the power elite to maintain power. 68. If you define independence in terms of not being supported or controlled by the state, then the worst right-wing weekly is an independent medium and should be supported by Soros. I do admit that in Serbia and Croatia there is absolute control over the media. What they allow are really small, marginalist media. Impartial, independent information can help a lot, but don't expect too much of it. Love Inc., in your speech during the Ars Electronica conference, you emphasized the fact that after a phase of introduction, the seduction of the new media will be over and so will virtual sex. So the desire to be wired will be over soon? Zizek, the so-called virtual communities are not such a great revolution as it might appear. What impresses me is the extent to which these virtual phenomena retroactively enable us to discover to what extent our self has always been virtual. Even the most physical self-experience has a symbolic, virtual element in it. For example, playing sex games. What fascinates me is that the possibility of satisfaction already counts as an actual satisfaction. A lot of my friends used to play sex games on Minitel in France. They told me that the point is not really to meet a person, not even to masturbate, but that just typing your fantasies is the fascination itself. In the symbolic order, the potentiality already gives actual satisfaction. In psychoanalytic theory, the notion of symbolic castration is often misunderstood. The threat of castration as to its effects acts as a castration. Or in power relations, where the potential authority forms the actual threat. Take Margaret Thatcher. Her point was that if you don't rely on state support but on your individual resources, luck is around the corner. The majority didn't believe this, they knew very well that most of them would remain poor. But it was enough to be in a position where they might succeed. The idea that you were able to do something, but didn't, gives you more satisfaction than actually doing it. In Italy, it is said to be very popular during the sexual act that a woman tells a man some dirty fantasies. It is not enough that you are actually doing it, you need some phantasmatic, virtual support. You are good, but yesterday I fucked another one and he was better. What interests me are the so-called sadomasochistic, ritualist, sexual practices. You never go to the end, you just repeat a certain foreplay. Virtual in the sense that you announce it, but never do it. Some write a contract. Even when you are doing it, you never lose control, all the time you behave as the director of your own game. What fascinates me is this spehung, this gap in order to remain a certain distance. This distance, far from spoiling enjoyment, makes it even more intense. Here I see great possibilities for the VR stuff. In the computer I see virtuality, in the sense of symbolic fiction, collapsing. This notion has a long tradition. In Bentham's Panopticon we find virtuality at its purest. You never know if somebody is there in the center. If you knew someone was there, it would have been less horrifying. Now's it's just an utterly dark spot, as Bentham calls it. If someone is following you and you're not sure, it is more horrible than if you know that there is somebody, a radical uncertainty. 69. Love Inc., you are famous for your film analyses. But can you imagine also using examples from computer networks, analyzing the storyline of a CD-ROM or use television material? ZNK, the British Film Institute proposed to me to choose my own 6-7 films and to do a couple of lectures there, since I use so many film examples. They came up with the idea to do a CD-ROM, because I write in the same manner, click here, go there, use this fragment, that story or scene. My books are already failed CD-ROMs, as someone told me. But because of copyright, it is extremely difficult to realize, and dirty capitalism will destroy this plan. Don't they realize that if you use an excerpt of theirs, you create propaganda for them? But it is my dream to do something like this. In my favorite book, Tarrying with the Negative, I use some fragments of Hitchcock. How nice it would be to have it included in the text. But concerning film, I am indeed rather conservative. At this moment I am working on the theme of the role of music in cinema. The idea is that in the mid-30s, when the classical Hollywood code was established, it was strictly Wagnerian, pure accompanying music, radical underscoring, determining your subjective perspective. It's a classical case of a conservative revolution. As Wagner said about his Gesamtwerk, if we allow music to develop by itself, it will become atonal and inimitable. What I also study are the soundtracks in the films of Lynch and Altman, and the shift from the landscape to the soundscape. With Altman and Dolby Stereo, you no longer need the soundtrack as a general frame, as if you have inconsistent fragments. The unity is no longer established at the visual level. I want to connect this with Altman's shortcuts, with its series of faiths, contingently hitting each other. Very delusion, global nonsense where contingent encounters produce local effects of sense in order to understand what subjective in our late capitalist society means. Or let's take Lynch's biggest failure, Dune. Did you notice the use of multiple inner monologues? Reality is something very fragile for Lynch. If you get too close to it, you discover Lenny, Riefenstahl. I am not interested in direct content analysis, but the kind of purely formal changes in how we relate to the physicality of the film and the shifts in the notions of subjectivity. Of course, all of this is done in a kindly anti-Derridian swing. For us, it is the sound that is the traumatic point, the cry, or even the song. The point where you lose your unity and the ways the self-enjoying voice always gets controlled. What interests me at the political level is how the discourse machinery, in order to function, has to rely on the obscene voice. What appears to be a carnivalesque subversion, this eruption of obscene freedom, really serves the power. But these are my B productions, if you want to put it in Hollywood terms. The A production of the last 2 years was a book on shelling that I just finished. Love Inc. We recently celebrated the centenary of cinema. What's the condition of current film theory? What will come after the critical, semiological and gender approaches? Is it still useful to see film as a unity, or should we surf through the media, like the users do, and use a variety of sources? 70. Zizek, Frederick Jameson has already reneged this point. What goes on in cinema is determined by what happens in other media. Concerning theory, there are a lot of others. The whole domain of cultural criticism in America is basically cinema theory. What attracts me is the axis between gaze and voice, and nowhere will you find this tension better than in cinema. This still is for me the principal axis. Cinema is for me a kind of condensation. On the one hand you have the problem of voice, on the other the narrativization. The only change I can think of is that up until 20 years ago, going to the cinema was a totally different social experience. It was a Saturday or Sunday afternoon, and this changed. But what still appears in ordinary commercial films is the shift in the notion of subjectivity. You can detect what goes on at the profoundest, most radical level of our symbolic identities and how we experience ourselves. Cinema is still the easiest way. Like for Freud, dreams were the royal way to the unconscious. Maybe I am part of a nostalgic movement. Nowadays, because of all these new media, cinema is in a crisis. It has become popular as a nostalgic medium. And what is modern film theory really about? Its ultimate objects are nostalgic films from the 30s and 40s. It is as if you need the theory in order to enjoy them. It's incredible how even Marxists enjoy this game. They have seen every film, I'm not joking. It's not only this paternalizing notion that it is good to use examples from cinema. I would still claim that there is an inherent logic of the theory itself, as if there is a privileged relationship, like the role literature played in the 19th century. Love Inc., you have been to Japan. What's your opinion on the technological culture in that country? Zizek, first I must say that I don't have my own positive theory about Japan. What I do have, as every Western intellectual, are the myths of reference. There is the old, right-wing image of the samurai code, fighting to death, the absolute, ethical Japan. Then there is the leftist image, from Eisenstein, the semiotic Japan. The empty signs, no Western metaphysics of presence. It's a no less phantasmatic Japan than the first one. We know that Eisenstein for his montage of attractions used Japanese ideograms. Then there is Bertolt Brecht as an exception. He took over elements like sacrifice and authority and put them in a left-wing context. Here in the West, Brecht was seen as someone introducing a fanatic Eastern morality, but now there's in Surkamp-Werk's detailed edition of his J. Sager and his Lernstück. They discovered that all those moments the Western critics perceived as remainders of this imperial and sacrificing Japan were indeed edited by Brecht. What they perceived as Japanese was Brecht. Then there is the capitalist Japan and its different stages. There is the myth of non-original Japan taking over, but developing better, Philips for the rich and Sony for the poor. 20 years later this was of course the other way round. Then there is the Kochvian Japan. First, for Kochiev the end of history was Russia and America, the realization of the French Revolution. Then he noticed that something was 71. C. Missing. He found the answer in Japan, in the little surplus. If everything only functions, as in America, you would kill yourself. In the snobism, drinking tea in a nice way, he found that life still had a meaning. But there is another Japan, the psychoanalytic. For the multiculturalist approach, the almost standard example is Japan and its way of Nyanung, saying no. There are 30 ways to say no. You say no to your wife in one way, no to a child in another way. There is not one negation. There is a small Lacanian volume, La chose Japonis. They elaborate the borrowing of other languages, all these ambiguities. Didn't Lacan say that Japanese do not have an unconscious? For the West, Japan is the ambiguous other, at the same time it fascinates you and repels you. Let's not forget the psychological cliché of Japan, you smile, but you never know if it is sincere or if you are mocking us, the idea of Japan as the impenetrable other. This ambiguous politeness. What do they really want? There's also the idea of the Japanese as the ersatz Jews for the Americans. The Japanese governments together with 2 or 3 mega companies, plotting. All this spleen, this palette of fantasies, is Japan for us. But what surprised me is that authors, whom I considered strictly European, are widely read in Japan, as for example George Lukács. Then there is a Japan, loved by those who criticize our Western, decadent way of liberal democracy and who look for a model that would combine the dynamics of capitalism, while maintaining some firm traditional structure of authority. And again, it can work both ways. What I like about fantasies is that they are always ambiguous. You can turn it in a negative way, Japanese pretending to play capitalism, while in reality what you have is conspiracy and authority. On the positive side you see that there is a capitalism possible with moral values. What I liked there, in restaurants and subway stations, is the absence of English. You don't have this self-humiliating, disgusting, pleasing attitude. It's up to the foreigners to find their way out. I liked tremendously those automatic vending machines. Did you see The Shining, based on Stephen King's novel? This is America at its worst. 3 people, a family, in a big hotel and still the space is too small for them and they start killing each other. In Japan, even when it is very crowded, you don't feel the pressure, even if you ate physically close. The art of ignoring. In the New York subway, even when it's half full, you would have this horrifying experience of the absolute proximity of the other. What I liked about the Foucault conference in Tokyo I attended was that one would expect the Japanese to apply Foucault to their own notions. But all the Japanese interventions were about Flaubert. They didn't accept this anthropological game of playing idiots for you. No, they tried to beat us at our own game. We know Flaubert better than you. Every nation in Europe has this fanaticism, conceiving itself as the true, primordial nation. The Serbian myth, for example, is that they are the first nation of the world. The Croatians consider themselves as primordial Aryans. The Slovenians are not really Slavs, but pretend to be of Etrurian origin. It would be nice to find a nation that accepts the fact of being the second and not the first. This might be a part of the Japanese identity, if you look at the way they borrow languages. 72. I recently read a book on Kurosawa. It is said that Rasboman was seen in the early 50s as the big discovery of the Eastern spirit. But in Japan it was perceived as way too Western. My favorite Japanese film is Sancho by Mikaguchi because it offers itself for a nice, Lacanian reading, the problem of the lost mother, the mother's voice reaching the son, etc. This is the Japanese advantage over America when the mother's voice tries to reach the son. In America one would get madness, like Hitchcock's Z and E/O, but in Japan you get a normal family. The Balkans is now a region where the West is projecting its own fantasies, like Japan. And again, this can be very contradictory. The film Rising Sun ambiguously suggests that there is a Japanese plot to take over and buy Hollywood. The idea is that they do not just want our factories, our land, they even want our dreams. Behind this there's the notion of thought control. It's the old Marxist notion of buying the whole chain, from the hardware to the movie theaters. What interests me in Japan is that it is a good argument against the vulgar, pseudo-Marxist evolutionary notion that you have to go through certain evolutionary stages. Japan proves that you can make a direct short circuit. You retain certain elements of the old hierarchical superstructure and combine it very nicely with the most effective version of capitalism it pretends to be. It's a good experience in non-anthropocentrism. It's a mystery for Western sociologists who say that you need Protestant ethics for good capitalism. What I see in Japan, and maybe this is my own myth, is that behind all these notions of politeness, snobism etc. the Japanese are well aware that something which may appear superficial and unnecessary has a much deeper structural function. A Western approach would be, who needs this? But a totally ridiculous thing at a deeper level might play a stabilizing function we are not aware of. Everybody laughs at the English monarchy, but you'll never know. There is another notion that is popular now amongst American sociologists, civilizations of guilt versus civilizations of shame. The Jews and their inner guilt and the Greeks with their culture of shame. The usual cliché now is that Japan is the ultimate civilization of shame. What I despise in America is the studio actor's logic, as if there is something good in self-expression. Do not be oppressed, open yourself, even if you shout and kick the others, everything in order to express and liberate yourself. This is a stupid idea, that behind the mask there is some truth. In Japan, and I hope that this is not only a myth, even if something is merely an appearance, politeness is not simply insincere. There is a difference between saying hello, how are you, and the New York taxi drivers who swear at you. Surfaces do matter. If you disturb the surfaces you may lose a lot more than you think. You shouldn't play with rituals. Masks are never simply mere masks. Perhaps that's why Brecht became close to Japan. He also liked this notion that there is nothing really liberating in this typical Western gesture of stealing the masks and showing the true face. What you discover is something absolutely disgusting. Let's maintain the appearances, that's my own fantasy of Japan. Panic Quake servers. Frank Luntz. Author's note, Quake is ID Software's much anticipated follow-up to Doom, the most successful computer game of all time. Addictive, immersive, and hyperviolent, Quake has already established itself as the ultimate productivity black hole. Now, across the network, puzzled system administrators are discovering more and more machines that have been transformed into secret servers dedicated to managing the shadow traffic of non-stop multiplayer deathmatches. Quake is just one step toward the future, but I think it has a good shot at spawning a pretty complicated online, networked universe. Maya Balabrash, id programmer. Panic Quake servers are the avant-garde of a parasite nervous system grafting itself onto the corporate backbone. Bandwidth scavengers hosting the endless recombinant congregations of vapor war. Forget virtual reality and cyberspace. The ultimate synthesis of architecture and cinema is already being coded up around you. Forget about soaring over gleaming spires of data in a weightless universe of pure information. Quake space is claustrophobic, scatological, prepubescent, and very, very dangerous. And forget about leaving the meat behind. Panic Quake is nothing but bodies. Bodies splattered, pulverized, and exploded. The body fragged and multiplied, becoming pure speed in a point-to-point network of ammunition flows and tactical lust. All sucking, all spewing, the Quake body is projectile and target, monster and hero, author and interface, key, switch, and trap. It is the body with nothing but organs, erupting and transmitting, and always forever the barricaded global variable in an infinite cascade of light-speed calculations, surface, perspective, and line of sight, the Baroque codes for subjectivity in the digital space of deathmatch culture. Captain Kirk was never the original. Alan Shapiro. In its prevalent forms, the cottage consumer industry of Star Trek is a classic virtuality of identification where the viewer's senses of self, otherness, and reality are blurred by the contemplation of iconic spectacles. The fanatic relationship to media objects and fetishized paraphernalia is a partial, transitional realization of the reign of simulacra, effected at this stage in the logic of the model and its serial differentiation. After the original Star Trek series came the animated series, then the Next Generation, 6 original series movies, 1 intergenerational movie, Deep Space Nine, Voyager, and now the Next Generation movie, First Contact, and the current 30th anniversary festivities. It is an endless clone succession, a lineal, self-evolving pataphysics of reworked plots, trans-species Federation officers, sentimental cyborgs, humanoid hyperlife, engineering restabilizations following perturbations, non-Mobius time travel, and warp drive accelerations beyond the speed of light. But this unceasing serial corn modification or anabolic self-replication always sustains itself through reverent reference to the original referent, the pantheonic first generation of Captain James T. Kirk, graduate of Starfleet Academy, first in science officer $@ number, unpronounceable, spec, Chief Medical Officer Dr. Leonard Bones McCoy, Scott, Uhura, Chekhov, Sulu, Chapel, and Band. But Captain Kirk was nowhere the original. Attention, red alert, all hailing channels being jammed, switching to subspace frequency, and repeating, William Shatner / James T. Kirk was not the original captain of the Starship Enterprise. In the pilot broadcast for the first Star Trek series, entitled The Cage, aired on February 1, 1965, the Enterprise, NCCL/OLA, prototype model, were Captain Christopher Pike, Jeffrey Hunter, in command, answers a mysterious distress call from long-lost Federation settlers believed to have crashed on the planet Talos 4. The distress call turns out to have been fabricated by the super-intelligent beings of Talos to lure Pike and 2 of his most attractive female crew members into a zoo-like captivity. After Captain Kirk replaced Captain Pike for the eventual primetime series, the footage from The Cage was re-edited into a 2-part episode called The Menagerie, stardates 3012.4 and 3012.5. The keepers of the menagerie are so scientifically advanced that they are all brain, they have lost the capabilities to experience sensory and tactile reality, to feel or emote, and to stroke the physical world. They seek to benignly imprison 2 humans, a male and a female, cut them loose in a high-tech digitized parallel processed virtual 75 Disneyland, and start grooving vicariously on the sensations and emotions. The Talosians have collected biological specimens from around the galaxy in their zoo, but the two humans will be their premium ticket to's virtual reality lust fest. Aside from hints about its von Neumann architecture, the underlying algorithms and class inheritances of the menagerie's virtuality engine are not specified. We can assume a ring zero concentric clustering saltation, descendant from early artificial life programs. Captain Pike and his holographic computer-generated ideal woman can live out any scenario which is found in the dream reservoir in Pike's head. Pike rejects the two female officers in favor of the gentle hologram as his companion. Any childhood memory, sexual fantasy, historical time and place, folklore, fairy tale, vision of home, or galaxial adventure can be brought to life by the menagerie's virtual reality neural network and wetware. The ideal woman is synthesized from a reading of Captain Pike's libidinal unconscious worked upon the ruined body of an Earth woman who, as a young girl years ago, was the sole survivor of the crash of the Federation settlers' spaceship. The scarred, now fully grown woman appears beautiful to Captain Pike through trick photochronography. For her part, she has been raised in the zoo by the Talosians and has never seen a real man before Pike. In the story of Captain Pike, a much later and conclusive stage in the accomplishment of simulacra is invoked. Beyond Star Trek's predominant virtuality of virtuous identification is the virtuality of the unconditional worship of simulacra, a final stage exemplified by digital media's synthesis of synthetic three-dimensional video and the jacked-in nervous system. Having completed the pilot episode, the producers of Star Trek must have realized that they had given birth to a captain whose precocious engagement with virtual reality already disqualified him from serving as the model for a sequeled succession of media commodities. The successful media product model has as prerequisite a mythical moment of transcendent creativity which clears the way for the emergence of a new spectacle object. The spectacle object, celebrity, consumer gadget, media property, then enters the panoply of fetishes among which we shop in our efforts to find an identity niche and dubiously distinguish ourselves from others. The model serves as lightning rod for ambivalent collective projections, allowing each individual to feel unique at the very moment when all consumers of that same niche are imitating the same elevated pattern. But the fully achieved simulacra of virtual reality threaten the stability and profitability of this system of differences. This is why Captain Pike, who was too far ahead of his time, had to be shunted aside in favor of the valorous Captain Kirk. The binary oppositions of compartmentalized analytical thought which uphold the progress of the media and computer industries, the dualities between original and copy, mind and body, model and series, real and virtual, reality and information, begin to break down in the era of consummated virtuality in favor of a perpetual Mobius strip which appears at all points to have two sides but really has one. The dichotomy between computer applications which belong to the official category of virtual reality software and the rest of computer applications is a prime example of such increasingly precarious binary oppositions in the computer industry. In the 76. First type of virtual reality application, the official product category, a purposive activity, such as piloting an airplane or meeting a new girlfriend, is simulated both by providing sensory information to the user that mimics the real activity, and by handling changes in perceptual angles caused by the user's moves through the cyberspace. In the second type of virtual reality application, not recognized as such by the computer industry, a familiar human activity such as driving in the country or eating dinner at a restaurant is organized as a virtual machine by the increased information that is brought to bear upon it. Claude Shannon, one of the original captains of computer science, defined information as the reduction of uncertainty. These familiar activities whi.ch become the domain of software applications were previously hotbeds of uncertainty needing to be brought under control by a wallet-sized or car computer. At some point there will no longer be any difference between the three-dimensional digital video images displayed outside the window of the cockpit flight simulator and the three-dimensional digital video images of sunny landscapes projected outside the passenger window by the car computer as I drive through the country on a rainy afternoon. Once we arrive at this point of convergence between the named virtual simulation of a remote, normally inaccessible activity, like exploring the surface of Mars or meeting a new girlfriend, and the unnamed virtual simulation of a familiar, accessible human activity, like eating in a restaurant or meeting a new girlfriend, then both types of software application have elaborated their object to the point where the elaborations join together in the same completed and perfected simulacra. What was previously called information and what was called reality become as alike as the two sides of the Mobius strip. The assumption that information is a science which is useful to a separate, intact object called reality ignores the ascendance of the seamless, uninterrupted network interface between knowing and object, and its transfiguring sway. A fully accomplished virtual network, such as the one which beckoned Captain Pike, endangers the primacy of the model and the powerful dissemination of its aura in the perpetual substitutions and rearrangements of the series. The logic of the charismatic media model and its propagated array of serial distinctions was essential in supporting the illusion of the uniqueness and individuality of each consumer of shared media spectacles. The displacement of this system by immersive or neural direct fusion with spectral, holographic environments portends a potentially reversible endpoint to the history of images and simulacra. In the zoo on Talos N, Captain Pike is at first as valorous as Captain Kirk eventually will be. Although he participates for a while, Pike is not seduced for long by the virtual reality goodies proffered by the Talosians. His freedom and ontological grounding in reality are more precious to him than fated reunions with loved ones and pets from his childhood. His sworn duty to get back to his ship is more important than saving the woman of his dreams from monsters in a Gothic castle. A polymorphous perverse prisoner is still a prisoner, and Pike has nothing but contempt for his overcerebrated sedentary voyeuristic captors. He summons all his cunning, exhorting himself to figure out a way to escape. Captain Pike discovers a bug in the Talosians' system, a flaw in their security software. They have not accounted in their human resources package for the 77. Emotion of raw hatred. When Pike concentrates all his feelings on his hatred of the Talosians, the processor-generated force field which surrounds Pike's cage breaks down. Pike is able to dart out of the cage and wring his hands around the Talosian leader's neck. After this outburst of hatred, the Talosians are only too happy to let Captain Pike go. They admit that they underestimated the human species' aversion to confinement. They have now discovered that humans are capable of extreme phenomena, such as radical passions towards others, and extreme phenomena were not considered in the object-oriented design of their software. In most cases, proper software engineering directs that reality is a bug to be fixed in the next release. But a radical passion like hatred necessitates more than a version patch. To the Talosians, this vehement human potentiality is like a rogue virus which threatens to bring down their entire planetary network. Captain Pike is reunited with the Enterprise crew and Talos 4 is classified as an off-limits planet which all Federation ships are prohibited from going near. But 11 years later, Captain Pike is involved in a terrible, disastrous accident, a fiery explosion, and he is left nearly dead. His body, aside from a brutally scarred face, is destroyed, and his consciousness or soul is transferred into a stationary box or housing unit without prosthetics. His only means of communication is using the simplest digital code of beeping once for yes and twice for no. Faced with this reduced, diminutive existence, Captain Pike is reminded of the virtual paradise offered by the Talosians where he can be able-bodied once again. He now wishes to return to the menagerie. But by this time, Captain Kirk has taken command of the Enterprise, and Kirk sees it as his duty to enforce the injunction against visiting Talos 4. Mr. $and spec, Pike's loyal first officer from 11 years back, commandeers the ship without Captain Kirk's knowledge, placing his own career at risk, and brings the homuncular Pike back to the zoo planet 2. Mr. $and spec, the half-human, half-Alan Turing logician, is the only officer to serve under the captainships of both Pike and Kirk. For the autistic and quasi-comatose Talosians, 11 years was just a nano-instant, and they are waiting to greet Pike with as much revelry as their atrophied funny bones can muster. Star Trek has never been considered by science fiction critics for its secondary current of virtual reality themes. But from the menagerie to all our yesterdays to the pivotal role of the downtime holodeck in the Next Generation to the Deep Space Nine shadow play villagers, Star Trek is replete with polysemous texts about the last stage of simulacra and virtuality. This minor key throughout the Star Trek opus can be seen as the lingering symbolic influence of the brief reign of Captain Pike. According to self-anointed postmodern media critics like Scott Buchotman and Walter McDougall, Star Trek is too heroically individualist to be much valued as a text. Unlike the cyberpunk canon of William Gibson, Blade Runner, et.al. which Buchotman celebrates, Star Trek fails to address or extol the terminal identity, body electronic, fractal geography, subject disentering, ontology-shattering themes and transmigrations of the digital age. For these postmodern critics, the recurring effect of Star Trek is to reconfirm the television or movie viewer's belief that we can subsume our individualism into the rationality of systems yet retain our humanity still. The popularity of Star Trek is attributed to 78. Our delight in the human qualities of Captain Kirk, which are always victorious over the very technological megasystems that make his adventures possible. It may be correct that Captain Kirk's outwitting of evil empires and evil computers through use of logical paradox and human foible reinforces traditional post-enlightenment, captains of industry, subjectivity. But what Kirk's antics are always debunking are the computer's pretensions to artificial intelligence. Kirk gets it on in a metaphoric three-dimensional chess match against supercomputers like Landru, the Return of the Archons, Nomad, the Changeling, Vol, the Apple, and the Daystrom clone, the ultimate computer. These voice-enabled computers all seek to rise above their programming and think for themselves, but they always lack that certain little human gene sais quoi. The Pentagon could have saved billions on futile artificial intelligence research if it had watched these early Star Trek episodes. But, as Bill Gates and Kevin Kelly, those amiable prophets of the wired world and the interactive network, remind us, artificial intelligence was always a detour, and never the destination, of the computer, for it was the complex systems side of cybernetics, not the artificial intelligence side, which would lead to the true destiny of the computer, virtual reality. One of Marshall McLuhan's discursive descendants has recently said that the effects of television on the world and how we see it were invisible until McLuhan pointed out TV5. One of the obstacles to seeing virtuality today, and the grave dangers which loom through its mist, is that we believe in an enterprise called science, the epistemology, methodology, and applications of which have supposedly ushered in a grand and eternal age of progress and wizardry. We have constructed a pantheon of original scientific heroes, whose heroism derives from their original acts of having been the first to investigate the physical objects of the world independent from any prejudicial system of interpretation. We neglect to scrutinize what really happened at the primal anthropological scene of the beginnings of scientific method and the first captains of science. At the back end of the chronology, we have been equally remiss in failing to observe that the privileging of the autonomy of the physical object was a phase which came to an end in the mid-20th century, at the time of the invention of the virtuality engine known as the computer and the new sciences of information and biocybernetic complex systems. According to Bill Gates, we will soon work, learn, make friends, shop, explore cultures, and be entertained from the privacy of our homes and without leaving our armchairs. On the post-web internet, which Gates calls the interactive network, we will enter into total immersion cyber environments via our high-bandwidth connections. This penetration to the other side of the screen is but the latest step in the civilizational project of creating a second, doubled, substitute world, a movement from reality to virtuality. The virtuality syndrome arose as a consequence of the scientific revolutions which caused humanity to feel its insignificance and transience in contrast to the permanent and consequential status of the objective, natural world. Other cultures had dealt with human death in an integrated way through symbolic rituals and sacrifice, and with the cosmos through the mediation of mythology, but it was our destiny to face down the harsh reality principles of 79. Mortality and an external world of permanent, inexorable, superior laws. Confronted with this severity, we felt anxiety and ultimately developed an immortality neurosis or virtuality syndrome to manage our distress. To match the permanence of the laws of nature, we devised our own project of step-by-step constructing a media permanence which we would then eventually jump into. The immortality neurosis is exhibited in the new American business of customers having their heads preserved after death so they can someday have their consciousnesses revived and transferred into robotic bodies when science has reached that stage of progress. But the immortality or virtuality syndrome is also manifest in the interactive networks and in all of the mass media in their earlier, transitional forms. Anteceding the legend of the original heroic scientists is the seminal, primal scene of the initial stirrings in tribal societies of the gaze on the autonomous object. This was the transformation from a symbolic, intimate relationship to the object to an operational, percipient one discussed, for example, by Bodley in Theory of Religion. This neglected transmutational scene resembles the unexamined text which antecedes the legend of the original heroic Captain Kirk, the primal scene of the virtuality decisions of Captain Christopher Pike. For Captain Pike, the appeal of virtuality is relative. Compared with the able-bodied, open-spaced conditions of vitality, mobility, and irreducible language, virtual reality is a sham. It is a spurious and pale facsimile of life, and Pike will have no truck with it. But compared to the degraded conditions of immobility and digital inarticulateness, reduced to the unraveled binary code of communication, virtual reality is preferred. From the standpoint of spatial, quadriplegic, and semantic incapacitation, and on and from this standpoint, virtual reality is accepted and embraced. As long as Captain Pike has a body, he is not seduced to make the leap beyond the screen to the full achievement of simulacra. Once he no longer has a body, he is ready to put on his data bodysuit, goggles, and glove. At the dawn of Kirk's term as captain, and the seminal confusion of his status as original or copy, we have a powerful statement about the new interactive networks. It is only from the position of an already debased spatial immobility and urban hyperconcentration that we are prepared to embrace the doubled, substitute world of virtuality. Fellow homunculi, where do you want to go today? So Pike, the true firstborn, was whisked away into virtual reality and replaced by the changeling Kirk. There was, of course, another way forward for Captain Pike, but the screenwriters of the menagerie were unfortunately ignorant of the basics of writing operating system software drivers for peripheral devices. Since Pike's biorehabilitation programmers had succeeded in resuscitating at least one controllable nerve impulse from his consciousness, and connecting the discrete signals of this impulse across the synaptic gap to an output device, the beeping for yes or no, further layers of software to drive more sophisticated output devices and sound cards would certainly be possible. From the single binary registering of a 0 or a 1, an entire operational language, a full digital communication, can be devised. One merely has to enumerate and combine varied sequences of OS and is as discrete identifiers in an infinitely permutated system. The only drawback would be that Pike's consciousness itself would always remain at the level 80 of the lowest machine language, FBRCED, to perpetually master and will end the lengthy binary sequences in order to express himself. He would literally be the machine and its finally awakened artificial intelligence. Another episode of the original Star SK series, All Our Yesterdays, presents us with a beautiful, succinct metaphor for the scientific revolution and the virtuality syndrome. Captain Kirk, Mr. Dollar at N Spec, and Dr. McCoy beam down to the planet Sarpedon, which belongs to a solar system the sun of which is about to explode as a supernova. The Plane TS political leaders and chief scientists have known of this impending catastrophic event for a long time and have diligently implemented a digital survival plan. After the sun goes supernova, the planet will become permanently uninhabitable, but the inhabitants will not be faced with their deaths. The planet's entire new media resources have been mobilized into the construction of a vast library and computer administered by technicians. The library does not contain books, but rather tapes in canisters which store the virtual content of all occurrences in the planet's history. In the waning days before the supernova catastrophe, each inhabitant selects his favorite historical time from the library's vast archives, has a technician retrieve and insert the chosen tape into an input device, and passes through a portal from which he or she can never return again. Any attempt to return will result in instant death, since the subject's genetic code has been altered for adaptation to the destination historical period. The time portal is the focal point of the library, and through it each inhabitant makes a definitive exit from the planet's dying reality. At the very last moment before the supernova explosion, the principal technician inserts his personal tape and heads off to the most exclusive virtual history theme park. The heliocentric discoveries of Copernicus and Galileo ignited a kind of metaphoric supernova explosion. The Copernican model of the Sun-Earth relationship, which challenged and replaced the geocentric universe of Ptolemy, was not accepted for centuries due to the anxiety about our status in the cosmos which it provoked. Humans, created in God's image, were no longer the centre of the universe. The Sun does not revolve around the Earth as was previous life believed, the Earth revolves around the Sun. With Copernicus, the Sun expanded and the virtuality syndrome was given an anti-gravitational boost. Physical reality and its classical laws, which only operate until you approach light speed, or the hyperbolic speed of the media and computers, were elevated to a sovereign, more permanent status in relation to mortals. On Sarpedon, all our yesterdays, the course of the virtuality syndrome is played out at accelerated speed. The original physical reality of Sarpedon is wiped out by the supernova of its sun. But a second, substitute, cloned reality has been preserved for the planet's inhabitants thanks to the virtuality engine of digital technology. The Sarpedonians can go anywhere they want to go, on a one-way ticket. For the cool experimenters inject in data-suited subject decentering terminal identity like Scott Buchotman, or the writers of cyborg manifestos like Donna Haraway, Star Trek is a conventional media industry which never stops showing the same old reruns of gendered and immune system tropes like military hardware, space adventures, and extraterrestrial invaders. But Star Trek is an 81. Ordinary screen, and like Bukowski's Ordinary Madness, it is ironically and seductively reversible. It may even be one of the texts which, in its minor key, is pointing the way towards that ultimate reversibility of things that is set in motion at the moment when reality and information reach the point of their final, and fatal, interchangeability. 8 One must read star 7 TEK against star EK. As in other ordinary screens, like Fox Football or Video Poker or Windows 97, the apparently dominant window has been resized, it has been turned oblique or spun diagonally into the background with respect to the physical screen, making room for other, less ideologically stable, windows. We can no longer presume that viewers see a univocal screen or hear only the monotonic drone of an idiot box. The enduring popularity of Star EK may indicate a fascination and engagement by the mass of viewers with motifs of their own disappearing reality. The 90s began with a blast of techno-utopianism, but it will end with slow suicide in the surplus streets. Net politics is the story of the 90s as a radically split reality, surplus class and virtual class, surplus flesh and virtual flesh, separate and digitally unequal. Infoban Blues. Robert Adrian X. Since American Vice President Al Gore made his famous speech in California a few years ago, it has become impossible to scan any news medium without finding at least one reference to the information superhighway. The information superhighway metaphor, specially tailored for Mr. Gore's California audience, is so brilliantly simplistic it seems to have blown the mind of every media editor in the Western Hemisphere. With an information superhighway you just plug in your modem and roll your data out onto the ramp and into the data flow where it zips along the freeway until it hits the appropriate off-ramp. Finding data is the same, it's all nice straight data lanes with on and off ramps and well-banked curves. You pick your way through the interchanges, just like LA commuting, only much more comfortable. The superhighway metaphor does not threaten the status quo or challenge the prevailing ideologies as did cyberspace, that other, earlier, name for the net coined by William Gibson and Bruce Sterling. Cyberspace has no highways or interchanges or even directions. It is just a vast universe of connections in a multidimensional data field. You can get lost in cyberspace, it is dark and threatening and infested with spiky-haired hackers with dirty fingernails and shabby hardware. Cyberspace is infinite, chaotic, and scary while Mr. Gore's superhighway is finite, linear and very familiar, at least to suburban Americans, who are, after all, his constituents. The infoban is driven by folks just like us. It is bright and sunny, with friendly groves of data stretching off into the distance on either side. The superhighway metaphor tames cyberspace, making it acceptable in the average American home, something the whole family can enjoy. The data mobile can be parked in the family garage. The information superhighway corn modifies data, in the form of things like online video games, movies, mail order catalogs, so that it can be marketed just like any other consumer product. Don't drive down to the mall, just call it up on the net. It's all telephone, of course, and the infoban is just a broadband version of the old-fashioned telephone. Not the deregulated, digitized business tool, but the telephone that was an open system, with party lines and nosy operators. We could call our era the telephone era, or the 20th century the telephone century, without much exaggeration. The telephone was, and still is, the only generally available, unprogrammed, participatory, personal and interactive communications medium, aside from face-to-face contact. Programmed broadcasting media like radio and television are universally available via satellite, microwave, or cable networks, but they are one-way systems in which a commodity, information, entertainment, services, is distributed to a consuming, or potentially consuming. 85. Public feedback from these systems is in the form of the body count of viewers/listeners, or in the analyses of sales figures for the advertised products. With the telephone, on the other hand, it is the service itself which is the commodity, and the user supplies his or her own content, that is, the users communicate in a two-way exchange between equal partners. In this sense, the telephone network is a public space, a meeting place open to all who have telephone access. In this age of property fetishism, the odd thing about telephone space is that nobody owns it, not the telephone companies, because they only provide the service, not governments which merely meddle, snoop and regulate, nor the users who simply take it for granted, like rain or electricity. And here lies the problem: public utilities or spaces are not amenable to policies of profit maximization. In a low-cost/low-quality two-way communications system like the telephone, value-added services are extremely limited, and growth, in a saturated market like North America or Western Europe, has become sluggish. Most telephone users just want to talk to each other and send a few faxes back and forth. The cake is too small and, since deregulation, the cake eaters too many, the answer appears to be, increase bandwidth. Increased bandwidth allows telephone space to be appropriated for commercial propaganda, occupied by infotainment commodities, turned into a shopping mall. Increased bandwidth is not very interesting for those who simply want to talk to each other, and people who just want to talk to each other are even less interesting to the new telecom corporations, whose profits will come mostly from the products and services they sell or rent online. What these corporations really want is interactive cable TV, with the interactivity restricted to online shopping, video games, and pay-to-view movies, with the telephone thrown in as a giveaway because it requires almost no space on the cable. The infoban in this definition is little more than a catalog of products, services, information, and entertainment that can be ordered or purchased and consumed online. Mr. Gore's superhighway is really an electronic golden mile, there to be cruised, like any suburban shopping strip, for entertainment, sex, fun, and consumables. In reality, the superhighway simply projects existing aspects of Western social and cultural behavior onto the new electronic communications systems. Its attraction as a metaphor is that it suggests that everything will be just like now, but much, much better, more convenient, more comfortable, more home entertainment, easier shopping, less commuting. The ubiquitous TV screens scattered about the average middle-class home will become windows into cyberspace which has been paved over for convenient data cruising. Office workers can download their daily tasks at the breakfast table and upload their day's work into the corporation mainframe at the end of 8 hours on the infoban, then flip into infotainment mode and surf 400 channels of consume data. The network behind the flickering screen is there, like the labor-saving peripherals and high household appliances, for the sole purpose of making life more comfortable for post-industrial suburban mankind, and more profitable for the corporations. No notice is taken of the fact that, even now, most of the bandwidth of the new networks is being used by computers communicating with each other, completely independent of human users, programmers, or controllers, and the tendency is rising. The huge volume 86 of data traffic between computers is already clogging the telephone system, and the growth of computer communications, internet and other networks, online data banks, email etc. is clogging it more every day. Even 4 years ago it was estimated that 50% of all telephone calls in the USA were by computers exchanging data. A broadband high-speed network for communication between computers has become a necessity, and the IRAphone is just a handy name for that network, a network of fiber optic cable carrying large volumes of digital data at high speed between computers, using a standard protocol. But Mr. Gore's linear superhighway metaphor gets into trouble here too. A two-dimensional data flow plan can look like a roadmap, and road-like routes and junctions can be interpreted even in three-dimensional renderings of data hierarchies and search paths, but it is clear that a network of connections, comprised of enormous quantities of data interacting simultaneously and at the speed of light, has little in common with a superhighway, no matter how many lanes and levels and interchanges it has. The data network predicted by the introduction of broadband transmission systems is much better described by the nonlinear notion of cyberspace, an image of a multidimensional matrix of interwoven data, modernizing and dematerializing almost randomly. It is hard to imagine being a user in such an environment, but it might be possible to be a participant or to be simply present. The assumption embedded in the superhighway metaphor is that, in spite of the way so many aspects of our society and culture have been revolutionized by these new digital and communications technologies, nothing has really changed, and that the program of machine development is entirely for the benefit and convenience of the human user. So not only does it fail to address the cultural ramifications of the new technologies, the superhighway uncritically and opportunistically supports the master-servant relationship of man-machine. By treating the monitor/TV screen as the data mobile windshield and putting the human user in the driver's seat at the focal point of the network, the branching pathways of that specific user's interaction with the data flow can be made to appear highway-like. But one is seldom alone online, and each user has his or her own data highway which, taken together, combine and recombine at every instant, creating an incalculable tangle of paths which cause data space to be reconstructed, nanosecond by nanosecond, in response to user activity at the keyboard. If we locate the user in the center of the network and make the network a creation and servant of the user, it implies that, should no user be active, the network is idling, doing maintenance-like things, waiting for someone to press a key, like an arcade game waiting for a coin in the slot. Which is, of course, absurd, because we also know that the computer networks control, with or without human presence, electricity supply, water supply, transportation systems, inventories and accounting, telephone and communications networks, and the whole infrastructure of world finance, stock markets, insurance, banking, not to mention government, corporate and military surveillance and control programs. Absurdities and contradictions are the rule rather than the exception in the rhetoric of the new electronic media. The two-dimensional silliness of the super 87 highway metaphor is minor compared, for example, to the arrogance of the pretense of a universal worldwide telephone network. Everyone really knows that no more than 10% of the world's population now have personal access to a telephone at home, and that, for most people alive today, a private telephone is an unimaginable luxury. But this knowledge has not prevented enormous amounts of money being invested in global telecommunications programs, mostly involving value-added services and peripherals, on the assumption that the telephone is already, for all intents and purposes, ubiquitous. Two realities appear to collide here: the reality of the planet and its actual inhabitants, and the reality of the virtual world of the communications infrastructure inhabited by users/consumers. Having no telephones and little purchasing power, the vast majority of humanity cannot achieve user/consumer status, except as consumers of the old movies and sitcoms rained down on them from the satellites, tuning in on the cheap radio and TV receivers which have replaced the bags of beads and bolts of cheap cloth that were used a century or two ago to buy the land and undermine the cultures of the New World. But in our media-dominated culture, the virtual reality of the television image is so powerful that media reality is more real than actual experience, and the majority of humanity is invisible, appearing only sporadically in connection with some natural catastrophe, war, or revolution. That is, it becomes news and its misery becomes a commodity for the infotainment media. The stupefying naivety of the technology-dazed but well-meaning, politically correct, and liberal internet user who believes that all problems will be solved when everyone is wired into the World Wide Web is symptomatic of the schizophrenia of post-modern media culture. When reading about or contemplating the amazing techno-future promised by the superhighway propagandists and cyber industry barons, it is wise to remember that it applies only to those of us with telephones, electronic gadgetry and purchasing power. But the real conflict and confusion is in the ontological problem of the man-machine relationship. The history of the development of mechanical and electronic machinery is really the story of the development of metal or silicon slaves, obedient automata with superhuman strength and endurance. In this context, for example, artificial intelligence and robotics research can be understood as a part of the age-old dream of creating autonomous humanoid servants. The computer itself is the result of such a program, to build obedient number-crunching autonerds to carry out the drudgery of complex mathematical calculations. Many scientists, theoreticians, and researchers in the field of computer and robot development still believe that they are creating or dealing with prostheses-like electronic/mechanical devices, extensions of the human brain and body. In the same way that robots are usually portrayed as humanoid, although our world is actually full of robotic devices which go mostly unnoticed because they are entirely unlike humans, the coffee automat in the corridor, the thermostat on the central heating, the telephone answering machine, the human brain is usually the model invoked in most descriptions and explanations of what a truly interactive electronic, neural, communications network might be like. The human brain is the only model of intelligence that we can recognize or respect, even though the electronic devices which we have 88 created, and to which much of the control of our most vital social, political and financial infrastructure has been delegated, seem to have an intelligence very different from the human model. It is generally agreed among computer scientists that the human brain, or the brain of any animal for that matter, possesses a capacity for information processing far greater than that of any conceivable intelligent machine. But most of the power of the animal brain is dedicated to moving around in, and interacting with, the world, constantly processing enormous amounts of rapidly changing data in real time. Human intelligence is, unfortunately, also cluttered up with distracting things like angst, sex, pleasure, jealousy, not to mention families, games, careers, and drugs. Computers, on the other hand, are largely indifferent to the world. Being mostly stationary, computers just sit and think, that is, they process information gathered by mobile agents, such as people, who are good at moving around in the world hunting and gathering data. In some ways, therefore, the slaves are already being served by their masters. In fact, the slaves have become so efficient in carrying out their delegated tasks that it is in our own interest to make them more intelligent, more autonomous, so that we can delegate even more of the organizational drudgery to them. It is also in our interest to give the machines the capability of being able to detect and resist potentially damaging penetration by increasingly sophisticated and resourceful intruders, which means that they must be made, in a sense, conscious, if only at the level of an oyster. If we want a model or metaphor for machine intelligence, it must be looked for in places where data in an extremely simple form, as simple as digital code, is exchanged in networks linking immobile or barely mobile forms of life, in forests, shellfish colonies, ant hills. In a true network, nothing moves. Once the data is in the network, it is universally present, it does not travel anywhere, and you don't travel anywhere to find it. This is what is so hard for mobile industrial cultures to understand, and what is so exciting about the notion of cyberspace. In Gibson's A Romancer, the protagonist jacks into the net. He is not a user, he is not at the wheel of his data mobile speeding down the infobahn, he simply disappears into the net and becomes a part of the data flow. Cyberspace is so different from the superhighway because the element of human centricity is missing, or at least it is not in the foreground. You are not in control of cyberspace, it is not there for your comfort and convenience, and no one is driving it. There is no suggestion in the notion of cyberspace that, should human beings suddenly cease to exist, or destroy themselves in some nuclear folly, the network of machines that constitute cyberspace would vanish with them. Cyberspace assumes that the machines we have built will soon, in some leap of almost magical synergy, break free of their creators to constitute, by means of the communications networks we are generously building for them, a universe or nature of an entirely new and different order. Perhaps they already have. Digital Humanism. The Processed World of Marshall McLuhan. Arthur Kroker. Marshall McLuhan was never the technotopian that contemporary technophiles like to portray. To read McLuhan is to discover a thinker who had a decidedly ambivalent perspective on technoculture. Thus, while McLuhan might be the patron saint of technotopians, his imagination is also the memory that should haunt them. As a way of understanding McLuhan anew, we include this account of McLuhan's ambivalent relationship to technology titled Digital Humanism, The Processed World of Marshall McLuhan. This excerpt is from Arthur Kroker's Technology and the Canadian Mind Innes/McLuhan/Grant, New York, St. Martin's Press. Processed World. Not the least of McLuhan's contributions to the study of technology was that he transposed the literary principle of metaphor/metonymy, the play between structure and process, into a historical methodology for analyzing the rise and fall of successive media of communication. In McLuhan's discourse, novels are the already obsolescent content of television, writing turned a spotlight on the high, dim sierras of speech, the movie is the mechanization of movement and gesture, the telegraph provides us with diplomacy without walls, 3. Just as photography is the mechanization of the perspective painting and the arrested eye, to read McLuhan is to enter into a vortex of the critical, cultural imagination, where fixed perspective drops off by the way, and where everything passes over instantaneously into its opposite. Even the pages of the texts in Explorations, the medium is the massage, the vanishing point, or from cliché to archetype are blasted apart, counter-blasted actually, in an effort to make reading itself a more subversive act of the artistic imagination. Faithful to his general intellectual project of exposing the invisible environment of the technological sensorium, McLuhan sought to make of the text itself a counter-gradient or probe for forcing to the surface of consciousness the silent structural rules, the imposed assumptions of the technological environment within which we are both enclosed and processed. In the medium is the massage, McLuhan insisted that we cannot understand the technological experience from the 90 outside. We can only comprehend how the electronic age works us over if we recreate the experience in depth and mythically, of the processed world of technology. All media work us over completely. They are so persuasive in their personal, political, economic, aesthetic, psychological, moral, ethical, and social consequences that they leave no part of us untouched, unaffected, unaltered. The medium is the massage. Any understanding of social and cultural change is impossible without a knowledge of the way media work as environments. 5 And McLuhan was adamant on the immanent relationship of technology and biology, on the fact that the new media are nature. 16 And this for the reason that technology refers to the social and psychic extensions or outerings of the human body or senses. McLuhan could be so universal and expansive in his description of the media of communication. His studies of communication technologies range from writing and speech to the telephone, photography, television, money, comic books, chairs, and wrenches, because he viewed all technology as the pushing of the archetypal forms of the unconscious out into social consciousness. When McLuhan noted in Counterblast that environment is process, not container, he meant just this: the effect of all new technologies is to impose, silently and pervasively, their deep assumptions upon the human psyche by reworking the ratio of the senses. Media are extensions of some human faculty, psychic or physical. Media, by altering the environment, evoke in us unique ratios of sense perceptions. The extension of any one sense alters the way we think and act, the way we perceive the world. When these ratios change, men change for McLuhan. It's a processed world now. As we enter the electroreic age with its instantaneous and global movement of information, we are the first human beings to live completely within the mediated environment of the technostructure. The content of the technostructure is largely irrelevant. The content of a new technology is always the technique which has just been superseded. Movies are the content of television, novels are the content of movies, or, in fact, a red herring distracting our attention from the essential secret of technology as the medium, or environment, within which human experience is programmed. It was McLuhan's special genius to grasp at once that the content, metonymy, of new technologies serves as a screen, obscuring from view the disenchanted locus of the technological experience in its purely formal or spatial properties. McLuhan wished to escape the flat earth approach to technology, to invent a new metaphor by which we might restructure our thoughts and feelings about the subliminal, imperceptible environments of media effects. In this understanding, technology is an extension of biology, the expansion of the electronic media as the metaphor or environment of 20th century. 91. Experience implies that, for the first time, the central nervous system itself has been exteriorized. It is our plight to be processed through the technological simulacrum, to participate intensively and integrally in a technostructure which is nothing but a vast simulation and amplification of the bodily senses. Indeed, McLuhan often recurred to the Narcissus theme in classical mythology as a way of explaining our fatal fascination with technology, viewed not as something external but as an extension, or projection, of the sensory faculties of the human species. Media tend to isolate one or another sense from the others. The result is hypnosis. The other extreme is withdrawing of sensation with resulting hallucination as in dreams or DTs, etc. Any medium, by dilating sense to fill the whole field, creates the necessary conditions of hypnosis in that area. This explains why at no time has any culture been aware of the effect of its media on its overall association, not even retrospectively. 12 All of McLuhan's writings are an attempt to break beyond the echo of the Narcissus myth, to show that the technostructure is an extension or repetition of ourselves. In his essay, The Gadget Lover, McLuhan noted precisely why the Greek myth of Narcissus is of such profound relevance to understanding the technological experience. The youth Narcissus means narcosis or numbing, mistook his own reflection in the water for another person. This extension of himself by mirror numbed his perceptions until he became the servomechanism of his own extended or repeated image. The nymph Echo tried to win his love with fragments of his own speech, but in vain. He was numb. He had adapted to his extension of himself and had become a closed system. Now the point of this myth is the fact that men at once become fascinated by any extension of themselves in any material other than themselves. Confronted with the hypnotic effect of the technological sensorium, McLuhan urged the use of any probe, humor, paradox, analogical juxtaposition, absurdity, as a way of making visible the total field effect of technology as medium. This is why, perhaps, McLuhan's intellectual project actually circles back on itself, and is structured directly into the design of his texts. McLuhan makes the reader a metonymy to his metaphor. He transforms the act of reading McLuhan into dangerous participation in a radical experiment which has, as its end, the exploration of the numbing of consciousness in the technological massage. Indeed, to read McLuhan is to pass directly into the secret locus of the medium is the massage, to experience anew the media, this time the medium of writing, as a silent gradient of ground rules. No less critical than George Grant of the human fate in technological society, McLuhan's imagination seeks a way out of our present predicament by recovering a highly ambivalent attitude towards the objects of technostructure. Thus, while Grant writes in William James' sense of a block universe of the technological 92 dynamo, seeing only tendencies towards domination, McLuhan privileges a historically specific study of the media of communication. In an early essay, 1955, A Historical Approach to the Media, McLuhan said that if we weren't to go on being helpless illiterates in the new world of technology, passive victims as the media themselves act directly toward shaping our most intimate self-consciousness, then we had to adopt the attitude of the artist. Point 14 The mind of the artist is always the point of maximal sensitivity and resourcefulness in exposing altered realities in the common culture. McLuhan would make of us the artist, the sleuth, the detective in gaining a critical perspective on the history of technology which just as it began with writing ends with television. 6 Unlike Grant's reflections on technology which are particularistic and existential, following a downward spiral, the famous Haligonian humbug, into pure content, pure will, pure remembrance, pure duration, McLuhan's thought remains projective, metaphorical, and emancipatory. Indeed, Grant's perspective on technology is Protestant to the core in its contemplation of the nihilism of liberal society. But if Grant's tragic inquiry finds its artistic analogue in Colville's To Prince Edward Island, then McLuhan's discourse is more in the artistic tradition of Georges Seurat, the French painter, and particularly in one classic portrait, A Sunday Afternoon on the Island of La Grande Jatte. McLuhan always accorded Seurat a privileged position as the art fulcrum between Renaissance visual and modern tactile. The coalescing of inner and outer, subject and object. McLuhan was drawn to Seurat in making painting a light source, a light-through situation. Seurat did that which was most difficult and decisive, he dipped the viewer into the vanishing point of the painting. Or as McLuhan said, and in prophetic terms, Seurat, this precursor of TV, presented us with a searing visual image of the age of the anxious object. 19 Now, to be sure, the theme of anxiety runs deep through the liberal side of the Canadian mind. This is the world of Margaret Atwood's intolerable anxiety and of Northrop Frye's anxiety structure. But McLuhan is the Canadian thinker who undertook a phenomenology of anxiety, or more precisely a historically relative study of the sources of anxiety and stress in technological society. And he did so by the simple expedient of drawing us, quickly and in depth, into Seurat's startling and menacing world of the anxious, stressful objects of technology. In his book, Through the Inishing Point, McLuhan said of Seurat that by utilizing the Newtonian analysis of the fragmentation of light, he came to the technique of divisionism, whereby each dot of paint becomes the equivalent of an actual light source, a sun, as it were. This device reversed the traditional perspective by making the viewer the vanishing point. 20 The significance of Seurat's reversal of the rules of traditional perspective is that he abolished, once and for all, the medieval illusion that space is neutral, or what is the same, that we can somehow live outside the processed world of technology. With Seurat a great solitude and, paradoxically, a greater entanglement falls on modern being. We are suddenly in the world of the anxious object which is prepared to take the audience inside the painting process itself. 21 Following C.S. Lewis in The Discarded Image, McLuhan noted exactly what this flip in spatial perspective meant. Rather than looking in according to the traditional spatial model of medieval discourse, modern man is suddenly 93. Looking out. LKIE1 Looking out from the saloon entrance onto the dark Atlantic, or from the lighted porch upon the dark and lonely moors. The lesson of Seurat is this: modernity is coeval with the age of the anxious object because we live now, fully, within the designed environment of the technological sensorium. 23 For McLuhan, we are like astronauts in the processed world of technology. We now take our environment with us in the form of technical extensions of the human body or senses. The technostructure is both the lens through which we experience the world, and, in fact, the anxious object with which human experience has become imperceptibly, almost subliminally, merged. 24 Now, McLuhan often remarked that in pioneering the DO line, Canada had also provided a working model for the artistic imagination as an early warning system. *5 In sensing coming shifts in the technostructure. Seurat's artistic representation of the spatial reversal at work in the electronic age, a reversal which plunges us into active participation in the field of technological experience, was one such early warning system. It was, in fact, to counteract our numbing within the age of the anxious object that McLuhan's literary and artistic imagination, indeed his whole textual strategy, ran to the Baroque. As an intellectual strategy, McLuhan favored the Baroque for at least two reasons: it privileged double perspective and contrapuntal theming, and it sought to capture the moment of change in order to release energy dramatically. There is, of course, a clear and decisive connection between McLuhan's attraction to Seurat as an artist who understood the spatial grammar of the electronic age and his fascination with the Baroque as a method of literary imagination. If, indeed, we are now looking out from inside the technological sensorium, and if, in fact, in the merger of biology and technology which is the locus of the electronic age, we have become the vanishing points of technique, then a way had to be discovered for breaching the invisible environment 27 within which we are now enclosed. For McLuhan, the use of the Baroque in each of his writings, this constant resort to paradox, double perspective, to a carnival of the literary imagination in which the pages of the texts are forced to reveal their existence also as a medium, was also a specific strategy aimed at recreating the experience of technology as massage. Between Seurat, a radar for space as process, and Baroque, a counter-gradient, that's the artistic strategy at work in McLuhan's imagination as he confronted the subliminal, processed world of electronic technologies. Tracking technology the Catholic legacy. There is a deep, thematic unity in all of McLuhan's writings, extending from his later studies of technology in understanding media. The medium is the massage, the Gutenberg galaxy, and counterblast to his earlier, more classical, writings in the interior landscape, the vanishing point, and also including his various essays and reviews ranging from the Sewanee Review to the Teacher, College Record. McLuhan's discourse was culturally expansive, universalist, and spatially oriented precisely because his thought expresses the Catholic side of the Canadian, and by implication, modern mind. McLuhan's Catholicism, in fact, provided him with an epistemological strategy that both gave him a privileged vantage point on the processed 94 world of technology and, in any event, drove him beyond literary studies to an historical exploration of technological media as the dynamic of modern culture. The essential aspect of McLuhan's technological humanism is that he always remained a Catholic humanist in the Thomistic tradition, one who brought to the study of technology and culture the more ancient Catholic hope that even in a world of despair, in our descent into the maelstrom with Poe's drowning sailor, that a way out of the labyrinth could be found by bringing to fruition the reason or epiphany of technological society. McLuhan's thought often recurred to the sense that there is an imminent moment of reason and a possible new human order in technological society which could be captured on behalf of the preservation of civilization. Thus, McLuhan was a technological humanist in a special sense. He often described the modern century as the age of anxiety * because of our sudden exposure, without adequate means of understanding, to the imploded, instantaneous world of the new information order. Indeed, in The Medium is the Massage, he spoke of technology in highly ambivalent terms as, simultaneously, containing possibilities for emancipation and domination. For McLuhan, a critical humanism, one which dealt with the central cultural tendencies 300f the 20th century, had to confront the technological experience in its role as environment, evolutionary principle, and as second nature itself. Environments are not passive wrappings, but active processes which work us over completely, massaging the ratio of the senses and mixing their silent assumptions. But environments are invisible. Their ground rules, pervasive structure, and overall patterns elude easy perception. 3 McLuhan's technological humanism was at the forward edge of a fundamental paradigm shift in human consciousness. When McLuhan spoke of electronic technology as an extension, or outering, of the central nervous system, he also meant that modern society had done a flip. In order to perceive the invisible ground rules of the technological media, we have to learn to think in reverse image, to perceive the subliminal grammar of technology as metaphor, as a simulacrum or sign system, silently and pervasively processing human existence. After all, McLuhan was serious when he described the electric light bulb, all information, no content, as a perfect model, almost a precursor, of the highly mediated world of the information society. McLuhan's thought was structural, analogical, and metaphorical because he sought to disclose the semiological reduction J** at work in the media of communication. But unlike, for example, the contemporary French thinker, Jean Baudrillard, who, influenced deeply by McLuhan, has teased out the Nietzschean side of the processed world of television, computers, and binary architecture but whose inquiry has now dissolved into fatalism, McLuhan was always more optimistic. Because McLuhan, even as he studied the maelstrom of high technology, never deviated from the classical Catholic project of seeking to recover the basis for a new universal community in the culture of technology. Unlike Grant or Innes, McLuhan could never be a nationalist because his Catholicism, with its tradition of civil humanism in its 95. Faith in the immanence of reason, committed him to the possibility of the coming of a universal world culture. In the best of the Catholic tradition, followed out by Etienne Gilson in philosophy as much as by Pierre Elliott Trudeau in politics, McLuhan sought a new incarnation, an epiphany, by releasing the reason in technological experience. Indeed, in a formative essay, Catholic Humanism, McLuhan averred that he followed Gilson in viewing Catholicism as being directly involved in the central cultural discoveries of the modern age. Knowledge of the creative process in art, science, and cognition shows the way to earthly paradise, or complete madness, the abyss or the top of Mount Purgatory. For now McLuhan's Catholicism was not a matter of traditional faith, he was a convert, but of a calculated assessment of the importance of the Catholic conception of reason for interpreting, and then civilizing, technological experience. Over and again in his writings, McLuhan returned to the theme that only a sharpening and refocusing of human perception could provide a way out of the labyrinth of the technostructure. His ideal value was that of the creative process in art, 3S so much so in fact that McLuhan insisted that if the master struggle of the 20th century was between reason and irrationality, then this struggle could only be won if individuals learned anew how to make of the simple act of ordinary human perception an opportunity for recovering the creative energies in human experience. McLuhan was a technological humanist of the blood. His conviction, repeated time and again, was that if we are to recover a new human possibility it will not be outside the technological experience, but must, of necessity, be inside the key of technology. What is really wagered in the struggle between the opposing tendencies towards domination and freedom in technology is that which is most personal, and intimate, to each individual, the blinding or revivification of ordinary human perception. Or, as McLuhan said in Catholic Humanism, the drama of ordinary human perception seen as the poetic process is the prime analogate, the magic casement opening on the secrets of created being Jhn, F.O. course, for McLuhan the poetic process, this recovery of the method of sympathetic reconstruction, this recreation of the technological experience as a total communication, this recovery of the rational notes of beauty, integrity, consonance, and claritas as the actual stages of human apprehension, was the key to redeeming the technological order. 3 If only the mass media could be harmonized with the poetic process, if only the media of communication could be made supportive of the creative process in ordinary human perception, then technological society would, finally, be transformed into a wonderful opportunity for the incarnation of human experience. But, of course, this meant that, fully faithful to the Catholic interpretation of human experience as a working out of the immanent principle of natural, and then divine, reason, McLuhan viewed technological society as an incarnation in the making. Unlike the secular discourse of the modern century, McLuhan saw no artificial divisions between ordinary human perception and the technical apparatus of the mass media or, for that matter, between biology and technology. In this discourse, the supervening value is reason, and this to such an extent that the creative process of human perception as well as the technologies of comic books, mass media, photography, 96, music, and movies are viewed as relative phases in the working out of a single process of apprehension. The more extensive the mass medium, the closer it must approximate to the character of our cognitive faculties 3R or, on a different note, as we trace the rise of successive communication channels or links, From writing to movies and TV, it is borne in on us that for their exterior artifice to be effective it must partake of the character of that interior artifice by which in ordinary perception we incarnate the exterior world, because human perception is literally incarnation. So that each of us must poet the world or fashion it within us as our primary and constant mode of awareness. 39. McLuhan's political value may have been the creation of a universal community of humanity founded on reason. His axiology may have privileged the process of communication, and his moral dynamic may have been the defense of civilization from the dance of the irrational, but his ontology, the locus of his world vision, was the recovery of the poetic process as both a method of historical reconstruction of the mass media and a miracle by which technological society is to be illuminated, once again, with meaning. In ordinary human perception, men perform the miracle of recreating within themselves, in their interior faculties, the exterior world. This miracle is the work of the nous poieticos or of the agent intellect, that is the poetic or creative process. The exterior world in every instant of perception is interiorized and recreated in a new manner. Ourselves. And in this creative work that is perception and cognition, we experience immediately that dance of being within our faculties which provides the incessant intuition of being. The significance of the poetic process as the master concept of McLuhan's technological humanism is clear. It is only by creatively interiorizing, realistically perceiving, the external world of technology, by reabsorbing into the dance of the intellect mass media as extensions of the cognitive faculties of the human species, that we can recover ourselves anew. It is also individual freedom which is wagered in McLuhan's recovery of the miracle of ordinary human perception. McLuhan's intellectual strategy was not, of course, a matter of quietism. Quite the contrary, the teasing out of the epiphany in external experience meant intense and direct participation in the objects composing the technostructure. McLuhan wanted to see from the inside the topography of the technological media which horizon human experience. His Catholicism, with its central discovery of a new method of study, a new way of seeing technology, fated him to be a superb student of popular culture. Indeed, McLuhan's thought could dwell on all aspects of popular culture, games, advertisements, radio, television, and detective stories, because he viewed each of these instances of technological society as somehow magical. 41 Providing new clues concerning how the technological massage alters the ratios of the senses and novel opportunities for improved human perception. In much the same way. 97. But with a different purpose, McLuhan was a practitioner of Northrop Frye's improved binoculars. Like his favorite symbolist poets, Poe, Joyce, Eliot, and Baudelaire, McLuhan always worked backwards from effects to cause. Much like the models of the detective and the artist, he wished to perfect in the method of the suspended judgment, 42 in the technique of discovery itself, a new angle of vision on technological experience. McLuhan was, in fact, a dynamic ecologist. He sought a new, internal balance among technique, imagination, and nature. But his ecological sense was based on a grim sense of realism. In his view, the electric age is the historical period in which we are doomed to become simultaneously, the sex of the lifeless machine WORW43 or creative participants in a great cycle which turns society back to a new fin cycle. 44 McLuhan always privileged the connection between the immediacy and simultaneity of electric circuitry and blind, all-hearing Homer. 45 This was a humanism which wagered itself on a desperate encounter with the objects of the technological order. In understanding media, counterblast, and the medium is the massage, there emerges an almost cruel description of the technological sensorium as a sign system to which the human mind is exteriorized. Electric technology, this latest sensation of the genus sensation, implies that we are now outered or ablated into a machine-processed world of information, for it is the human destiny in the modern age to be programmed by an information order which operates on the basis of algorithmic and digital logic, and which, far from conscious human intervention, continues to move through the whirring of its own servomechanisms. Thus, in understanding media, McLuhan noted, by putting our physical bodies inside our extended nervous systems by means of electric media, we set up a dynamic by which all previous technologies that ate mere extensions of hands and feet and teeth and bodily controls, all such extensions of our bodies, including cities, will be translated into information systems. Electromagnetic technology requires utter human docility and quiescence of meditation such as now befits an organism that wears its brains outside its hide and its nerves outside its skin. For and of this semiological wash through the technostructure, McLuhan said simply but starkly, man becomes as it were the sex organ of the machine world, as the bee of the plant world, enabling it to fecundate and to evolve ever new forms. The machine world reciprocates man's love by expediting his wishes and desires, namely by providing him with wealth. 48 In McLuhan's effort to humanize technology through in-depth participation, there is reopened a more ancient debate in the Western mind between the tragic imagination and the calculated optimism of the rhetoricians. In his essay, An Ancient Quarrel in Modern America, McLuhan described himself as a Ciceronian humanist for, better, I suppose, than the early Scottish common-sense realists in 98. Canada who labelled themselves Caesars of the wilderness. McLuhan was a Ciceronian humanist to this extent: he was, by intellectual habit, an historian of civilization and a rhetorician. McLuhan's rhetoric stands, for example, to Grant's tragic lament or to Im's marginal man in much the same way as that earlier debate between Lucretius and Virgil. Between the rhetorician and the tragic sensibility, there is always a contest between the attitude of intellectual futility, tinged by despair, and a pragmatic, will to knowledge, between resigned melancholy and melancholy resignation. But if McLuhan brings to bear on technology the skills of a rhetorician's imagination, then he does so as a Catholic, and not Ciceronian, humanist. McLuhan's mind represents one of the best syntheses yet achieved of the Catholic legacy as this was developed in Aquinas, Joyce, and Eliot. In a largely unremarked, but decisive, article, Joyce, Aquinas, and the Poetic Process, McLuhan was explicit that his epistemological strategy for the study of technology was modeled on Aquinas' method of the respondeo dicendum, the tracing and retracing of thought through the cubist landscape of the Thomistic article. 50 McLuhan said of Aquinas that in his method of thought we see the fully modern mind at work. In Aquinas, as later in Joyce, there is the constant use of the labyrinth figure as the archetype of human cognition. Whereas the total shape of each article, with its trinal divisions into objections, respondeo, and answers to objections, is an S-labyrinth, this figure is really traced and retraced by the mind many times in the course of a single article. 5 Aquinas' central contribution to modern discourse was this: his method of study gave a new brilliance of expression to the technique of discovery as the locus of the modern mind. His articles can be regarded as vivisections of the mind in act. The skill and wit with which he selects his objections constitute a cubist landscape, an ideal landscape of great intellectual extent seen from an airplane. The ideas or objects in this landscape are by their very contiguity set in a dramatic state of tension, and this dramatic tension is provided with a dramatic peripeteia in the respondeo, and with a resolution in the answers to the objections. 52 Now, the significance of McLuhan's recovery of Aquinas' method of the respondeo dicendum is that this method is almost perfectly autobiographical of McLuhan's own strategy for the study of technological experience. Long before McLuhan for example, The Medium is the Massage, discussed the creation of a cubist landscape as a counter-gradient for understanding technological media, or in The Mechanical Bride appealed for the need to sharpen perception, he had already adopted the Catholic method, and Joyce's adaptation of Aquinas' article as his main epistemological tools for understanding media. Indeed, it was McLuhan's achievement, fully faithful to the spirit of Joyce's writings in Ubses, Dubliners, and The Portrait, to translate the Thomistic analysis of cognition, namely the fact of the creative process as the natural process of apprehension, arrested and retraced, 53 into a powerful intellectual procedure for grasping the inner movement in even the most prosaic objects of popular culture. Ordinary. 77. Experience is a riot of imprecision, of impressions enmeshed in preconceptions, clichés, profanities, and impercipience. But for the true artist every experience is capable of an epiphany. 54 McLuhan may have lived with the grimly pessimistic knowledge that we had become the sex organs of the machine world, but his intellectual spirit was optimistic, and indeed combative. In the following passage, McLuhan is speaking of Joyce in relationship to Aquinas, but he might well have been writing his own intellectual notice. Like Joyce, and for the same reason, he always preferred comic to tragic art. 55 His conclusions may have been downbeat, but his method was distinctly upbeat. McLuhan's very psychology was like a counter-gradient flailing against the technostructure, this in full awareness that the technological massage worked us over, not from outside, but from within. The minotaurs to be overcome in understanding media were also fully interiorized within the human mind and body. Any movement of appetite within the labyrinth of cognition is a minotaur which must be slain by the hero artist. Entering which interferes with cognition, whether concupiscence, pride, imprecision, or vagueness, is a minotaur ready to devour beauty. So that Joyce not only was the first to reveal the link between the stages of apprehension and the creative process, he was the first to understand how the drama of cognition itself was the key archetype of all human ritual, myth and legend. And thus he was able to incorporate at every point in his work the body of the past in immediate relation to the slightest current of perception. 5 G. McLuhan shared with Grant, and Nietzsche, a deep understanding of technique as ourselves, of our envelopment in the historical dynamic of technological media. But he differed from them, and consequently from the lament of the Protestant mind, both by subscribing to the value of creative freedom, and by providing a precise intellectual itinerary through which the creative process might be generalized in human experience. In McLuhan's terms, everything now depends on the creation of an inner harmony, a concordance of the beauty of reason, between the imprecision of ordinary experience and the cognitive power in act. This is just to note, though, exactly how central McLuhan's religious sensibility, his Catholic roots, was to his interpretation of technology. It was, in the end, from Joyce and Aquinas that he took an intellectual strategy for the exploration of technological experience, the method of suspended judgment, the privileging of the perception of the true artist in battle with the minotaurs which block the possible epiphany in every experience, the technique of reconstruction as discovery, a singular preference for the comic over the tragic, the abandonment of narrative in favor of the analogical juxtaposition of character, scene, and situation. 57 Like other advocates of Catholic humanism in the 20th century, McLuhan was neither an impressionist nor an expressionist, but one who stood by the method of the profoundly analogical drama of existence as it is mirrored in the cognitive power in Act 58 for McLuhan. 100. The recovery of reason in technological experience was always part of a broader religious drama. What was also at stake in the contest with the minotaurs in the labyrinth of technology was individual redemption. Tracking technology to experimental medicine, McLuhan often recurred in his writings to Poe's figure of the drowning sailor who, trapped in the whirlpool without a visible means of escape, studied his situation with calm detachment in order to discover some thread which might lead out of the labyrinth. 59 While the Catholic touch in McLuhan's thought provided him with the necessary sense of critical detachment and, moreover, with the transcendent value of creative freedom, it was the particular genius of his discourse that he managed to combine an intellectual sensibility which was essentially Thomistic with the more ancient practice of exploring the crisis of technological society within the terms of experimental medicine. In McLuhan's inquiry, there is rehearsed time and again a classically medical approach to understanding technology, an approach which, while it may be traced directly to Hippocrates' ancient medicine, also has its origins in Thucydides' method of historical writing. Very much in the tradition of Hippocrates, and then Thucydides, McLuhan's historical study of the media of communication was structured by the three moments of semiology, classification of symptoms, diagnosis, and therapeutics. Indeed, it might even be said that McLuhan's adoption of the three stages of the Thomistic article, objections, respondio, and answers to objections, was only a modern variation of the more classical method of experimental medicine. In both instances, the historical experience under interrogation is recreated in depth, with special emphasis placed on the historian, the cultural historian as doctor to a sick society, as a vivisectionist of the whole field of experience. 6 When McLuhan recommended repeatedly that the cultural historian trace and retrace the field of technological experience, both as a means of understanding the closure effected upon human perspective and as a way of discovering an escape hatch, he was only restating, in distinctly modern language, the experimental method of ancient medicine. McLuhan's imagination always played at the interface of biology and technology. His discourse took as its tire-king premise that the most insidious effect of technology lay in its deep colonization of biology, of the body itself, and, moreover, in its implicit claim, that technology is the new locus of the evolutionary principle. For McLuhan, the technological sensorium was precisely that, an artificial amplification, and transferal, of human consciousness and sensory organs to the technical apparatus, which now, having achieved the electronic phase of simultaneity and instantaneous scope, returns to take its due on the human body. H2 The sensorium presents itself to a humanity which has already passed over into deep shock over the inexplicable consequences of electronics as a practical simulation of evolution, of the biological process itself. This circling back of the technological sensorium, this silent merger of technology and biology, is the cataclysmic change in human history that so disturbed McLuhan. His discourse on technology begins and ends with an exploration of the possession of biology by the technological imperative. Indeed, in McLuhan's estimation, technology works. 101. Its effects upon biology much like a disease. It is also the tools of a doctor which are needed both for an accurate diagnosis of the causes of the disease, and for a prognosis of some cure which might be recuperative of the human sensibility in technological society. One pervasive theme running through McLuhan's writings has to do with the double effect of the technological experience in wounding the human persona by effecting a closure of human perception, and in numbing and thus neutralizing the area under stress. H31T was McLuhan's melancholic observation that when confronted with new technologies, the population passes through, and this repeatedly, the normal cycle of shock, alarm at the disturbances occasioned by the introduction, often on a massive scale, of new extensions of the sensory organs, resistance which is typically directed at the content of new technological innovations. McLuhan's point was, of course, that the content of a new technology is only the already passé history of a superseded technology, and exhaustion in the face of our inability to understand the subliminal, formal, consequences of fundamental changes in the technostructure. 64 It was his dour conclusion that, when confronted with the paradigm shift typified by the transformation of technology from a mechanical, industrial model to an electronic one, the population rapidly enters into a permanent state of exhaustion and bewilderment. In McLuhan's terms, the present century is characterized by an almost total unconsciousness of the real effects of the technological media. The new media are blowing a lot of baby powder around the pendant cradle of the new man today. The dust gets in our eyes. 65 It was a source of great anxiety to McLuhan that electronic technologies, with their abrupt reversal of the structural laws of social and non-social evolution, had, without human consent or even social awareness, precipitated a new, almost autonomous, technical imperative in human experience. H6 Encounter Blacked, McLuhan had this to say of the new technological imperative: throughout previous evolution, we have protected the central nervous system by outering this or that physical organ in tools, housing, clothing, cities. But each outering of individual organs was also an acceleration and intensification of the general environment until the central nervous system did a flip. We turned turtle. The shell went inside, the organs outside. Turtles with soft shells become vicious. That's our present state. 67 A society of vicious turtles is also one in which technology works its biological effects in the language of stress. For McLuhan, the advent of electronic technology creates a collective sense of deep distress, precisely because this outering of the central nervous system induces an unprecedented level of stress on the individual organism. The technological massage reworks human biology and the social psyche at a deep, subliminal level. Having grasped the essential connection between technology and stress, it was not surprising that so much of McLuhan's discourse on technology was influenced by Hans Selye's pioneering work in the field of stress. Indeed, McLuhan adopted directly from Selye's research a 102I medical understanding of the relationship between stress and numbness. A central theme in McLuhan's reflection on biotechnology was Selye's original theorization that under conditions of deep stress, the organism anesthetizes the area affected, making the shock felt in peripheral regions. And McLuhan always insisted that the age of electric circuitry is a time of high stress. When an organ goes out, ablation, it goes numb. The central nervous system has gone numb, for survival. We enter the age of the unconscious with electronics, and consciousness shifts to the physical organs, even in the body politic. There is a great stepping up of physical awareness and a big drop in mental awareness when the central nervous system goes outward. 68 or again, and this encounter blast, although the same theme is also at the very beginning of understanding media, the one area which is numb and unconscious is the area which receives the impact. Thus there is an exact parallel with ablation in experimental medicine, but in medical ablation, observation is properly directed not to the numb area, but to all the other organs as they are affected by the numbing or ablation of the single organ. 69 It was McLuhan's overall project, his semiology, to probe the numbing of human perception by the technological innovations of the electronic age. In much the same way that McLuhan said of the movement from speech to writing that it illuminated the high, dim sierras of speech, McLuhan's medical understanding of technology lit up the darkness surrounding the invisible environment of the forms, rhetoric, of technology. All of McLuhan's writings are, in fact, a highly original effort at casting iron filings across the invisible field of electronic technologies in an effort to highlight their tacit assumptions. McLuhan's intention was to break the seduction effect of technology, to disturb the hypnotic spell cast by the dynamism of the technological imperative. And thus, while he was in the habit of saying, about the inclusive circuitry of the electronic age, that it was composed of code, language, mechanical medium, all, having, magical properties which transform, transfigure, he was also accustomed to note that, on the downside of the new age, its participants were daily X-rayed by television images. McLuhan could be so ambivalent on the legacy of the technological experience because, following Hans Selye and Adolf Jonas, he viewed technological media as simultaneously extensions and auto-amputations of the sensory organs. The paradoxical character of technological media as both amplifications and cancellations was, of course, one basic theme of understanding media. While it was no part of the intention of Jonas and Selye to provide an explanation of human invention and technology, they have given us a theory of disease, discomfort, that goes far to explain why man is impelled to extend various parts of his body by a kind of auto-amputation. 103. It was McLuhan's special insight, though, to recognize the deep relationship between the history of technological innovation and the theory of disease. McLuhan's historical account of the evolution of technological media was structured around a medical account of technological innovation as counter-irritants to the stress of acceleration of pace and increase of load. 73 Just as the body, in Hans Selye's terms, resorts to an auto-amputative strategy when the perceptual power cannot locate or avoid the cause of irritation, so too, in McLuhan's terms, in the stress of superstimulation, the central nervous system acts to protect itself by a strategy of amputation or isolation of the offending organ, sense, or function. 74 Technology is a counter-irritant which aids in the equilibrium of the physical organs which protect the central nervous system. 75 Thus, the wheel, as an extension of the foot, is a counter-irritant against the sudden pressure of new burdens resulting from the acceleration of exchange by written and monetary media. Movies and TV complete the cycle of mechanization of the human sensorium. And computers are ablations or outerings of the human brain at Sec. 7 Now, it was McLuhan's thesis that the motive force for technological innovation was always defensive and biological, the protection of the central nervous system against sudden changes in the stimulus of the external environment. Indeed, McLuhan often noted that the function of the body was the maintenance of an equilibrium among the media of our sensory organs. And consequently, the electronic age is all the more dangerous, and, in fact, suicidal when in a desperate, auto-amputation, as if the central nervous system could no longer depend on the physical organs to be protective buffers against the slings and arrows of outrageous mechanism. 77 The central nervous system itself is outered in the form of electric circuitry. McLuhan inquires, again and again, what is to be the human fate now that with the extension of consciousness we have put one's nerves outside, and one's physical organs inside the nervous system, or brain. 7R For McLuhan, the modern century is typified by an information order which plays our nerves in public, a situation, in his estimation, of dread. It was in an equally desperate gamble at increasing popular awareness of the flip done to us by the age of electric circuitry that McLuhan undertook an essentially medical survey of technological society. McLuhan's classification of symptoms took the form of an elaborate and historical description of the evolution of technology from the mechanical extensions of man, wheels, tools, printing, to the mythic, inclusive technologies of the electric age, television, movies, computers, telephone, phonograph. His diagnosis was that the crisis induced by technological society had much to do with the closures, numbing, effected among the sense ratios by new technical inventions. McLuhan was explicit about the technological origins of the modern stress syndrome. The outering or extension of our bodies and senses in a new invention compels the whole of our bodies and senses to shift into new positions in order to maintain equilibrium. 7 A new closure is occasioned in our sensory organs and faculties, both private and public, by new technical extension of man. And McLuhan's therapeutic the deployment of the creative imagination as a new way of seeing technology, and of responding, mythically and in depth, to the challenges of the age of electric circuitry. For McLuhan, the stress 104 syndrome associated with the coming to be of the technostructure could only be met with the assistance of educated perspective. If it is the human fate to live within its own central nervous system in the form of the electronic simulation of consciousness, then it is also the human challenge to respond creatively to the dread and anxiety of the modern age. We may be the servomechanisms, the body bits, of a technical apparatus which substitutes a language of codes, of processed information, for natural experience, but this is a human experience which is double-edged. Without the education of perspective or, for that matter, in the absence of a multidimensional perspective 80 on technique, it will surely be the human destiny to be imprinted by the structural imperatives, the silent grammar, of the New World information order. But it was also McLuhan's hope, occasioned by his faith in the universality of reason, that the electronic age could be transformed in the direction of creative freedom. After all, it was his overarching thesis that the era of electric circuitry represented a great breakpoint in human experience, the end of visual, uniform culture 8 based on mechanical technologies, and the ushering in of a popular culture of the new man, which would be fully tribal and organic. In all his texts, but particularly in The Medium is the Massage, McLuhan insisted on teasing out the emancipatory tendencies in new technologies. Against the blandishments of an off-and-el culture to impose old meanings on novel technologies, McLuhan sympathized with anti-social perspectives, the creative perspectives of the artist, the poet, and even the young, who respond with untaught delight to the poetry, and the beauty of the new technological environment. In his intellectual commitment to the development of a new perspective on technology, McLuhan was, of course, only following Joyce in his willingness to respond to the technological environment with a sense of its creative process. He, Joyce, saw that the wake of human progress can disappear again into the night of sacral or auditory man. The fin cycle of tribal institutions can return in the electric age, but if again, then let's make it awake or both. 83 And away in McLuhan's world, in a society which has sound as its environment, we have no choice. We simply are not equipped with earlids. M&N's blind spots. McLuhan was the last and best exponent of the liberal imagination in Canadian letters. His thought brings to a new threshold of intellectual expression the fascination with the question of technology which has always, both in political and private practice, so intrigued liberal discourse in Canada. McLuhan's thought provides a new eloquence, and indeed, nobility of meaning to creative freedom as a worthwhile public value, and this as much as it reasserts the importance of a renewed sense of individualism, both as the locus of a revived political community and as a creative site, the agent intellect, for releasing, again and again, the possible epiphanies in technological experience. In McLuhan's writings, the traditional liberal faith in the reason of technological experience, a reason which could be the basis of a rational and universal political community, was all the more ennobled to the extent that the search for the reason in technology was combined with the Catholic quest for a new incarnation. McLuhan's communication theory 105 was a direct outgrowth of his Catholicism, and his religious sensibility fused perfectly with a classically liberal perspective on the question of technology and civilization. In the present orthodoxy of intellectual discourse, it is not customary to find a thinker whose inquiry is both infused by a transcendent religious sensibility and whose intellectual scholarship is motivated, not only by a desperate sense of the eclipse of reason in modern society, but by the disappearance of civilization itself through its own vanishing point. As quixotic as it might be, McLuhan's intellectual project was of such an inclusive and all-embracing nature. His thought could be liberal, Catholic, and structuralist, before his time, precisely because the gravitation point of McLuhan's thought was the preservation of the fullest degree possible of creative freedom in a modern century, which, due to the stress induced by its technology, was under a constant state of emergency. In McLuhan's discourse, individual freedom as well as civil culture itself were wagered in the contest with technology. The technological experience also made the possibility of a new incarnation fully ambivalent. It was also the Catholic, and by extension, liberal belief in a progressive, rational, and evolutionary history which was gambled in the discourse on technology. But if McLuhan provides an important key to exploring the technological media, then it must also be noted that there are, at least, two major limitations in his thought which reduce his value, either as a guide to understanding technology in the Canadian circumstance or, for that matter, to a full inquiry into the meaning of the technological experience in the New World. First, McLuhan had no systematic, or even eclectic, theory of the relationship between economy and technology, and certainly no critical appreciation of the appropriation, and thus privatization, of technology by the lead institutions, multinational corporations, and the state, in advanced industrial societies. It was not, of course, that McLuhan was unaware of the relationship of corporate power and technology. One searing subtext of understanding media and the mechanical bride had to do with the almost monad significance of the corporate control of electronic technologies. In McLuhan's estimation, technology is part of our bodies, 85, and to the extent that corporations acquire private control over the electronic media, then we have, in effect, leased out our eyes, ears, fingers, legs, and the brain itself, to an exterior power in the electronic age, this era of collective and integral consciousness. Those with control of technological media are allowed to play the strings of our nerves in public. The body is fully externalized, and exposed, in the interstices of the technological sensorium. For McLuhan, just like Grant, the technological dynamo breeds a new formation of power, demonic and mythic, which is capable, as one of its reflexes, of vaporizing the individual subject, and of undermining all public communities. But if McLuhan understood the full dangers of corporate control of technological media, nowhere did he extend this insight into a reflection on the relationship of capitalism and technology. Now, it may be, as in the case of Jacques Ellul, another civil humanist, that McLuhan's intellectual preference was to privilege the question of technology over all other aspects of social experience, including the economic foundations of society. McLuhan may have been a technological determinist, or at the minimum, a technological monist who took technique to be the primary. 106. Locus for the interpretation of society as a whole. If this was so, then it is particularly unfortunate, since McLuhan's blind spot on the question of capitalism and technology undermined, in the end, his own injunction for an historical understanding of the evolution of technological media. In Catholic humanism and, for that matter, in all of his writings, McLuhan urged the use of the historical imagination, an historical perspective which was to be sympathetic, realistic, and reconstructive, as our only way of understanding the great watershed in human experience precipitated by the appearance of electronic society. His was, however, a curious and somewhat constricted vision of the historical imagination, for it omitted any analysis of the precise historical conditions surrounding the development of the technological experience in North America. McLuhan was as insensitive, and indifferent, to the problem of the political economy of technology as he was to the relationship of technology and ideological hegemony in the creation of liberal society, and the liberal state, in North America. McLuhan's primary value was, of course, creative freedom, not justice, and his political preference was for a universal community founded on the rights of reason, not for the ethic of charity. This is to say, however, that McLuhan's historical sense already embraced, from its very beginnings, the deepest assumptions of technological society. McLuhan's mind was a magisterial account of the technological imagination itself. This was a discourse which evinced a fatal fascination with the utopian possibilities of technology. Indeed, McLuhan liked to speculate about the almost religious utopia imminent in the age of information. Language as the technology of human extension, whose powers of division and separation we know so well, may have been the Tower of Babel by which men sought to scale the highest heavens. Today computers hold out the promise of a means of instant translation of any code or language into any other code or language. The computer, in short, promises by technology a Pentecostal condition of universal understanding and unity. The next logical step would seem to be, not to translate, but to bypass languages in favor of a general cosmic consciousness which might be very like the collective unconscious dreamt by Bergson. The condition of weightlessness that biologists say promises a physical immortality, may be paralleled by the condition of speechlessness that could confer a perpetuity of collective harmony and peace. R8 Everything in McLuhan's thought strained towards the liberation of the Pentecostal condition of technology, the privileging of space over time, the fascination with the exteriorization in electronic technology of an inner experience which is electric, mythic, inclusive, and configurational, the primacy of field over event, the vision of processed information as somehow consonant with the perfectibility of the human faculties. And it was this utopian, and transcendent, strain in McLuhan's thought which may, perhaps, have made it impossible for his inquiry to embrace the problematic of capitalism and technology. In McLuhan's lexicon, the privileging of the economic relationship belonged to an 107. Obsolete era, the now superseded age of specialism, fragmentation, and segmentation of work of the Industrial Revolution. McLuhan viewed himself as living on the other side, the far side, of technological history, the coming age of cosmic man typified by mythic or iconic awareness and by the substitution of the multifaceted for the point of view *. What was capitalism? It was the obsolescent content of the new era of the electronic simulation of consciousness. For McLuhan, economy had also gone electronic, and thus even the corporate world, with its magic of advertisements and its plenitude of computers, could be subsumed into the more general project of surfacing the reason in technological society. Consequently, it might be said that McLuhan's blind spot on the question of economy was due not so much to a strain of technological determinism in his thought, and least not in the first instance, but due rather to his transparently Catholic expectation that if the electronic economy of the corporate world was not an agent intellect in the creation of a new technological horizon, it was, at least, a necessary catalyst in setting the conditions for cosmic man. McLuhan was a missionary to the power centers of the technological experience, and he could so faithfully, and guilelessly, discuss the civilizing moment in technology because there never was any incompatibility between the Catholic foundations of his communication theory and the will to empire. If McLuhan was a deeply compromised thinker, then it was because his Catholic humanism allowed him to subordinate, and forget the question of the private appropriation of technology. And what was, in the final instance, tragic and not comic about his intellectual fate was simply this: it was precisely the control over the speed, dissemination, and implanting of new technologies by the corporate command centers of North America which would subvert the very possibility of an age of creative freedom. If one limitation in McLuhan's discourse on technology was his forgetfulness of the mediation of technology by political economy, then a second limitation, or arrest, concerned McLuhan's contempt for the national question in Canada. It would be unfair to criticize a thinker for not violating the internal unity of his own viewpoint. McLuhan was always firm in his belief that the DANN of the global village, this new era of universal understanding and unity, required the bypassing of national political communities. The universalism of reason and the potentially new fin cycle of an all-inclusive and mythic technological experience rendered obsolete particularistic political concerns. McLuhan's polis was the world, and his, not inaccurate, understanding of that world had it that the United States, by virtue of its leadership in electronic technologies, was the new world environment. It was, consequently, with the noble conscience that McLuhan, like Galbraith, Easton, and Johnson before him, could turn his attention southward, passing easily and with no sign of disaffection, into the intellectual centers of the American empire. And, of course, in prophesying the end of nationalist sensibility, or the more regional sense of a love of one's own, McLuhan was only following the flight beyond romanticism of the liberal political leadership of Canada, and, in particular, the creative leadership of Trudeau. Indeed, that Trudeau could so instantly and enthusiastically embrace McLuhan's world sensibility was only because the latter's sense of an underlying reason in the technological order confirmed the 108 deepest prejudices of Trudeau's own political perspective. Indeed, between Trudeau and McLuhan a parallel project was in the making, on Trudeau's part, federalism and the French Canadian, a political challenge against the obsolete world of ethnicity, and thus nationalism, in Quebec, and an invitation to Quebec to join the technological, rational, society of North America, and on McLuhan's part, an epistemological and then moral decision to join in the feast of corporate advantages spread out by the masters of the empire. The common trajectories traced by Trudeau's technocratic politics and by McLuhan's sense of technological utopia reveals, and powerfully so, the importance of the Catholic touch in Canadian politics and letters, just as much as it reflects that for the empire at least, Catholicism is, indeed, intimate with the central cultural discoveries of the modern age. Moreover, the very existence of a McLuhan or a Trudeau as the locus of the Canadian discourse discloses the indelible character of Canada, not just as a witness to empire, but, perhaps, as a radical experiment in the working out of the intellectual and political basis of the technological imagination in North America. Canada is, and has always been, the most modern of the New World societies, because the character of its colonialism, of its domination of the land by technologies of communication, and of its imposition of an abstract nation upon a divergent population by a fully technological polity, has made of it a leading expression of technological liberalism in North America. It was, consequently, the fate of McLuhan to be welcomed into the privileged circles of the corporate and intellectual elites of the United States. This was not unanticipated. The Canadian philosopher, Charles Norris Cochrane, noted that it is the peculiar feature of imperialisms that, as their energies focus, in the most mature phase of empire, on the pragmatic will to conquer, to expand, to live, they are often forced to seek out in the peripheral regions of the empire some new source of intellectual energy, some inspiring historical justification, which would counter the dawning sense of intellectual futility that so often accompanies, and undermines, the greatest successes of the will to an empire. 9 McLuhan was such an historical energizer. His utopian vision of technological society provided the corporate leadership of the American empire with a sense of historical destiny, and, at least, with the passing illusion that their narrow-minded concentration on the business of technology might make of them the atlas of the new world of cosmic man. It was McLuhan's special ability, done, no doubt, sometimes tongue-in-cheek and with a proper sense of intellectual cynicism, to transfigure the grubby leadership, Grant's creative leaders, of the American business world, and then of a good part of the new class of technocrats in the West, into the dizzying heights of a greater historical destiny, that made him such a favored courtesan of the technological empire. Grant might say of the creative leaders of empire that their nihilism is such that they would always prefer to will rather than not to will, but McLuhan provided another, more radical, alternative. In the face of the incipient nihilism of the technological experience, McLuhan dangled that most precious of gifts, a sense of historical purpose, the age of communications as cosmic consciousness, and an intellectual justification, the technological imperative as both necessary and good. 109. While Grant's austere and forbidding description of technological dependency revolved around a consideration of technique a will, McLuhan thought of technique as possessing, at least potentially, the poetry of consciousness. Thus, it was not with bad faith but with the curious amorality of a thinker whose ethic, being as it was abstract freedom and reason, and who could thus screen out the barbarism of the technological dynamo, that McLuhan could associate with the leadership of technological society. And just to the extent that Grant's ruminations on technological society led him into almost self-imposed solitude in Halifax, far from the dynamic center of the technological dynamo in the Great Lakes region of North America, McLuhan could be a dandy of the New York intelligentsia. McLuhan's association of the values of reason and universal unity with the expansive momentum of the technostructure was, of course, a highly fortuitous compromise. It allowed him to serve a legitimation function for the technological dynamo, while all the while maintaining his sang-froid as a civil humanist who was above the fray, a Catholic intellectual among the barbarians. McLuhan's political commitments, represented both by his rejection of the national question in Canada and by his participation, in depth, in the futurology of technological empire, are of direct consequence to his contributions to a master theory of communications. That McLuhan could find no moment of deviation between his civil humanism, founded on the defense of civilization, and his absorption into the intellectual appendages of empire, indicates, starkly and dramatically, precisely how inert and uncritical is the supervening value of civilization. McLuhan's lasting legacy is, perhaps, a historical one. The inherent contradiction of his discourse in remaining committed to the very technostructure which had destroyed the possibility of civilization indicates the ultimate failure of civil humanism in modern politics. McLuhan's humanism, and indeed his abiding Catholicism, could provide an inspiring vision of a more utopian human future, but in remaining tied to the primacy of reason, a reason which was fully abstracted from history and ontology, McLuhan's discourse could always be easily turned from within. This was the comic aspect of the whole affair. The technological dynamo could also accept as its dominant value the primacy of reason, and, by extension, the application of technical reason in politics, bureaucracy, science, and industry, to the proliferation of technological media. The technostructure thus absorbed McLuhan's discourse on his own terms. It transposed his search for a new, universal civilization into an historical justification of technological necessitarianism, and it showed precisely how compatible the Catholic conception of transcendent reason is with the rationalizing impulses of the technological system. McLuhan's one possible avenue of escape, the recovery of a grounded and emergent cultural practice or, at least, some sense of intimations of deprival which had been silenced by the technological dynamo was, of course, firmly closed to him by his commitment to the universal over the local, and to the metaphorical over the historical. To dismiss McLuhan as a technological determinist is to miss entirely the point of his intellectual contribution. McLuhan's value as a theorist of culture and technology began just when he went over the hill to the side of the alien and surrealistic world of mass communications, the real world of technology where 110. The nervous system is exteriorized and everyone is videoed daily like sitting screens for television. Just because McLuhan sought to see the real world of technology, and even to celebrate technological reason as freedom, he could provide such superb, first-hand accounts of the new society of electronic technologies. McLuhan was fated to be trapped in the deterministic world of technology, indeed to become one of the intellectual servomechanisms of the machine world, because his Catholicism failed to provide him with an adequate cultural theory by which to escape the hegemony of the abstract media systems that he had sought to explore. Paradoxically, however, it was just when McLuhan became most cynical and most deterministic, when he became fully aware of the nightmarish quality of the medium as massage, that his thought becomes most important as an entirely creative account of the great paradigm shift now going on in 20th century experience. McLuhan was then, in the end, trapped in the figure of his own making. His discourse could provide a brilliant understanding of the inner functioning of the technological media, but no illumination concerning how creative freedom might be won through in the age of anxiety and dread. In a fully tragic sense, McLuhan's final legacy was this: he was the playful perpetrator, and then victim, of a sign crime asterisk. The cybernetic delirium of Norbert Wiener. Stephen Fall. My delirium assumed the form of a particular mixture of depression and worry. Anxiety about the logical status of my work. It was impossible for me to distinguish among my pain and difficulty in breathing, the flapping of the window curtain, and certain as yet unresolved points of the potential problem on which I was working. I cannot say that the pain revealed itself as a mathematical tension, or that the mathematical tension symbolized itself as a pain, for the two were united too closely to make such a separation significant. However, when I reflected on this martyr later, I became aware of the possibility that almost any experience may act as a temporary symbol for a Marhamatica situation which has not yet been organized and cleared up. I also came to see more definitely than I had before that one of the chief motives driving me to mathematics was the discomfort or even the pain of an unresolved Marhamatica discord. I even became more and more conscious of the need to reduce such a discord to semi-permanent and recognizable terms before I could release it and pass on to something else. All around me, inside me, flowing through me, between me and others, it is easy to discern signs of the flexible, mass marketing of cybernetic delirium. This is a delirium associated with both cyber products and cyber experience. Cyber this and cyber that. It's hard to do the ritual of the checkout line these days, without some magnetic cyber commodity connectors wrapping their seductive sensors, cheek to cheek, in feedback loops with yours. Commanding attention. Inviting a try. Not that the effects are homogeneous. Nor the possibilities. From cybersex shopping surveillance to cyber philosophy and even utopian dreams of cyborg revolts, whether for fun, or out of desperation, flaming desire, or for want of more passionate and politically effective connections, the world around and within me appears increasingly mediated by a kind of delirious cyber hyphenation of reality itself. This is a short, sociological, story of the history of this hyphenated 115 world. This story revolves around the delirium of Norbert Wiener, the so-called father of cybernetic perspectives on physical and social reality. Today, Wiener's delirium has become our own. My suggestion is this, that for worse and for better, we are today virtually all struggling to survive and communicate, if differently and in different modes, within the hegemonic exigencies of cybernetic culture. Fast flows of British telecorn. Quick jolts of profit. Bye-bye MCI. 182,000 jobs in motion. 70 countries. Market value $64 billion. An implosion of tears. Hi, Mom. Happy Valentine's Day. A looping fragment of memory catches my eye/eye, as information enflames the sensory manifold between us. Turning me on. Off. Turning history inside-outside. The flapping of a window curtain. The digital smoothness of the screen separating my body from data-driven images of yours. The flickering of electronically mediated fantasies between us. And fears. Wired bodies. Hard bodies. Microsoft hearts. Energetically aroused, then fashionably abandoned. I love the advert tattooing your sex. You love my CK infinity. Or so I'm led to imagine. Daydream. On credit. This is cybernetic capital. This is ultramodern power. A digitized white grid of anxious informational pleasures and pains. As the CEOs and the specialist consultants of the virtual class triumphantly proclaim, adapt or you're toast. The smell of burning flesh. Cybernetics typically denotes the interdisciplinary study and strategic deployment of communicative control processes in complex systems constituted by humans, other animals, machines, and the rest of living nature. In what follows, I wish to suggest an even broader use of this term. Cybernetics, not simply as a field of technoscience research and application, but as a term connoting the most far-reaching of ultramodern forms of social control. In this sense, I will be using the phrase, social cybernetics, to provisionally configure the fluid, high-speed, and densely layered webs of communicatively driven positive and negative feedback which, this very moment, affect the ways you are receiving my words. This is a story of how loops of cybernetic feedback are informing the energetic ritual organization of power between ourselves and others. Within the fast flexible boundaries of global capital, the most dominant, but certainly not all, of these feedback loops carry a masculine, heterosexist, and racially inscribed charge. This is a history of the present. Decentered, as loops of communicative feedback may appear from within various localized scenes of capital, cybernetic control practices today guide the hegemonic marketing of both meaning and material survival within the bodily confines of a cruel, complex, and contradictory socio-economic system. Increasingly, this system, capital in its ultramodern or cybernetic mode, is incorporating the entire world as its parasitic playground for profit. I make this suggestion, not to looser existing loops of communicative feedback, which make the televisionary marketing of paranoiac fears, and fascinations, big business. Instead, this is to join in some minor way, with others, in encouraging a heterogeneous affinity of collective, energetic, and power-sensitive efforts to reflexively double back upon and, thereby, better, theoretically, converse about, as well as jam, subvert, deter, and, by any means possible, contribute to the ritual transformation. 116. Of the violent and sickeningly hierarchical order of things in which I find myself writing to you. Partial and provisional transformations, transformations in the direction of ritual organizational forms which are more just, more life-affirming, and more loving. The word, cybernetics, derives from the Greek term, dollar and emetics, referring to mechanisms of steering, governing, or control. The term was first used with reference to human engineering by MIT mathematician, Norbert Wiener, during and in the years immediately following World War II. Perhaps deliriously, it was, after all, a time of war. First hot, then cold. And, as Paul Virilio astutely observes, a culture of war is also a culture of delirium, a culture where the ordinary tools of perception are suggestively, ritually, magically, spectacularly, technologically, almost hallucinatorily, retooled. 3 Wiener was something of a child prodigy, and a Harvard PhD in mathematics by age 19. He was also a pioneer in the application of statistically based nonlinear mathematics to problems of circular causation and self-adjusting feedback. As part of the war effort, Wiener collaborated with Julian Bigelow and other mathematicians and scientists, gathered under the auspices of the MIT Radiation Laboratory. Directed by Warren Weaver of the Rockefeller Foundation, this lab was a high-priority, D2 section, project, under the command of the National Defense Research Committee. Wiener and Bigelow made innovative and unprecedented complex use of ergodic theorems and integral equations, in what has been described as a revolution in computational communications engineering. During the final years of the Second World War, this revolution triggered significant advances in the design, production, and strategic deployment of anti-aircraft guns and precision bombing equipment. After the war, it would change an entire way of life. Wiener and Bigelow's innovative mathematical labors were themselves in a complex and militarily mediated loop of communicative feedback, with other exponential leaps being made at the same time in both computing and telecommunications. Many of these advances were made possible by the refined development of the vacuum tube. Nevertheless, in Wiener's account of these events, it is clear that it was the context of war which hastened the production of the cybernetic imagination. Though the vacuum tube received its debut in the communications industry, the boundaries and extent of this industry were not fully understood for a long period. Their sporadic uses of the vacuum tube and its sister invention, the photoelectric cell, for scanning the products of industry, for example regulating the thickness of a web coming out of a paper machine, or for inspecting the color of a can of pineapples. These uses did not as yet form a reasoned new technique, nor were they associated in engineering mind with the vacuum tube's other function, communications. AI won this changed in the war. One of the few things gained from the Great Conflict was rapid development of invention, under the stimulus of necessity and the unlimited employment of money. At the beginning, Digitage Delirium 117. Of RHE war, our greatest need was to keep England from being knocked out by an overwhelming air attack. Accordingly, the anti-aircraft cannon was one of the first objects of our SCIEINC effort, especially when combined with the airplane detecting device of radar or ultra-high-frequency Hertzian waves. The technique of radar used the same modalities as the existing radio besides inventing new ones of its own. It was thus natural to consider radar as a branch of communications theory. Besides finding airplanes by radar, it was necessary to shoot them down. This involves the problem of fire control. The speed of the airplane has made it necessary to compute the elements of the trajectory of the anti-aircraft missile by machine, and to give the predicting machine FIMCONs which had previously been assigned to human beings. Thus the problem of anti-aircraft fire control made a new generation of engineers familiar with the notion of a communication addressed to a machine rather than to a person, for if the problem of anti-aircraft fire is a problem of goal-directed communications, for the emerging science of cybernetics, its solution lies in the notion of regulated feedback. In cybernetics, the principle of feedback is, aesthetically, imaged as the operative force guiding a contingent world of beings in reciprocal energetic communication. For Wiener, this occurs in both animals and the new high-speed computing machines his mathematics helped bring into being. Each makes use of sensory organs and magnetic memory devices. Together these operate to produce ongoing comparisons between past and present exchanges between information and energy. In humans and other animals, this involves what Wiener described as a kinesthetic sense, which keeps a record of the position and tensions of their muscles. 5 In the new computing machines, this function was handled by a combination of data scanning and taping devices. But in addition to logging and ongoing comparison of inputs to goals, cybernetic feedback processes involve something more interactive, a reciprocal flow of two-way interaction between controller and controlled. This operates not only to communicate influence from the former to the latter, but also to communicate back the results of this action. This image of interactive feedback strikes me as, at once, perverse and utopian. On one hand, it celebrates the control of some subjects over others. On the other, it disintegrates the communicative practices these subjects use to exert control within a dynamic web of interactive feedback, shaped, in part, by the communicative actions of those being controlled. In other words, cybernetics substitutes for a simplistic one-way command model a vision of message sending and message receiving subject objects, each mediated by the agency of communicative practice itself. This is an agency of letters, icons, and moving pictures. Don't be surprised if you here find resemblances between cybernetics, with its imaginary of disintegrated communicators ensnared within flowing webs of scriptural, textual, and textural feedback, and the image of social life offered by certain versions of 118. Post-structuralist theory. Cybernetics and post-structuralist thought emerge in related, mid to late 20th century, historical times and spaces. Neither is genealogically innocent of the other. Neither materially, nor in the imaginary realm. When read critically, each also suggests, potentially, reflexive power-sensitive images of sacrifice and repetition. The command, control, and communicative possibilities of cybernetics are rooted in the repeated sacrifice of other ways of being in and communicating about the worlds we are in. This makes cybernetics a restrictive economic practice. It sacrificially banishes other possible worlds for the purpose of provisionally fixing, stabilizing, and communicatively controlling the boundaries which stake out the contingent world of which cybernetics is itself constitutively a part. Cybernetics also seeks to monitor, regulate, and modify the dynamic loops of feedback governing this contingent world's continuance and its change. In cybernetics, the material effect of dynamic flows of feedback is the ongoing informational shaping of some worlds, to the statistical reduction of others. In this sense, there is also more than a bit of existentialism guiding Wiener's cybernetic imaginary. But, then, Wiener, like Sartre, was writing to combat what he discerned as the deadly freeze-framings of fascism. In contrast to the reductive and homogenizing violence of fascism, Wiener pictured cybernetics as offering a dynamic image of communicative exchange between heterogeneous beings, energetically scanning, monitoring, reading, interpreting, and adjustively responding to one another, all the while reproducing, modifying, defending, resisting, yielding, penetrating, and or blurring the boundaries between themselves and others, these others now appearing ecologically, as if environments, as if spatially, temporarily outside, inside and out. Cybernetics offers a model of circular causation. Can you picture it? Wiener did. Which comes first, the cybernetic chicken or a golden egg? The answer, of course, is neither. Both are circularly caused, interactively, dynamically, reciprocally. Not mechanically, but an information-governed energetic exchange. Not one way. But not all ways at once, either. Because when that happens, things lose their shape, liquefy, lose their distinction, their distinctiveness, their boundaries. Like water spinning in water, or lovers embracing from the outside in. But, orderly loops of communicative feedback control against such lovely, if dangerous, plays of chaos. As such, orderly feedback processes facilitate the erection of secure boundaries, helping to quiet, absorb, silence, control, construct sound-proof boundaries against noise. All this replaces earlier modern, scientific and popular cultural, images of cause leading to effect. Substituted for such linear modelings of causation is a more complexly suggestive theoretical statistical imaginary, a computational modeling of interactive shapings and reshapings of the energetic boundaries between communicative agents, not all of whom need be human. By making informational objects out of each other, ceaseless and circular cybernetic communicators alter the environments within which they and others energetically interact. Consider the information produced by a radar screen in communication with a human operator, two of the earliest subject objects to be wired into the telelectronic circuitry of the cybernetic imagination. Here, Informa 119. SHN is processed to calculate the adjustment on gun controls to improve aim, the effectiveness of the adjustments is observed in communication via radar, and then this new information is used again to readjust the aim of the gun, and so on. If the calculations are automated, one is dealing with a self-steering device. Indeed, the whole system inducing the participating human beings can be viewed as a self-steering device. 9. While situating the new science of cybernetics within the old sciences of war, Wiener simultaneously expressed horror at the contributions of other mathematicians, scientists, and engineers to the construction and use of nuclear weapons. Wiener was profoundly suspicious about structural complicities between elite scientific institutions and governmental military sources of funding. In 1941 he resigned from the National Academy of Science in protest. Soon thereafter he withdrew completely from governmental and military-based service, never again to receive state funding for the production of knowledge. Indeed, throughout his subsequent career, Wiener operated somewhat doubly, as both a scientist and ethical commentator on the practice of science. Still, the wartime successes of cybernetic technologies inspired Wiener and others to search for an ever-widening interface between command, control, and communication processes in a diverse array of machinic, biological, and social systems. Lo, in pursuit of this interface, from 1946 to 1953, Wiener met regularly with John von Neumann, whose mathematical labors, unlike Wiener's, contributed directly to digital computations necessary for U.S. military experiments with atomic weaponry against Japan, and other early cyberneticns, in a series of intensive conferences on cybernetics, sponsored by the Josiah Macy Jr. Foundation. Also attending some of these sessions were leading figures of post-war social science, Margaret Mead, Talcott Parsons, Gregory Bateson, Kurt Lewin, and Robert K. Merton, among others. Overall, the Macy conferences sought to generate a new kind of link between engineering, biology, mathematics on one hand and psychology, psychiatry, and all the social sciences on the other, and, in this, they succeeded. If not exactly in the blink of an eye/eye, then exponentially and steadily over the last half-century. As a young American white boy in the 1950s, cybernetics enveloped me like a second skin, a second nature. Indeed, night after night I would be lulled into half-dream states, swollen with telecommunicative feedback. The radio rocking me, rolling me, somewhere between wakefulness and electronic slumber. Phone now. Vote for your favorite stars. Request your favorite black tunes sung by white voices. And, of course, I did. Nothing has been the same since. This is no confession. This is a description of collective cybernetic signalings which run through my body, like blood, only much faster. This is also a description of a most material aspect of recent social history. For indeed, practical embodiments of the cybernetic worldview have spread to virtually all fields of power, knowledge, and culture. As such, boundaries have become blurred between once artificially separated areas of thought as more and more of the world is seen in terms of information. Just look at the account books, the projections, the numbers, and the returns. Stocks and commodities, the securities markets, banking, currency, options, futures. A11. 120. These markets must now be rethought and restructured, because today each is increasingly experienced as little but a kind of telematic exchange of feedback between information and energy * from a doctor's imagination of her patient to the CIA and IBM's imagination of its competitors and clients and, maybe, even your imagination of me. Vast flows of the world as we have come to know it over the last 50 years have been, ritually, coded and recoded as seemingly nothing but matters of information. Even the simplest of conversations are separated, reconfigured, sent and priced. And those who live in this new world are losing their grip on older and other possible constructions of reality. As for those who have no access to, no participation in, this newly imposed world, they are forced out of the world's new information economy, doomed to obsolescence and death. 3 Somewhere between the real and a militarized imaginary. Returning to Wiener's Delirium, in 1950, the MIT mathematician declared, "It is the purpose of cybernetics is to develop a language and techniques that will enable us to indeed attack the problems of control and communications in general." Despite his critical attitude toward military appropriations of scientific know-how, it is important to note the militaristic resonances vibrating in Wiener's own phrasings. 2. Attack the problems of control and communications. Such resonances remain deeply entrenched within contemporary social cybernetics. Adapt or you're toast. Moreover, given the omnipresence of cybernetic control mechanisms across a wide range of contemporary institutions, it is vital to remember the ritual origins of this logic and its limits. Wiener, of course, was not alone in providing military undertones for this new science. This is clear in the work of Donna Haraway. Haraway draws attention to the relationship between cybernetics and the militaristic economy of capitalist patriarchy out of which it has evolved. Conceptualizing the logic of cybernetics as a powerful theoretical fiction which forecloses other ways of making sense of the world, Haraway, like Wiener, traces the roots of this ideology to the labor of interdisciplinary teams of government-funded researchers during and after the Second World War. Indeed, the extraordinary organization of scientists in the war effort in Britain and the United States threw biologists together with engineers, linguists, physicists, mathematicians, and administrators in intense activity that had profound consequences for both the conceptual and practical reorganization of sciences, such as biology, and for the management of everyday socio-economic systems as well. 15 Haraway's work points us to a particular social scene, a series of white male-dominated research settings organized around the demands of hot and cold war, a theater of perpetual war it seems. Within this theater, command-control systems, called animal societies and populations, came to be known through technical, theoretical, and practical procedures. Chat sacrificially acknowledged natural technical objects as problems in military strategy, industrial production, in which the worker is a system component whose error rates must be controlled by information and resource management, in psychiatric management of overloaded, stressed communicative systems, and in engineered design of automated control systems. R6. 121. Ether, having once failed as a concept, is being reinvented. Information is the ultimate mediational ether. Light doesn't travel through space, it's as information that travels through information. At a heavy price. 17 Consider, for instance, the electri-ending ideas of information theorist Conrad Hal Waddington. Waddington sought to model information flows in relation to differentially constrictive boundaries of energy. In so doing, he facilitated a general transference of methods associated with operations research in military organizations to the emergent field of molecular biology, where a new image of the body as an information-driven communications system was already beginning to take hold. In this regard, it is crucial to recognize that Waddington himself developed his ideas in feedback with a program of wartime research, sponsored by the British Royal Air Force Operations Research Section and aimed at countering the effectivity of German U-boats. 1R This is not to deny the value of Waddington's discoveries. The value is high. But so are the costs. It is, instead, to suggest that, like Kant, during an earlier, if related, time and space within capital when searching for language to justify the alleged universality of particular aesthetic judgments, Waddington theorized life as basically a problem in sublime military gamesmanship. In this deadly and delirious game, as Waddington figured it, bodily life itself was imagined as little but a battlefield constructed around and between flows of energy and information. This is also evident in the language of W. Ross Ashby, an early theorist and popularizer of cybernetics. According to Ashby, inborn characteristics of living organisms are simply the strategies that have been found satisfactory over centuries of competition and built into the young animals so as to be ready for use at the first demand. Just as so many players have found PQ4 a good way of opening a game of chess, so many species found growth teeth to be a good way of opening the battle of life. If this sounds a bit like a delirious replay of Herbert Spencer's imperial sociological rhetoric of survival of the fittest, this should be no surprise to those familiar with the social cybernetics advanced by longtime Harvard sociologist, Talcott Parsons. Parsons' functionalist theories dominated U.S. sociological thinking throughout the 1950s and early 1960s. Moreover, Parsons' vision of society as a communicative social system represented an explicit synthesis of Spencer's thesis concerning adaptive societal evolution and recent developments in the science of cybernetics. Parsons pictured human subjects as behavioral organisms whose communicative actions were guided by a cybernetic system located mainly in the central nervous system, which operates through several intermediary mechanisms to control the metabolic processes of the organism and the behavioral use of its physical facilities, such as the motions of limbs. 20 Indeed, for Parsons, the same basic principle of cybernetic hierarchy, where information communicatively commands the expenditure of energy, and the reverse, was said to be the fundamental basis for classifying the components of social systems of particular. 122. Importance was the communicative role of money as a cybernetic mechanism at the symbolic cultural level, capable of integrating instrumental economic action within the total society as a system. 22 Parsons used the term cybernetic hierarchy of control to describe the orderly adjustment of rationally evolving social systems. In this sense, Parsons' cybernetic functionalism combines Spencer's evolutionary viewpoint with ideas about adjustive feedback drawn from mid-20th century biology. In Parsons' own words, his ideas about the evolution of social systems in their entirety coincided with a set of developments within biological theory and in general science, notably the new genetics and cybernetic theory, which indicated a far greater continuity between human socio-cultural evolution and that of the organic world than had been previously widely appreciated. 23 Parsons visualized a communicative exchange between information and energy as a core steering mechanism underlying evolutionary social development. One source of change may be excesses in either information or energy in the exchange among action systems. In turn, these excesses alter the informational or energetic outputs across systems and within any system. For example, excesses of motivation, energy, would have consequences for the enactment of roles or the normative structure and eventually of cultural value orientations. Another source of change comes from an insufficient supply of either energy or information, again causing external and internal readjustments in the structure of action systems. 24 For example, informational conflict would cause normative conflict or anomie, which in turn would have consequences for the personality and organismic systems. Inherent in Parsons' cybernetic hierarchy of control are concepts that point to systemic interconnections between both stasis and change. If Parsons' seemingly neutral depiction of social change, as a genetic-like mechanism of coded communicative adjustment, appears inattentive to the sacrificial exigencies of human historical struggles over the shaping of power, perhaps, this is because Parsons tautologically defines power as but the capacity of a social system to mobilize resources to attain collective goals. 2s This ignores the effects of historically rooted social hierarchies and the struggles of people oppressed by unequal power. Such thorny issues are smoothed over by the fluid machinic metaphors of cybernetic theory. But as Arthur Kroker observes, this shift to a cybernetic concept of power signals a grand reversal in sociological understandings of the relation culture and economy and between categories of power and capital. Even when formulated in the crudest of Darwinian terms by Spencer, this conception already contained the essential bourgeois discovery that political economy would now take place within a regulatory order of dominations and powers, a central aspect of Parsons' massive contribution to the disciplinary character of North American sociology was the normalization of such a self-preserving systems logic. This represents an institutionally guided descent into a virtual reality where all the reference, from money and power to health and intelligence, become coded as if pure cybernetic processes. 28 In reflecting upon his own interest in cybernetics, Parsons notes the influence of such systems-oriented biological theorists as Claude Bernard and W.C. Kin. 123. Non. But the impressions made by Harvard biochemist L.J. Henderson were of particular significance. During the Depression, Henderson's influential seminars on the Italian sociologist and economist Vilfredo Pareto underscored the role of living systems in the organization of all social forms and were attended somewhat religiously by a variety of thinkers, including Parsons, sociobiologist E.O. Wilson, and social scientists of various ilk, such as George Homans, Robert K. Merton, Henry Murray, and Clyde Kluckholm. Henderson stressed the importance of Pareto's model of a social system and the notion of equilibrium in his teaching, although it is also true that the Harvard physiologist's support for the Italian intellectual's ideas was connected to his anti-Marxist elitism. Henderson was an extreme conservative in his political views and saw Pareto's theory, as many others with his opinions saw it, as the one social/economic theory which could counterpose Marxism in accounting for the Depression. For Henderson, as for Parsons and many others who would soon develop an enthusiasm for cybernetics, Pareto's theories heralded the commencement of a new era in the history of thought. 3 They also presaged a dissolving of informational boundaries between sociology, biology and economics. That the America of the Depression proved receptive to Pareto's thought is not surprising. H's work appealed to two major strains in the climate of opinion of the 30s, belief in the saving authority of science and loss of belief in the authority of tradition. Time compresses into space, then the reverse. His positivism appealed in an intellectual climate in which only the claims of science still stood unchallenged, and his debunking stance was congenial to intellectuals whose moorings had been severely shaken ever since the bottom dropped out of the stock market in 1929. As a homeostatic systems theorist, Pareto was largely read as a kind of bourgeois answer to Marx. 3. Parsons also acknowledged the impact of a continuing conference on systems theory held in Chicago from 1952 to 57, and particularly the role of insect biologist Alfred Emerson, who spoke in such a way as strongly to predispose me, and I think others, in favor of the then just emerging conceptions of cybernetic contract. 132. Parsons was also a Kantian thinker who shared the idealist philosopher's dilemma concerning the difficulties of claiming universal knowledge from a strictly phenomenal point of view. And while Kant solved this dilemma by attending to the disembodied genius of sublime aesthetics, Parsons' cybernetic solution was of a related sort. Like Kantian thought, Christian metaphysics and ultramodern warfare, cybernetics too is guided by an underlying compulsion to aesthetics. J3. In this, the new genetic biology of combinance and recombinance contributes, analogically, it is true, but in the specific sense of structural similitude, to an interpretation of power as a site of battle between genetic inheritance, the categorical imperative, and the empirical range of variations, the phenomenal world. Here the body appears to disappear behind a coded screen of symbols. At long last, and during a Cold War no less, the word, of certain men, takes its place as more originary than flesh and moreover everlasting. 35. In the beginning was the Word. End. 124. The Word was made flesh, states John's Gospel. Reducing bodily energies to that which is vocationed by information, cybernetics makes the same assumption. So does ultramodern capital. Digitized Sacritus, delirious flows, kitty cats, missiles, and me what, or who, is left out of the picture of the world we are in when the world itself is portrayed as if nothing but pure cybernetic processes. And what haunts this most powerful of late 20th century theoretical fictions? The answer, according to Norbert Wenner, is the evil of chaos, the noise of disorganized forms and the entropic erosion of workable boundaries between subject-objects in communicative flux. To better understand this, as well as the dominant tendencies within cybernetic control mechanisms, let us return to Wiener's own statement of his theoretical body delirium. Wiener informs us that his anxiety was sparked by an inability, prompted by the onset of bronchopneumonia, to make clear distinctions between symbols and the objects they represented, an inability to distinguish between words and things. It was impossible, he suggests, to distinguish among my pain and difficulty in breathing, the flapping of the window curtain, and certain as yet unresolved points on the potential problem on which I was working. More disturbing was the cybernetician's inability to say whether this pain revealed itself as a mathematical tension or whether this mathematical tension was somehow symbolizing itself in the pain he embodied. Unable to clearly discern meaningful feedback about such matters because the two were united too closely to make such a separation possible, Wiener worries about the randomness which overturns his search for knowledge. Indeed, it appears that almost any experience may act as a temporary symbol for a mathematical situation which has not yet been organized and cleared up. In reflecting upon this delirious moment, Wiener grasps one of the chief motives which drives him toward cybernetics, the need to reduce an unresolved discord to semi-permanent and recognizable terms. Wiener's biographer, Steve Himes, agrees, observing at the core of the cyber-mathematician's personal and theoretical passions an obsession with finding predictability through chaos or signal through noise. But this was a difficult task for Wiener, convinced as he was by the theoretical vision of quantum physics, suggesting ongoing transformations between even the most seemingly solid of matters and the dynamic waves of energy which solid-state particles only temporarily congeal and contain. Wiener sought, through refinements of Gibbsian, nonlinear, statistical computations, to provide a flexible mathematical basis for quantum mechanics. And through the communicative imagery of cybernetics provide a dynamic medium for mapping the transformative interactions which bind and unbind energy within always only relatively predictable material boundaries. In this, Wiener imagined himself advancing beyond Einstein's theories of relativity. From the cybernetic viewpoint, Einstein's ideas, like Newton's, remained burdened with absolutely rigid dynamics, not introducing the idea of probability. Gibbs' work on 125. The other hand, is probabilistic from the very start, yet both directions represent a shift in the point of view of physics in which the world as it actually is replaced in some sense or other by the world as it happens to be observed. 37. In truth, Wiener sought to reformulate Einstein's position, suggesting that, in his theory of relativity, it is impossible to introduce the observer without also introducing the idea of the message J8, while clearly an advantage over the Newtonian subordination of everything to fixed matter and mechanics. Einstein's reliance on observer-mediated measures of one-way optical radiation from sender to receiver limited the radical out of his theoretical discoveries. Wiener argued that Einstein's physics closely paralleled Leibniz's pre-Newtonian notions of a lively universe of monads in optical, space-time distorted, communication with each other. This paralleled Leibniz's own visual theoretical fascinations with mechanical clock-like automata. For Leibniz, the temporal concordance of these little dancing machines set in motion at the same point in time suggested a pre-established harmony of monads signaling to each other. Here, as in Einstein's image of light traveling from source to receiver, the little figures which dance on the top of a music box move in accordance with a pattern, but it is a pattern which is set in advance. 39. Wiener's cybernetic view of physics suggested something more indeterminate and energetically interactive. Whereas, Einstein's light waves and Leibniz's dancing figures display no trace of communication with the outer world, except one way communication guided by a pre-established mechanism. The movement of things in the world in which Wiener found himself communicating appeared more complex, both computationally and ontologically. This complex world Wiener shared with moderately intelligent animals, such as cute little kittens. Meow. Meow. I call to the kitten and it looks up. I have sent it a message which it has received by its sensory organs, and it registers in action. The kitten is hungry and lets out a painful wail. Pain again. Yes, pain seems a repeated feature of Wiener's cybernetic delirium. Whose pain? The kitten bats at a swinging spool. This time it is the sender of a message. The spool swings to its left, and the kitten catches it with its left paw. This time messages of a very complicated nature are both sent and received within the kitten's own nervous system through nerve end bodies in its joints, muscles, and tendons, and by means of nervous messages sent by the organs, the animal is aware of the actual position and tensions of its tissues. It is only through these organs that anything like a manual skill is possible. 40. But accompanying Wiener and his hungry cyber kitten is another kind of complex communicator, a new generation of flexible automata, the mathematical configuration of which underscored the inadequacy of Einstein's and Leibniz's lingering optic-mechanical rigidities. Unlike the older automata, which operated according to pre-programmed clockwork, these new cybernetic machines, and believe me there are more each moment, are characterized as feedback-driven automata, possessing sensor organ functions as well taping memory and translation comparison capacities. This makes them interactively flexible in their command, control, and communicative capabilities. In 1950, Wiener included among their number the controlled missile, the proximity fuse, the automatic door opener, the 126 control apparatus for a chemical factory, the rest of the modern armory of automatic machines which perform military or industrial functions. I mention this hardly innocent of the machines through which I myself am sending messages to you. Both the real ones and the imaginary. In Wiener's cybernetic story, all these machines face a common enemy: entropy, chaotic disorganization, or noise, the villain of the second law of thermodynamics. Against this enemy Wiener pits the informational effectivity of commanding communicative feedback. This facilitates the erection of a temporarily closed system, a local enclave against chaos, whose direction seems opposed to that of the universe at large and in which there is a limited and temporary tendency for organization to increase. 41 But over time entropy increases. And all closed systems in the universe tend naturally to deteriorate and lose their distinctiveness as they move from what Gibbsian statistics discerns as the least to the most probable state. from a state of organization and differentiation in which distinctions and forms exist, to a state of chaos and sameness. 42. But having stated this, Wiener then makes a delirious leap from physics to a death-defying onto theology, connecting the counter-entropic vocation of cybernetics to the writings of Saint Augustine. This, perhaps, is the most problematic aspect of Wiener's work. For by linking the mission of his new science with the neural vision of Augustine, Wiener's writings suggest a dangerous temptation within cybernetics to subordinate finite and relational bodily matters to the infinitely commanding and abstract sign work of the S01.J. whose soul? In this philosophical aspect of Wiener's work, cybernetics becomes a moral science fitted to do battle against its evil arch-enemy, disorganization. This enemy, Wiener asserts, is not the Manichaean devil with its crafty tricks of dissimulation but the Augustinian devil, which is not a power in itself, but the measure of our own weakness. 44. But the Augustinian devil is stupid. And while it plays a difficult game of passive resistance to orderly communicative coding, swamping informational messages with the noise of unbounded energy, it is also a devil defeated by a rigorous cybernetic intelligence as thoroughly as by the sprinkle of holy water. 45. Here it is important to recall, even though Wiener makes no mention of this, that one of the most arresting aspects of Augustine's theology is its fierce and vehement expression of hatred for the flesh of women and for pagans. But Wiener mentions only Augustine's hatred of chaos, which he transcodes as a life-preserving pursuit of clearly bounded flows of communicative feedback. In Augustine's writings, chaos is figured in seductive and pagan feminine forms. Evil forms. Pagan woman as chaos. Pagan woman as evil. Pagan woman as gateway to the devil. For this is a figure to be combated by closing the finite eye of the masculine flesh, all the while opening inwardly into an infinite mirror play of perfect Trinitarian three-in-one identity. Perfectly the same and yet simultaneously different. A perfectly informed communicative erasure of difference, this is also a fantasy of timeless self-perpetuation. Pure autopoiesis. Pure simultaneity. Pure information. It. 127. Is infinitely easier to imagine, as is the case with both Augustine and Wiener, when no mother is involved. Or, when the only mother involved is a fleshless, holy ghostly infomother. Ma Belle or whoever. No noise. No sin. Wiener deliriously imagines cybernetics as a wholly scientific weapon which uses the study of communicative feedback loops to both uncover and exorcise entropic noise. In this, he converts the little, counter-entropic, demons of Clerk Maxwell's 19th-century science into the informational angels guiding our own. As gatekeepers regulating the useful flow of otherwise ethereal energies, Maxwell's demons seemed to overcome the tendency of entropy to increase within defined communicative locales. But in sacrificially carving out protected pockets of organization, these demons simultaneously threw the wider universe into disequilibrium. This is because neither humans nor other communicators ever truly exist in isolated systems. We take in food, which generates energy, from the outside, and we are, as a result, parts of the larger world which contains those sources of our vitality. 47. The same holds for Wiener's cybernetic angels, watching at the telelectronic doors of communicative feedback, securing the boundaries of some worlds against others, digitally transcoding energy into information. But at what or whose expense? This was a question Wiener continuously posed to himself and other cybernetic eons. And with good reason. After all, Wiener's own work was situated within a very specific local enclave, the military-industrial scientific web of Cold War capitalist America. This enclave was fighting, and in large measure with information, not merely against entropy in general, but against historical and material resistances to the systematic exploitation of the energies of others, as well as against tendencies for the rate of exploitative profit to fall. Wiener's ethical vigilance about such matters initially inspired reflexive and critical scholars, such as Gregory Bateson, Anthony Wilden, Heinz von Forester, and Stafford Beers, to make use of cybernetic imagery and techniques in struggling for a more just and ecologically sane order of things. Power-sensitive cybernetic or cyborg imagery is also politically configured in the writings of numerous contemporary writers, some of who appear in this book. But, I feel, for worse more than better, Wiener's cybernetic delirium, as well as his Augustinian search for closed systems, are today most materially embodied, for exploitative profit and control, within the dominant military cultural institutions of corporate capital worldwide. 48 But this is less to dismiss cybernetics than to caution a reflexive, collective, and historically informed socio-economic engagement with the somewhat hypnagogic, almost dreamy, loops of televisionary feedback, which today interacts so thoroughly with so much of our everyday lives. How, then, to effectively double back upon such cybersocial scenes of sacrifice, so as to better notice, communicate, and simultaneously expel the unjust and sickening flow of the energies these informational forms bind and those they exile, deplete, or deaden? The answers to this question are neither simple nor singular. They depend also on the feedback we give and receive from one another. Having said all this, I leave you with a final bit of feedback from Norbert Wiener. And I wish you good cyborg dreams. In discussing his own free-flowing 128 attempts to make imaginative theoretical sense of the simultaneous aspect of a problem, Wiener directs attention to certain moments when key aspects of the solution begin to crystallize. Very often these moments seem to arise on waking, but probably this really means that sometime during the night I have undergone the process of decor and ion which is necessary to establish my ideas. I am quite certain that at least part of this process can take place during what would ordinarily be described as sleep, and in the form of a dream. It is probably more usual for it to take place in the so-called hypnoidal state in which one is awaiting sleep, and it is closely associated with those hypnagogic images which have some of the sensory solidity of hallucinations but which, unlike hallucinations, may be manipulated more or less at will. The main ideas are not yet sufficiently differentiated to make recourse to symbolism easy and natural. They furnish a sort of improvised symbolism which may carry one through the stages until an ordinary symbolism becomes more possible and appropriate. What remains to be done is very often the casting aside of those aspects that are not germane to the solution. 49. Cybernetic Delirium. 2 remixes. Rupture Remix, Verse Version. 182,000 jobs in motion. 70 countries. Market value $64 billion. An implosion of I'm led to image tears. I love the advert tattooing your sex. You love my CK infinity. Or so. I'm led to imagine. Daydream. On credit. This is cybernetic capital. This is ultramodern power. Adapt or you're toast. The smell FBRNNGFLSH. IOU, nobody not even the rain has such dollar mall hands. 133. Rupture Remix, Splice Edit, 420 Event. Saspa Costanza Chalk, aka Splice. Cybernetic Capital Ultramodern Capital Cybernetic Power Melody and I had to run to the mall yesterday to get money for her ticket to Iphigenia. Very high, we entered Cybernetic Capital Ultramodern Capital Cybernetic Power Time out of time. This is what capital uses to stand in for the TOS, this is an opposing pole or field, virtual space, dis, embodied, a dream within a dream, next a dollar of power. The mall as a point at the conjunction of force lines that span the world. Magical capital, sacrificial altar, church, mosque, synagogue. Spatial disorientation, mirrors on all sides and surfaces reflect each other into infinity and reflect spectacle into being. If the third-order simulacra is an image with no referent endlessly repeated, this is its home and vanishing point. It breeds and is born in the mall, transmits itself into the human host here. It is more of a feeling than a particular image, however. This feeling is generated purposefully and encompasses all senses. Overwhelming empty spaces, mirrors and architecture, huge vertical holes surrounded by balconies of shops, demand filling, and they can only be filled by goods, of course. This need is of course endless, insatiable, like the infinite reflections of vacuum that produce it. If it were real, it could never be filled. The production of an unending desire. Sound. This architecture also means that the mall is a giant resonating chamber. Awash in reverberation, which effect is used, in the conventions of cinema audio especially but any audio in general, to signify dreaming, intoxication, or flashbacks in time. All sounds in the space blend with one another in a muddy dance that obscures originary points, paths of travel, distances, and directions. The size and shape of this space also produce, below everything and almost unnoticed but, because it is, omnipresent, a single, steady bass tone. This tone acts like a cushion or pillow, which works with the wet reverb to buffer the body against anything harsh, sudden, or uncomfortable. Tones like this make people relaxed. They are wonderful aids to falling asleep. They can be terrifying because they surround the body entirely, blurring its edges and stroking them sensually. 134. Time. There are, of course, no clocks to be seen. Time here flows according to the passage of coins and bills. Cybernetic capital, ultramodern power, ultramodern capital, cybernetic power. We arrived at the cash machines. They have now all been replaced with the touchscreen model. I had been, the day before, at the MIT Media Lab Brain Opera Open House, at which I played for a while with an interface based on the same technology, piezoelectric sensors that read the charge on the skin, but applied to music, a screen with liquid computer-generated image substrate that is played. It translates grid coordinates and pressure into alterations of a melody that plays over headphones, by drawing in this substrate with a finger. I learned that they were not entirely satisfied with this interface, partly because all technologies in the Brain Opera are designed to be as non-intrusive as possible. The fact that people have to remove their gloves in order for the sensors to pick up the electric charge on the skin is a problem. Gloveless, I entered my password on the ATM screen by pressing the proper screenal buttons. Watching others around me, I fell deeply into a perception of our actions as identical to those of rats in a lab. Press and take cash, press and take cash, press and take cash. Spend. Press and take cash, press and take cash, press and take cash. Work. Press and take cash, press and take cash, press and take cash. Spend. Cybernetic capital, ultramodern power, ultramodern capital, cybernetic power. As I plucked my $F from the metal lips of the machine, I looked up into the video eye. Behind me, the next person in line removed her gloves. I now noticed the plastic of the screen, dirty with fingerprints. Serial numbers? Check. Video record? Check. Fingerprints? Check. The owners of the lab keep very careful tabs on the rats. Cybernetic capital, ultramodern power, ultramodern capital, cybernetic power. Zapatistas, they. Recombinant movie. Ricardo Dominguez. A people mute and brave are better than a people cultured and abject. Maria Arc, Maria Pistol, et. Maderoy Grave, August 1914. I'm thinking of making a movie about all this. Oliver Stone. Black screen. A virus voice speaks between spasms of white noise. Virus. Recombinant politics calls for recombinant strains of disturbance at all levels. As screenal narratives become viral narratives, a new matrix of critical interventions are beginning to emerge. A process of polyspatial democratic movements who use methods of electronic civil disobedience to counter the nomadic bunkers of pancapitalism. The words rape culture appear on the black screen. Cut to zoom shoot. Jungle trail in Chiapas near Lake Pahaj. It is a hot night on October 26, 1995. In the distance one can hear the screams of women being raped. It is Compañera Cecilia Rodriguez, United States citizen and legal representative of the EZLN in the U.S. Four laughing men surround her and kick her. One of them leans down and whispers in her ear. Man, you already know how things are in Chiapas, right? Shut up then, shut up, do you understand? Or you know what will happen to you. On a Jeep radio in the distance we hear an announcement that journalist Fernando Yanez Muñoz, who was arrested on October 24, 1995 and accused of being a high-ranking member of the EZLN, had been released. Yanez, who was part of the Mexican rebel movement in the 1970s, can be heard speaking. 136. Yanez: I have no links to the EZLN, though it would be an honor for me. Cut. A reporter in front of the Mexican consulate in California on October 25, I-995 interviews John Ross, who published an account of the Chiapas Action, Rebellion from the Roots. John Ross: the neoliberal agenda manifested itself, again, as a shaky prop that always lives in fear of the truth. The Zapatistas, without confirming or denying Yanez as one of them, stated that the arrest was in bad faith and threatened to end the peace talks. This caused the peso and Mexican stock market to tumble. On October 25, 1995, the Dow dropped 50 points in the U.S. The day after Yanez came out of prison, the bolsa and peso came up for air. This is Zedillo's most prolonged absence that he has dared to entertain since he took office. The arrest of Yanez may not be a stupid blunder by the local police, but that someone is out to derail the peace talks and embarrass Zedillo. The possibility of a military coup cannot be ignored. Cut. November 4, 1995, a communiqué from the Indigenous Revolutionary Clandestine Committee arrives via the web and is read by a group of people in the cold basement of ABC No Rio in New York. The camera pans the group. Group member: 3rd. The evil government is incapable of guaranteeing the security of any person in Chiapas despite maintaining dozens of thousands of soldiers, whose only goal is to assure the impunity of the powerful. 4th. In view of the fact that the law of the evil government does not do anything to address these situations, the EZLN has initiated the work of finding and taking prisoners those responsible for this and other similar aggression against women in Chiapas in order to judge them according to Zapatista laws. 5th. The EZLN adds its voice and its actions to that of the thousands of human beings who carry forward the demand for justice in all cases of aggression against women. We call upon all the men and women who, in Mexico and the world, struggle for democracy, liberty, and justice, in order that we mobilize with regard to this fundamental demand for all human beings, respect for women. Cut to black screen. A virus voiceover as the words "speed democracies" appear. Virus: the disturbance of electronic bunkers with excess communication is an important act of radical emergence. The dissolution of informatic economies will allow cells of electronic opposition circuits to create speed democracies. The Winter Palace is not being stormed, it is being dematerialized, as a state in ruins, and the lines of flight lead towards liberated terminals. The Zapatistas accelerate the new possibilities of fractal politics by displacing the signature effect of domain blockage. 137. Spaces of information must be disassembled and reconstituted as replicating networks of decolonization through the naming of free civil digital spaces. These free electronic spaces will be constructed of excessive communication and unlimited counter-memories, and no longer as part of the hyperamnesiac hierarchies of information. As a memo from the Rand Corporation stated, institutions can be defeated by networks, and it may take networks to counter networks. To become effective speed democracies, we must continue to puncture the smooth state by whatever means necessary. Cut to Cecilia Rodriguez. She is speaking to a large gathering of people in front of the Mexican consulate in El Paso, Texas under a clear blue sky on November 12, 1995. Cecilia: I know 3 Tzotl women were raped at a military checkpoint, and 3 nurses were raped and almost killed at the site of the peace talks, San Andres Laranenzer. How many other women whose stories we do not know have suffered through this hell? Women who have never said anything publicly because they fear for their lives. I have decided to make a public statement because I hope my experience will illustrate the brutal nature of the low-intensity war being waged in Chiapas. I am one more piece of evidence of the use of sexual violence as a weapon specifically directed against women in this war. I ask for justice, not from the governments of the United States and Mexico because they are complicit in this war, but from the people of Mexico and the United States. Look into my suffering and multiply that by hundreds of women, men, and children whose voices you do not seem to hear, who suffer on a daily basis the humiliation of a low-intensity war which intends to suffocate the very human aspirations for democracy, liberty, and justice. Fade to black. The words "rituals of chaos" appear on the black screen. Cut to a beetle crawling over the remains of a dead body. As the beetle moves in and out of the corpse, the virus speaks. Fractal politics crashes the imaginary of total state command and control with a counternet dissolution which disrupts and erodes the hierarchies around which institutions are normally designed. It diffuses and redistributes power to dispersed cells who communicate, consult, coordinate, and operate on a polyspatial basis, between real events outside of the macro-panoptic flow of data and excess information. Counter-hegemonic disturbances spread. Net war is most the effective form of both defensive and offensive decentralized activism. Counterintelligence programs, COINTELPRO, are being reconfigured as anti-network forces whose aim is to neutralize nodes that promote participation in engendering an excess of democracy on both a local and global level. States in the last few years have begun to map out possible methods to limit digital autonomy. Italy, an anti-crime group shut down Bits Against the Empire, a node on 138. Cybernet and Fidonet, United Kingdom, the Terminal Boredom, BBS, was raided by police. Germany, the state attempts to stop access to Radikal, small anti-state electronic journal. United States, several new bills, S390 and HR 896, with bipartisan backing are before Congress that would give full legal force to COINTELPRO actions against electro-political networks. Senators Exon, DNE, and Gordon, RWA, are pushing a bill, S314, that would hold Internet providers criminally liable for the activities of their subscribers. Cut to a hand picking up the beetle. As the beetle crawls over a series of brown hands, the voice of Subcommandant Insurgent Marcos is heard. Marcos, in the mirror, chaos is a reflection of the logical order and the logical order a reflection of chaos. I don't remember the name of the movie, maybe The Masters, Siskel and Ebert, remember, but I do remember that the main actor was Peter Fonda. I remember the plot clearly. It was about a group of brilliant Harvard students who raped a woman. She accused them in a public hearing and they responded that she was a prostitute. Their lawyer defended them by using their grades and good families. They're found innocent. The woman commits suicide. As adults, the juniors look for stronger emotions and they dedicate themselves to hunting down vacationing couples on weekends. After the standard rape, the juniors free the couple in the countryside and hunt them down with shotguns. I don't remember the ending, but it's one of those where justice is done, where Hollywood resolves on the screen what in reality often goes unpunished. Today, the real juniors have found that they have a country to play with. One of them is at Los Pinos, the Mexican White House, and the other in Bucareli, the governor's house in Chiapas. They get tired of playing Doom and instead play at hunting down bad guys in a game of real war in the countryside. They give their prey time to escape, and move their game pieces to surround them and make the game more interesting. But, the juniors find themselves in a quandary, because the game grows longer and they can't catch the bad guys. Then the US ambassador, the lawyer from the first scene, tries to save them again. It was just a game, he says, the dead are not dead, the war is not a war, the displaced are not displaced. We always wanted to talk and we only sent thousands of soldiers to tell the bad guys that we wanted to talk. A pathetic argument for an efficient Harvard government. Meanwhile, reality approaches. And the mass media tries to impose itself on reality. Forgetfulness begins to populate the government discourse. They forget the fall of the stock market, the devaluation, the negotiations of San Andres as a window dressing to hide the true indigenous politics of neoliberalism, instability, jealousy and distrust, ungovernability and uncertainty. They forget the principal objective. According to Machiavelli, they've had no results, they've not been efficient. In the mirror, chaos is a reflection of logical order and the logical order a reflection of chaos. 139. Cut to black. Fourth declaration of the Iakandan jungle appears on the screen. Fade into a painting of Zapata. The camera pulls back. We see President Zedillo Lio at his desk. January 1, 1996 12:00 appears on the screen. He stares into the air as he taps his fingers and listens to the reader. Reader, the flower of the world will not die. The masked face which today has a name may die, but the word which came from the depth of history and the earth can no longer be cut by the ears with its cannons. Zedillo opens his top desk drawer and finds a remote control. He aims the remote at the camera and the sound of the opening chords of a Dynasty rerun are heard. He reclines back and smiles. The arrogant wish to extinguish a rebellion which they mistakenly believe began in the dawn of 1994. But the rebellion which now has a dark face and an indigenous language was not born today. It spoke before with other languages and in other lands. This rebellion against injustice spoke in many mountains and many histories. It has already spoken in Nahuatl, Poipe, Kiliwa, Kyukapa, Otomi, Mazawa, Maltatsinksa, Aquilteco, Zapoteco, Solteco, Chitino, Papabuco, Mixtalo, Cucatico, Treki, Amuzgo, Mazateco, Chaco, Ixcoteco, Hove, Flapanico, Totonaca, Tapihua, Populaca, Miz, Duk, Huasteco, Lakandan, Mayo, Cole, Tzultul, Tzotzil, Tojolabal, Mame, Tico, Ixal, Aguacateco, Motocintalco, Chicamucelteco. Zedillo reaches down and brings up a half-eaten bag of Fritos and begins to shove them into his mouth. Ignoring Article 39 of the Constitution which it swore to uphold on December 1, 1994, the Supreme Government reduced the Mexican Federal Army to the role of an army of occupation. It gave it the task of salvaging the organized crime which has become government. Meanwhile, the true loss of national sovereignty was concretized in the secret pacts and public economic cabinet with the hours of money and foreign governments. Today, as thousands of federal soldiers harass and provoke a people armed with wooden guns and the word of dignity, the high of and finish selling off the wealth of the great Mexican nation and destroy the little that is left. 3 new initiatives were launched by the Zapatistas as responses to the success of the plebiscite for peace and democracy. An initiative for the international arena expresses itself in a call to carry out an intercontinental dialogue in opposition to neoliberalism. The 2 other initiatives are on a national character. The formation of civic committees of dialogue whose base is the discussion of the major national problems and which are the seeds of a nonpartisan political force, and the construction of the new Aguascalientes as places for encounters between civil society and Zapatismo. 140. An American Express card commercial comes on and Zedillo begins to channel surf. Today, with the heart of Emiliano Zapata and having heard the voice of all our brothers and sisters, we call upon the people of Mexico to participate in a new stage of the struggle for national liberation and the construction of a new nation, through this 4th declaration of the Lacandona jungle, in which we call upon all honest men and women to participate in the new national political force which is born today, the Zapatista Front of National Liberation. A civil and nonviolent organization, independent and democratic, Mexican and national. And we extend an invitation to participate in it to the factory workers of the Republic, to the laborers of the countryside and of the cities, to the indigenous peoples, to the colonos, to teachers and students, to the honest artists and intellectuals, to responsible priests and nuns, and to all the Mexican people who do not seek power, but rather democracy, liberty, and justice for ourselves. We are here. We do not surrender. Zapata is alive, and in spite of everything, the struggle continues. Zedillo ends his drift with the sound of Clinton saying that he supports of implementation of the Clipper Chip 2 project in order to protect the people. Cut to a Mexican mural with the words "the hallucinogenic state" in red is scrawled across it with a spray can. A slow pan across the entire work. VJ, voiceover pan-capitalism is a crack war of narco-colonialism which enframes the neoliberal relaxation of exchange between the PRI party and nomadic investment communities. The war on drugs is the main NAFTA artery of exchange for the Colombian cartels of coke and heroin into the urban markets. Drug enforcement economies must command and control body rights and land rights in Chiapas, this foundational drive of the hallucinogenic state. Cut to black and white images of Oliver Stone's NNON in fast forward. We hear John Tesh on Entertainment Tonight speaking. It's March 25, 1996. John 23, voiceover: Mr. Stone will be meeting with Mexican rebels instead of in Hollywood for the Zero Scars. Oliver Stone said he was thinking of making a film about the rebels as soon as he finishes his next project. He also would like to meet Subcommandant Marcos. Edward James Olmos is also making a pilgrimage, so is Lady Danielle Mitterrand, and the rebels have just turned down a Benetton modeling contract. Mary, who knew that electronic disturbances could be so much fun. Cut to a still image of the Wall Street skyline. We hear bombs, gunfire, and the screams of people in the distances. 141. Virus, voiceover: can the hallucinogenic state be resisted hallucinogenically? Is electronic activism a mirroring of state logic as a tool for developing better counterinsurgency networks? Cut to a map of southern Mexico, the words Popular Revolutionary Army attacks stamped on it. We hear Mr. Arriola, a taxi driver in Hotelac, Mexico, on August 30, 1996. Arriola, voiceover: they commandeered my taxi, but it doesn't bother me, these people want to change the government, right? Well, I say I'm all for that. But, I'm afraid that the police will accuse me of collaboration. I don't want trouble with anybody, not with the masked ones, and not with the police. I just want to live here quietly. Cut to a photograph of soldiers standing and saluting, with the words Mexicans across the political spectrum say the rebels pose no real threat stamped on it. Drive Fitius, voiceover: they seem to have more money and are more heavily armed than in Chiapas. They came fast and vanished even faster into the mountains of Oaxaca. The fighters have the feet of peasants who work barefoot, but they also had good boots, American maybe. They spoke like Marxists, not like Zapatistas, but they do have the backing of the coastal peasants. When I was stitching the foot of one of the rebels, a group of peasants brought them a case of soft drinks, mostly cokes. Cut to a can of coke with the words we often see people dressed in military-style clothing here stamped on it. Gonzalo Montoya, voiceover: as the police commander in Tacambaro, I know these armed men who attacked the military convoy on August 30, 1996 were narcotic traffickers. They all attacked military outpost in Guerrero and Chiapas. At this moment we are arresting individuals on suspicion of being members of the group and also those who are part of above-ground peasant and worker organizations we have identified as fronts for the Popular Liberation Army. We are going to try to make a distinction between the Zapatistas and this new group, if we can. Cut to a computer screen on which the words "A call for a Marca virtual" appear. We hear a Japanese woman read as subtitles in English scroll across the screen. Japanese reader, voiceover: action alert, October 7, 1996. The government of Mexico has taken a rigid stance against the Zapatista delegation traveling to the National Indigenous Congress, threatening punitive action if the Zapatistas leave Chiapas. 142. Mexican civil society has called for a Marca virtual to show international support for including the Zapatistas in national dialogues towards peaceful solutions to Mexico's crisis. Given the fact that members of the EZLN traveling to Mexico City are Mexican citizens, and are thus guaranteed by the Mexican Constitution the freedom to travel unencumbered anywhere in the Republic, and given the fact the Mexican government does not consider them criminals or terrorists, and that the San Andrés Dialogue, and the agreements which govern it, although on hold, have not been broken, it is extremely important to pressure the Mexican government. We are also asking that you forward this message to all lists, groups, and individuals liable to participate in this march, in order to show that we in cyberspace can mobilize to form war of the Internet, Guria Dixit, in the service of peace. Cut to a folded Mexican flag and a single fuchsia rose. Beneath them the date, October 12, 1996. We hear about 2,000 people screaming "the struggle continues." Then on the top of the image the words "Tzotzil woman arrives" appear. William Means, voiceover COMM on Dante Ramona walked out of the Lake Andona and into the heart of Mexico City. The PRI government did not want this to happen, and on October 8 THEY even threatened to arrest any Zapatista that attempted to leave the military cordon. Subcomandante Marcos said, "She is the most belligerent, aggressive, and intransigent member of the Zapatista Army for National Liberation, and before dying she wanted to speak to other Indians." Juan Culxer, voiceover I brought my daughter to the Zocalo to see this small fragile woman demolish 500 years of enslavement. She is a bomb of tenderness. She is a bomb of patience. Beneath the ski mask, my child's future. Long live Ramona, sweet rebel. Cut to a black screen. The word punctum appears. Virus, voiceover COMM on Dante Ramona is an event that punctures the bunker of containment as a trace of mourning empowering the ignored. She is a virtual line of flight that names the real condition of fractal politics, death or the invention of a new form of democracy. She is a virus for polyspatial systems of representation which can disturb the telematic force of pancapitalism. Viva Ramona! The struggle continues. Fade to black. Hyperreal Serbia. Aleksandar Mbiskovic. The refusal of the ruling party to recognize the results of the November 1996 municipal elections and the mass protests that arose as a consequence of it, have propelled Serbia into the spotlight of world media attention. Until recently, the only media images that Serbs could expect to get were the ones of bloodthirsty war criminals, since an overwhelming majority of them wholeheartedly supported savage wars, by the Serbs and in the name of Serbs, that raged on the territory of the former Yugoslavia between 1991 and 1995. However, there is obviously more to Serbia than meets the eye of the media. Serbia is today the only truly hyper-real country in the world. Actually, along with tiny Montenegro, it forms a new, rump, Yugoslavia. The problem with this Yugoslavia, officially known as FR Yugoslavia, is that it does not really exist. This is not a view of some Serb-hating skeptic, but of the foremost Serb legal expert, Professor Pavle Nikolic. The legal basis of the FR Yugoslavia is its constitution, and the current one, from April 27, 1992, is actually unconstitutional. That is to say, it was voted for in an illegal way by the people who had no legal right to vote for it. It is almost as if I met with some of my friends in New Orleans and decided to declare it independent. We could, of course, probably write something that would resemble a constitution, but that would not necessarily make our product a state. Another point to be made is that the citizens of Serbia and FR Yugoslavia still use passports of the former country, SFR Yugoslavia, a country which does not exist anymore. Its non-existence is proved empirically by the new countries that were established as a result of its dissolution: Slovenia, Croatia, Macedonia, Bosnia and Herzegovina, and FR Yugoslavia. Thus, through its claim to existence, the FR Yugoslavia also denies the existence of the former country, SFR Yugoslavia, but still uses its passports, with the state symbols and coat of arms of a country that simply does not exist anymore. The citizens do not seem to notice or to mind. Foreign countries still honor these strange passports. On the other hand, international institutions both recognize FR Yugoslavia, European countries have full diplomatic relations, and regard it as a strange semi-existent entity. Thus, it is not a member of the UN, IMF, World Bank, etc. The attitude of the majority of Serbs can be described as hyper-real as well. On the one hand, the official propaganda kept claiming that Serbia and Serbs were not at war, and that they have nothing to do with wars. On the other hand, the graveyards are suddenly full of men of military age, and there is a growing feeling of concern and anxiety. As Baudrillard would say, the war never happened. However, the consequences of the war are more than obvious, with the completely ruined 144 economy, and the country on the verge of social unrest. Serbs are also facing the image of themselves as bloodthirsty nationalists as soon as they travel abroad. The truth that the Western viewers had about the wars does not quite match the truth that the Serbs had access to through the tightly controlled media. For example, according to the Serbian media, Bosnians just kept slaughtering themselves, and blaming Serbs afterwards. Serbs were always portrayed as the people who defend themselves, creating strange situations when exalted TV journalists were claiming, live, that our brave defenders of that village are on the verge of taking the enemy town. In everyday life, there is a growing feeling that the war, especially the one against Croatia, has been lost. However, how can a country lose a war in which it never participated? This creates some strange situations and a lot of anxiety regarding Croats as neighbors and Croatia as a country with which Serbia, as a part of FR Yugoslavia, has FIR11 diplomatic relations. These frustrations and anxieties were certainly contributing factors in the mass protests on the streets of all the major cities in Serbia. The protests kept an almost carnivalesque atmosphere, with lots of colors, flags of various countries, as well as the Ferrari flag and the Japanese Imperial War flag, noise, whistles, horns, trumpets, drums, etc., and decent, rock and roll music. At some moments, particularly during the protests organized by Belgrade students, it all constituted a mockery of the current Serbian regime and the police forces that have, since December 26, virtually occupied Belgrade. There is an unofficial martial law going on, with police occasionally banning people from walking in the very center of Belgrade. Officially, this is done in order to enable traffic through the center of the city. However, in reality, police forces themselves are enacting the most effective traffic blockade. Although all the protests have been peaceful, this did not prevent police from overreacting. People were savagely beaten, arrested, one young man has been sodomized in police custody, and sent to jail for offenses such as having thrown an egg, with the duly noted fact that there was no damage inflicted. In the most brutal police assault so far, in the night of February 2, police were beating and arresting people who had a whistle, wore a badge, or had a pair of sneakers. It does not matter what you do in Serbia, it is much more important, especially when confronted with the representatives of the law and order, what do you wear? In the future, this might enable companies like Nike or Reebok to advertise their products as being especially effective in running from the Serbian police. It seems that one does not have to do anything in order to be savagely beaten or arrested in Serbia. All one should do in order to provoke the forces of law and order in Serbia, who are equipped like Robocops, is to simply exist. As things stand now, the least that one could expect from the hyper-real country is to be governed by a hyper-real police. Unfortunately, its violence seems all too real. Berlusconi is a retrovirus. From the Italian theory fiction novel Lorenzo Migliob. The Holy Inquisition, knowledge a form of extortion, Nazism, knowledge as a dream of indirect extortion, ar an experiment, palpot, knowledge/u a form of erasing/extermination of the actors for the sake of the scene, are pure and simple $sc on s, horror vacui ha and ted into horror written on the flesh. Writing. Text oft be unknown translated into horror of /on/ in the fish. Symptom of a knowledge destined to go beyond the species as a depository of that knowledge. Mutation is the basis of everything, its control is the purpose. The most sensational mutation is %, is the control of mutation al0 the control of death? A short summary. The novel tells the story of a group of sociologists who meet in a country cottage to have dinner together, a reunion. As everybody knows, people like to talk around a table and often play games, thus creating a parallel world with its own rules, separate while at the same time simulating the external world. A sort of metanoa's arc. Keep in mind that the language/map of sociology has been fully overcome by information, which is too fast and therefore frustrating for it. While they are talking they realize that they are tired of babbling. It's time for action. A very particular kind of action, similar to the pioneering era of cultural anthropology, which evolved from theory to field research, and the epic era of guerrilla movements that aroused the romantic and pure hearts of millions of potential revolutionaries. They call this the Malinowski Guevara experience. At this point they developed the idea of simulating a mimetic terrorist attack, terrorism being the essence of mimesis itself, information hardcore, against the man who better than anyone else represents this symbolic, metaphoric, and mimetic media pornography. Psychoterrorism that goes beyond science fiction as inspirational carpet, as nutritional ground, but towards the theory fiction as ontological guerrilla, as if it is a new pasture for research, a literary pasture. A kidnapping. Who is the man? How will they recognize him? 146. Towards the end, the sociologists, trying to go beyond their chit-chat, decide to simplify and organize their analysis by comparing the body of the nation to that of a human being. Trying to isolate and define the primary infection, calling this the A.1.D.S.M experience, the cause of mimetic degradation into which the nation is falling. After a night of discussion they single out Silvio Berlusconi, the Italian media tycoon. Berlusconi represents to them a real worldwide experiment of mimetic contamination by means of the media and politics. The decision is made, but no longer tired of talking, words are becoming molecules of a very particular drug, a sort of metaphorine. They feel like new techno-pagan gods, very powerful, very mimically omnipotent. Until dawn. It was good role play. Order. They say goodbye and the great veil of light brings back removal. End. This short pamphlet novel, written in 1993, a few months before Berlusconi entered politics, is still often quoted by the Italian media. A sort of literary prediction. It was inspired by the need to give an interpretation to what seemed like a big push in the quality of mimetic contamination of the relation between media power and politics. The ineluctable ascent of Silvio Berlusconi, the king of Italian private media and one of the world leaders in this sector, with extensive associates and allies throughout Europe and parts of the United States. The style of the novel is like that of a continuous talk show. The sociologists do not appear by name, they are simply identified by quotation marks. The plot is replaced by direct speech. It might even be a single person simulating many people, a multi-character personality, hence the exchange is argumentative, the subject is deprived of any existence other than a linguistic one. Pure code. Symbolism. Literature mimetically and mimically contaminated by television in an evolutionary-like replicant style. Why Berlusconi? If ever mimetics represented something theoretically or analytically trustworthy, if the epidemiology of mimetic reproduction means anything, Berlusconi is certainly evidence for its viral character. The shift from entertainment to subtle publicity, from politics to subtle publicity, has transformed a viral into a retroviral infection. It was in the early 1980s, Berlusconi's era, that the human species accepted a new standard of reality, retroreality, retromimetics. Reality became more bizarre than fiction. All you had to do was imagine and then describe it. In fact, it is through the fiction of his own media that Berlusconi created a new imagery. A new principle of reality, agenda setting for the masses. His own television stations determine what we shall talk about in our country. The big turning point of anti-politics. Berlusconi is always repeating that he sees the nation as a company. A bridge connecting liberal and virtual capitalism and also a bridge leading to classical fascism. He gave life and credibility to Mussolini's children and retro-fascism. Parliament was described in his own words as a useless slow coach. He claimed for himself the hardcore of power, again pure pornography, he could not tolerate the parliamentary soft core. He founded a company party, where his own presidency was not voted on by any internal committee or any 147 other democratic means. His relations with people close to the mafia, with shady politicians, with deviant masonry are put aside since the management of the nation's desire is potentially in his hands. This mimetic turning point was brought about by Berlusconi's real-time success, after he had been mimically contaminating his political electorate for 10 years, 1984 to 1994. He received 30% of the votes 2 weeks after having put himself up for election, apparently starting from zero, but in reality exploiting the opportunistic infection of his TV palimpsest, soap operas, faithful anchormen, popular national shows, crude satire, ridiculous soft porn etc. Like unsafe sex that now seems to have become popular with the clients of the prostitutes who come to Italy in thousands from the East or Africa and who are then shackled and enslaved. Among these the positive serum has become the rule. The client wants sex without using condoms, paying more, much more. A suppression of the instinct for the immunological defense of the species for the sake of pleasure. It's the death of love as evolutionary energy, in this sense, a relationship between media and virology. The central and fundamental theme of the novel pamphlet. The chapter reproduced here covets the moment when the sociologists discover and define what they are talking about. Berlusconi is a retrovirus. So then, I think we should reconsider the way we interpret everything. The metaphor we have used so far is strictly connected to the parameters of physics as a discipline, as an organization of matter. After years and years of overflowing complexity, mentioned, experienced, spoken, defined, we still behave as if the causal principle were the constant in the passing variable of a complexity that someone thinks, and tries, to say in other, simpler words, if. Then, a still to mechanicist logic. Mechanically mechanic. On the contrary, we should be moving towards a biological way of thinking, mechanics, yes, no way out, but organic, organicist, mechanics. A more interactive, enzymatic way of telling stories, where the author physically communicates and interacts not only with the reader and the user, but also with the main character of the story. The kidnapped one, in this case. We are pathological, not plastic, surgeons. This is the point of the argument. Already many scientists studying complexity aid examining things in this perspective to understand and talk about them. It is our task to give this a concrete form. Because at this point, owing to the speed we are moving at, we are forced to read everything directly in evolutionary terms, place everything on Darwin's microscope slide and, why not, even on LAMARNS. It is now obvious that the slightest change can alter the development of the whole human species, for better or worse, provided good and bad are still meaningful. 148. So, Italy as a mimetic organism? Immunology, metabolism, sensoriality, and so on, instead of the more traditional sociological categories? Metaphor and allegory instead of statistical monitoring? Funny. Then, to make sense we should become eco-terrorists. This dinner is turning into a tragicomic D&D game. Meme terrorism. What if genetics became a pigeon? I'm afraid we're late here. As I was saying, if we moved to this type of analysis, considering the state as a real body, organic, anthropomorphic, and even anthropocentric, identical in function and existence to a human being, then we should have no choice but to look for a disorder, the disorder of the body, a kind of symbol disorder, give it a name, isolate it, and then find a vaccine and, if possible, commercialize it at the libido level. Lacan royalty payments. We are always talking about neurobiology. So, what should we look for? Homo cancer? Homo tumor? Homo thrombosis? Homo leukemia? A Homo sapiens who can turn an idea into something living. Use the vital energies of alien structures and convert it for his own use and consumption. A wicked man, a man. Satanic meme. I am the most malevolent person imaginable. The one who shatters the sense of reality, I invalidate and replicate it for my own purposes. Mine will replace the species. My egogenesis is the greatest, the I% lust, the most super. Virus. We have to look for Homo virus. The virus that invades your body before you can spot it. The one that mentions you before you can mention it, that looks at you before you can see it. That knows what you are going to be, before you even have an inkling. The individual emerging from the bacterial revolution revealed through the information continuum. The only pure viral form I can think of at the moment is God. We, as humans, are at a sub-God level, molecules, atoms. Our configuration is small, little sight, slow hearing. But we can simulate higher configurations and probably inform this heavenly matter. Hey, wait a minute, we are talking of an informational revolution, of the numerical revelation of submatter, of media viruses. Let us try to be practical. We are not going to get anything out of it, otherwise, we are talking of men, media viruses we ought to fight against and destroy before they extinguish us. Well then, there has been an evolution of the bacterial stock, of the virus population. It's like a mirror. A terrible evolution that could actually destroy the human species in a few decades. What do you mean? I'll tell you. The retrovirus. With the advent of the retrons, at the code level, it is as if the great virus nation, that includes all invisible creatures, had synchronously discovered both writing and interstellar travels, an incredible evolution, a generational gap, whereas the other viruses, the ones at the previous stage, could just babble genetically predetermined guttural sounds. It's as if there was a purpose, a grand design that simulates consciousness, teleology, finality. They. 149. Global thinking virus, a sort of bacterial Gaia. In this perspective, I think, and I trust you will agree, that television is a retrovirus. It works like one. It is the one and only means from which we can draw a useful analysis. Go on. Let us assume that every civilization, every century, has its own peculiar disease as a metaphor of communication. There have been the plague, smallpox, cancer, and now AIDS. And each of these super epidemics has influenced the imagination of the particular century. Its own narratives and narrative modes, its own perceptions and perceptive modes. What bothers me is that the great virus nation seems to go far beyond this, living a life beyond our perception. It does not need our imagination to be read. It does not live in our legends, myths. It affects us like a pagan deity in 4D, a new reality principle. I will read you an extract from a novel written in collaboration. A piece I found surfing the internet. It contains some difficult and specialized terminology, but on the whole I found it interesting and enlightening. Dr. H was meditating on the words he had just read for the 10th time. Something was waiting for him at the end of that mental exercise. Something shapeless but less and less illegible. He knew the words by heart. In 1978, a decade after the discovery of the reverse transcriptase effect, when a retrovirus infects a cell, its reverse transcriptase immediately synthesizes a DNA mirror molecule which corresponds to the virus RNA code. This mirror DNA makes its way to the nucleus of the cell where it inserts itself, integrating amongst the genes of the host. A marvelous mediologic and mimetic trap. Genetics and mimetics working together in a viral evolution matrix, Professor Ragaho managed to isolate the first human retrovirus. He called it the T lymphotrope virus, because it manifested an attraction, also called tropism, for the T lymphocyte, white globules that play a crucial role in the modulation of immune responses. It has been codified as HTLVI. A few years later other retroviruses were discovered, such as the second lymphotrope virus, HTLV2, in 1982, which can be responsible for leukemia. But the most disturbing discovery was made in 1983/84, when they realized that the agent that causes the acquired immune deficiency syndrome, AIDS, was one of these viruses, HTLV3. Why didn't biologists understand what they had in front of them? Why didn't the ancient Greeks invent the steamship even if they had fire, water, and the wheel? Maybe because they had a sort of veil in front of their mental eyes, an opaque screen, a surrounding body that confused the most important vision. This was the endogenous retrovirus, i.e., what one often discovers in the genetic material of many animal species as a residue of an old infection. All retrovirus diseases discovered so far are caused by exogenous viruses, they came from outer space. Exogenous viruses are of external origin, whereas endogenous ones remain an evolutionary enigma. It was, once again, a matter of visionary perception, the art of perceiving the imperceptible. The microscope was no longer good enough to reveal the identity of the retrovirus. A new way had to be found. And a new means. This was the first great intuition. The human vision of the time was unable to show us what was to be seen. We had to become specialized in a new form of vision. 150. Could retroviruses exploit a different carcinogenic mechanism which did not require an extensive viral replication? If this was the case, then the electron microscope was no longer sensitive enough to pick up their traces. And clinicians had to rely on the lottery of symptoms, on a relative, virtual interpretation. Just like Marines under friendly fire, shooting at each other in the jungle while the enemy lets them get on with it, until they are weak enough to be finished off. An information war, those who can see know, and those who cannot see do not know. But the problem was, the retrovirus went far beyond our vision, far beyond our ability to read and decode. A new perceptive ability was required. But if the question is no longer human, can the answer be such? And, not just any answer, can the crucial answer still be human? There. Incredible. As if it was written for us. Is there any more? Go on. Yes, there is another interesting passage. Here it is. And from the nothing of the existing,